On this episode of Mythbusters,
usually you fill potholes. I'm digging them. What are you going to do?
Adam and Jamie get punctures on purpose
I have always wanted to do that.
as they test mythical ways of fixing a flat.
I thought with the flat in the wilds, we'd be grasping at straws.
From Mother Nature to the urban sprawl,
Yeah, baby.
can you really improvise your way out of a jam?
Cast iron, manhole cover wheel, go!
Meanwhile, Carrie, Grant, and Tori reel in a fishy fable
Oh!
as they test this viral video. If you catch a fast enough fish,
I carry your hook.
can it ever set your reel aflame?
It's getting too hot to hold. 312.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
3, 2, 1.
and Jamie Hyneman.
We're just going to have to crash it to find out.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Tori Belleci,
Time to go diving.
Grant Imahara,
44 Magnum, big.
and Carrie Byron. They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
All right, Jamie, I'm gonna paint you a picture. You've driven out to the middle of nowhere to go backwoods camping. You've hiked out into the wilderness, and at the end of the weekend, you hike back to your car to find, oh, you got a flat tire. What do you do?
I put on the spare.
You don't have a spare.
I call a tow truck.
Nope, no cell phone reception.
I walk out.
Nope, walking is not an option. You have to somehow make that flat tire into a workable wheel. What do you do?
I improvise.
Exactly. That's what this story is about. Improvised solutions to making a flat tire into a workable wheel in the wilderness.
Under normal circumstances, fixing a flat is simple. Unpack the jack, prepare the spare, and you're good to go. But if you're in the middle of nowhere and the spare's not there, can you improvise your way out? Can Mother Nature really come to the rescue? Or will this myth hit the hay?
So what's the plan?
Well, we got a whole bunch of suggestions from the fan site for things people claim to have tried that got them out of jams. I think we should choose the 3 best to test.
Well, what say we go to the great outdoors and set up a course then?
A course that would include all the different obstacles one might encounter trying to get themselves out of a jam.
Exactly.
So to put this tire trilogy to the test, the team heads for the hills.
In order to run our tire fixes through their paces, we've chosen a course in this off-road facility that'll give us the widest range of standard road hazards you might encounter in just this kind of setting.
And that setting isn't the only thing they've settled on.
This is our test car. It is an average, ordinary, everyday sedan, and that's the point. This story is about an ordinary car out for an ordinary drive when things go sour and an extraordinary solution is required.
With the car sorted and a 2-mile lap lined up, things are looking good. But for Jamie, things are looking too good.
You would think that being stuck with a flat tire on a back road in the middle of nowhere would be bad enough. But guess what? I'm going to make it worse.
Jamie wants to make sure that their route is no walk in the park. With added potholes,
Usually you fill potholes. I'm digging them. What are you going to do?
water hazards,
There we go.
and speed bumps,
That right there will bottom a car out.
this course will now be the ultimate crash course for this myth. So all they need now is to acquire a flat tire.
I have always wanted to do that. What are we gonna do? We got a flat tire. So here's the drill. You're out in nature, miles from the road, with a flat tire and no spare. Pop quiz, hotshot. What do you do?
What you do is improvise. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to make our equivalent of a run flat tire out of stuff at hand like vegetation or straw.
Yep, you heard right. Fan fix number 1 involves first removing the wheel.
I just happen to have a lovely garage jack.
Then stuffing the cut-open tire with straw.
Now that's what I'm thinking.
Well, let's just see how far we get with that.
Before delivering a collection of bad puns.
I thought with the flat in the wilds, we'd be grasping at straws, but this is giving me high hopes.
Well, hey, if it works.
With Mark Twain turning in his grave, the guys reattach the wheel.
Hey, that's not bad.
Before stuffing in more straw until the tire is literally fit to burst.
Well, that's the last straw.
Now it's time for our straw-filled tire test. How do I think it's going to go? Well, I'm positive that having straw in this tire is going to be better than if we just had a normal flat tire. How long it actually lasts and whether the straw stays in there is the only worry that I have, and the only way to find that out is to test it.
And for that test, the guys are going to drive one complete lap of their warts and all circuit. But will the straw stand up to the challenge?
Let's get out of trouble.
Sensibly, Jamie starts slow.
How does it feel?
It feels a little spongy, but it seems like it's working.
But once they survive the speed bump
It bottomed out there.
and the pothole,
Yeah, that went fine too.
Totally fine.
he's confident enough to speed up.
Through the puddle.
And by the time he's halfway round, you might say he's making hay while the sun shines.
Definitely a very reasonable escape plan so far. Let's go uphill.
Amazingly, the straw tire stands up to whatever stands in its way.
No problem.
We can make it home.
At least until Jamie tries to end with a bang.
Very, very well done.
Whoa, it looks a little different.
I had high hopes for the hay, and my hopes were not misplaced. It performed fantastically. It went through the obstacle course pretty much without a hitch. You could feel it deteriorating. My feeling is you're using this to get out of a jam. Hay, in this case, would absolutely get you out of this jam. Very nicely done. Well, as a fix, I'm calling hay plausible.
Yeah, only a short-term one though.
Agreed. What's next?
Well, I think nature may have some more surprises in store for us.
Next up, something fishy.
All right, so this next myth is an old fishing myth, and it's not about the big one that got away. This one is about flaming reels.
Okay, flaming reels, you're gonna have to give me more than that.
All right, now as any fisherman knows, once the fish is on the line, all it wants to do is get away.
All right, meaning it takes off in the opposite direction.
Exactly, and as it's taking off, it's pulling a lot of line off that reel.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. If the line's coming off fast enough, it generates friction, which creates heat.
And if you generate enough heat, it could burst into flame, hence the name flaming reel.
And that's the myth. Can a fish cause a reel to catch on fire?
And it's a myth that's perfectly portrayed in this viral video. When the hooked fish flees, the friction on the spool causes the reel to first smoke and then catch fire. But is this really real?
All right, so I gotta say right off the bat, the physics of this myth add up. I mean, a spinning reel will experience friction, and that will generate heat.
But to generate enough heat to actually combust, we're talking about a pretty big fish.
Well, we do have big fish in our bay. I mean, we have sturgeon, we have shark. Maybe we charter a boat and see if we get lucky.
Yeah, who knows? We could catch a giant monster fish that would fight the line and confirm the myth.
All right, let's hit the high seas.
Don't forget to pack your seasick pills.
Oh, I won't.
And your alarm clock. Because this is a myth that starts early.
You guys ready to catch fish?
This is our boat.
You bet.
To put the flaming reel myth to the test, we got up at the crack of dawn and strolled down Fisherman Wharf to get onto this boat. Wacky Jackie, the saltiest sailor I have ever met, is gonna take us out sport fishing so that we can see if we can catch a reel on fire.
Captain Wacky Jackie. Now, I wonder how she got that nickname.
In your career as a fisherman, have you ever seen a reel catch on fire?
A real catch on fire?
Yeah.
I mean, real fire?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen arms on fire, you know, when we were kidding them about to bring the fish in, but never seen a reel on fire. You think something's gonna happen today like that?
That's what we're testing. That's the myth that we're testing right now.
Testing?
Okay, so the jury's still out for Jackie. But there is some method to this myth.
Now this whole myth is to see whether or not you can create enough friction on your reel that it gets so hot that it actually bursts into flames. And that's why we're out here on the bay. See if we can catch a big fish and make that happen.
A strong, fast fish like a sturgeon or a shark could easily create friction to heat up the reel.
Catch me a big one.
But will it be enough to set it on fire?
Oh, I got
nothing.
Well, so far, nothing's taking the bait to find out.
Step 1, catch a fish.
We have been out here for hours, and so far, we have not gotten a single bite.
They say that fishing's a waiting game. But this is hardly the high-octane start that this myth needs.
Is fishing always this much fun?
After 8 hours without a single bite, the team decides to head on home.
So how are we gonna test this myth if we can't catch any fish?
I don't know. I mean, we've been out here all day and all we have to show for is bait.
Yeah, apparently we are terrible fishermen.
So you wanna go back to the shop and figure out a way to do this without actually fishing?
That sounds like a great idea.
Since its creation thousands of years ago, the wheel has never really been improved. Until now, as Adam and Jamie reinvent it, testing mythical methods for fixing a flat. And with hey, a success, what's next?
Next up, we're branching out to other solutions for a flat tire.
Yep, next up is surely a clutching at straws type solution.
Or hurt me. I will try not to hurt you.
That's a lovely little ski there.
A branch forced under and then tied to the flat tire. It's not pretty, but fads have said that this really works.
If you want to move something heavy across the ground, you got a couple of basic choices really. You can do it with a wheel or you can do it with a sled. And what we've got here is a makeshift sled built out of a tree branch and some rope. It ought to work, at least for a while.
But will it last for a full lap of their course?
Go!
Well, to say it's a slow start would be an understatement. Eventually, Jamie does get a grip.
Yes! Yes!
But they're certainly not out of the woods yet.
All right, here we go. We're on the rope. Oh, don't slow down for anything.
After slipping and sliding their way through the first 200 yards of their lap,
Oh, the control's a little rough, huh?
Yeah.
they meet the first major obstacle, the speed bump,
Go, go, go!
which causes their car to come to a standstill.
Come on!
The log came out.
No!
Yeah. There's your problem.
It came out? Oh, it came out.
Yeah.
It abraded through all of the tie ropes up there close to the wheel.
That was pretty interesting, though, going down the road sideways. This track here pretty much tells the whole story. You can see the log still in place, and then it hits this bump. It sort of digs in, gets yanked out of place, and from here on in, it's pretty much just momentum.
Well, that seems to be about it for our little branch. Looks like it's time to move on to bigger pieces of wood.
With the branch busted literally and metaphorically, it's on to the final forest fix.
You may see a couple of logs here. I see a tire.
Being both round and strong, the logs are halfway there already. But which one would make for a better wheel?
This log's a little on the small side, but it's oak and it's well seasoned. So that means it's going to be less likely to split. This one, while it's bigger, it actually has splits that you can see that go almost all the way through it. And it's green. I'm going to go for the oak because I reckon it'll support the car okay.
Once Jamie's got the good wood, his next job is to make it as circular as he can.
Looks pretty round to me.
Before the guys jump cut their way through the rest of their final improvisation technique.
Wow. That is without a doubt the ugliest tire change I've ever seen.
If you saw somebody doing this on the side of the road,
You'd be like, can I help you in any way?
no, I think I'd just leave quickly.
With the log secured, it's fair to say that this wheel was by far the most labor-intensive of the three.
In the course of making our little wheel here, we've used 2 cordless drills, 2 auger bits, 7 lithium-ion batteries, 5 hole saws, 1 welder, 1 portable bandsaw. And if you're thinking to yourself, that sounds like a pretty unrealistic amount of equipment to carry around in your trunk, then clearly you're not a Mythbuster.
Will it work? I don't think I'd want to go very fast on this particular wheel, but it seems like it's pretty solid. I think it's going to be the best one yet.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Roll along, little wheel. It's working good.
Remember, it's only the wheel that they've tinkered with. The suspension, brakes, and steering are all completely untouched.
Okay, here we go. Speed bump.
So, will the log help or hinder?
Oh, yeah! It made it!
I did fine.
Oh, it did totally perfectly!
It's certainly a case of so far, so good. But how will the potholes fare?
I'm nervous about the pothole. Wheel, back wheel's good!
Not a problem.
Not a problem.
With both the potholes and the puddles passed,
Oh, yeah! Wait, no problem!
it's not long before the Mythbusters come full circle.
Hey! It's beautiful! Well, with our first prototype fully tested, the Mythbusters Tire Company is ready to open its doors for business. This little baby worked magnificently on our course. It was, in fact, the best of all impromptu solutions that we have yet tried.
So, log wheel.
Totally confirmed.
Yep, let's go.
All right.
As the guys head on home, the Fixing a Flat myth is far from finished.
Ho, 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 ho!
Can a super fast fish ever set a fishing reel ablaze? Well, not if the Mythbusters are anything to go by.
Is fishing always this much fun?
So based on our fishing trip, I think the only realistic way to actually test this myth is if we build a fake fish.
Well, this is just about a spinning reel creating enough heat to catch on fire. I mean, we don't technically need a real fish. I mean, we just need a fish substitute that'll pull the line off quick enough.
Okay, how about this? We get a go-kart. If we're gonna give this a good chance of working, we should use something really fast.
You know, the sailfish goes about 70 miles an hour. It's the fastest fish, and a go-kart could totally handle that speed.
All right, I'm all in, except for one exception. If we're going straight to the extreme scenario, why don't we load our other bases too? Let's find the best reel line combination that'll generate the most amount of heat, and we'll use that for our go-kart test.
Agreed. So, looks like we're starting out with some bench tests in the shop.
Awesome.
So with real fish proving too unreliable, the Mythbusters are going to build their own. But first, they're focusing on the friction factors.
We're gonna start out by testing the line. Now for this experiment, the reel, the washers, and the lube will all remain the same. The only thing that's gonna change is the line. And the lines that we're gonna be testing are monofilament, Dacron, steel cable, and braided solid spectrum.
Whichever line generates the highest heat is the one they'll use for their full-scale test.
So this machine will be simulating the fish at the end of the line. I'll bring it up to speed using the foot pedal and guide it onto the reel. Then Tori will apply drag, and Carrie will see how much temperature we actually get.
And Carrie's hoping that temperature will be high.
It's not so far-fetched to think that some of this fishing line might catch on fire. All of it has some sort of resin or lubricant that gives it a really low ignition point. So if we get enough heat on this reel, we might see some smoke.
All right, let's begin with the 80-pound monofilament test.
Okay. All right, hold on. We're missing one thing. Just in case this myth is true, we just gotta be prepared.
All right, let's do it.
With the safety set, the guys pull the 400 yards of line at 20 miles an hour.
All right, we're at maximum speed.
Before Tori engages the drag, a kind of braking system.
All right, going to full drag.
which will take the friction up to the max.
Stop. Okay, we're at the end of our line.
All right, what do you got, Byron?
Oh, look at that, thing's glowing.
Looks like we are maxing out at 105 degrees.
So the good news is that the friction did heat up the reel, but the bad news is it's nowhere near enough for a flame. Can Dacron do any better?
Crank her up.
To maximum drag. Here we go.
Okay, we're at
Oh,
maximum
you can
speed.
see the heat as it spools. Look at that.
Wow.
Well, in a word, no, because neither it
We peaked at 112.
nor the next fine line, the steel,
All right, thrown into drag.
are close to setting the world on fire,
118 degrees.
which doesn't bode well.
So far, with the line spooling off the reel, we've generated heat, but nowhere near the temperature it's going to take to get smoke or fire.
The final fishing line is 500 yards of spectra.
We're at full speed.
We are in full drag.
Having a very narrow diameter means more line can fit on the reel, which should mean more heat.
I don't see any smoke. Definitely no fire. Stop. That's the end of the line.
What do you got?
158 degrees.
I think we have a winner.
That's pretty hot.
Peaking at an impressive 158, it's this last line that will be their weapon of choice. But the line's not the only thing in this lineup.
Now, the type of reel that we've been using so far is a modern lever drag. What we're moving on to is an older type of reel called a star drag. Now, the reason we think that this might burst into flames is this. The drag, all of the plates and washers are encapsulated in this tiny metal cylinder. So there's no heat sink to draw the heat away. It's going to build up inside of here, and we just might see some flames.
That's the theory.
Wind her up.
A theory that their first new reel,
Okay, we're at maximum speed.
a Star Drag 4-aught, rapidly proves in practice.
171, 172, 173, 174.
The star drag is hot.
175. Stop. Oh, you guys, we got all the way to 182.
It's a good start in this real ordeal. But can the 4-aughts big brother beat that benchmark?
Drag is on pretty tight. Get the net ready. We got a big one.
At just 20 miles an hour, the Star Drag rapidly reaches 180 degrees before this happens.
Red
We're
hot.
starting to smoke. It's smoking.
Oh my God!
Keep going. We got smoke.
Wow. 187.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Hey, get the fire extinguisher ready.
223.
That is incredible.
230.
All right, put more.
Whoa.
Woohoo! Too much drag.
You guys, we got this up to 245 degrees.
So we've completed our reel comparison, and this is the winner. The limiting factor, though, in our tests was the amount of speed that we could get pulling the line off and the amount of line we had. Now what we've got to do is find some way to get more line off this spool a lot faster.
And to do that, take one marlin, mount it on a go-kart, and head out to Alameda
All right, first mate, you ready for your fishing trip?
This could be the best trip ever.
for extreme fishing, Mythbusters style. In Fixin' a Flat, Adam and Jamie just hit pay dirt.
Don't slow down for anything.
And that's got them thinking.
Dude, I don't think we're done fixing flats.
What do you have in mind?
I would like to redo this test, but in an urban environment.
Go on.
Well, imagine you're in a city and you've got a flat tire. Calling a mechanic is totally not an option, but around you, you've got all the things you might find in a city. Metal, glass, and wood, and you've got to use those to improvise a working wheel.
I like it. Let's set it up.
Okay.
Well, at a rainy runway, it's time to find out.
Look at that! Our backward solution lasted all the way to the city.
Well, now it's time for some urban solutions.
Absolutely. While you may see a lovely view of San Francisco behind me through the fog, an empty runway, and 100 or so cones, I see an urban obstacle course in Potentia.
Adam and Jamie will each focus on their own urban fix. But first, they need to conjure up a cityscape crash course, like this one.
This is the start point for our urban driving course. Now, the first goal we have here is to try to achieve a top speed of 40 miles an hour down the course and then stop before we hit the wall of buckets.
Why the wall of buckets? Well, in an urban environment, you need to be able to speed up and slow down quickly because you could hit something. On the theory that our wheel solutions may not allow us to do that, I've built a wall that we can hit safely. Each of these 5-gallon buckets is quarter full of water, so when we hit it, instead of totaling our car, we spill a little water.
Next up is the slalom. Now, the goal here is to snake our way back through this course without losing control.
The slalom ends here, where in the final test of urban driving, we will have to parallel park our car between these two blue cars. That is, if we make it that far.
And with everything set, the urban fixin' can commence, starting with Jamie.
Technically, there's nothing stopping you from rolling on a flat tire, other than sooner or later you're going to cut through it and you'll end up on the steel rim. So I figure, let's just try rolling on the steel rim.
It's a typically simple solution from the Hyneman that begins with him removing their logjam.
Well, that worked pretty well, sort of.
And ends with him first wrenching a tire from its rim and then attaching that rim to the wheelbase. Job done, in theory.
As far as riding on a steel rim is concerned, we've got a couple of things to be concerned about. And the first is balance. This steel rim is a lot smaller than a normal tire, and so it makes the car kind of lopsided. The other thing is that the steel is not going to grip the road as well as a rubber tire will, and so we've got traction issues. Whether either of these things turn out to be a problem as far as handling, that's what we're going to run the course to find out. Steel rim, no tire. In 3, 2, 1.
As per Jamie's prediction, the terrible traction makes for a slow start.
Feel that acceleration.
Which means reaching the required speed
Come on, you gotta get to 40 miles an hour.
before braking ahead of the wall
Come on, almost there.
is seriously challenging.
Stop, stop. Yeah. Nice. All right, right turn.
But having not hit the wall,
Into the slalom.
Jamie scrapes towards the slalom,
Faster, you can do it faster than that. That's it. Yeah.
where despite trying to stay on track, he soon gets into a spin.
Oh, yes. Yes.
But after a quick recovery, all that's left is the parallel park, where slow and steady
You park like my grandmother.
puts Jamie's rim back on the road to success.
Nice.
Handling on the steel rim turned out to be not half bad. You just can't accelerate very fast, but I reckon you could go a fair distance on it.
Well, somewhere there's probably a law against leaving massive scratches in the road. But as far as getting yourself out of a jam, I'm thinking that the steel rim worked pretty great. I'd totally go with it.
With Jamie's rim firing on nearly all cylinders, can Adam's mythical fix do any better?
It's round, it's metal. I think it's perfect.
Without a mechanic to call or a genuine spare to prepare,
It's frickin' heavy.
Adam's adamant that this manhole is the perfect wheel stand-in.
Look at how well that size matches. I have a good feeling about the manhole cover.
Being almost identical in size to a real wheel, all Adam has to do is cut out some bolt holes and then bolt it on. But will it be better than Jamie's rim?
Now that's a tire.
Check out your dubs, homie.
What do you think of that?
I like it. The manhole cover seems like it's a perfect fit, but the problem is it's only an inch wide, therefore it's not going to get traction. The other thing is that it's made out of cast iron, and that is inherently kind of brittle. So if this puppy hits some kind of a rock or a serious bump, we've got a big problem.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Here we go. Cast iron manhole cover wheel and 3, 2, 1, go!
Despite a fire and brimstone start,
Oh yeah, burn it. Yeah, yo, you're really losing energy. Here we go, come on.
it's clear that this time the traction is actually less tragic as Adam gets up to speed
You're going 40.
and back with relative ease.
Yeah, the slalom.
Oh yeah, now we got it.
Because the manhole is such a good-sized fit, the car's balance is much better,
That actually corners fairly
Yeah,
well.
it does.
making its handling much less of a handful.
That's it. Come on, baby.
And when Adam messes up the parallel park,
Oh,
What was that you said about my parallel parking?
it's operator error
whoa. Sorry.
rather than a manhole mishap.
And we're done. Check out this wheel. Ha! It's perfect. I abused the crap out of that thing, and there's not a thing wrong with it. I am really impressed with the manhole cover. I expected the one place I'd have a problem were with traction and the fact that it's cast iron, that it might actually crack when I was skidding to the side like in the slalom. Traction was a problem, but this thing held up to the most abuse I could throw at it in the slalom and came back for more.
I like the manhole cover. It's got style. And it worked great. I'd say it's plausible.
Plausible it is, and you know what? It's given me some ideas.
All right.
Known as the cheetah of the sea, the sailfish has been clocked at an impressive 68 miles an hour. And it's speeds like that that may be able to do this. Well, at Alameda, the Mythbusters are set to find out.
We're here.
I'll drop the anchor.
Now it's time to ramp this myth up. We were not able to get the speeds that we were looking for in our small scale test. We got smoke.
Wow.
Hey, get the fire extinguisher ready.
So we have a much faster fish capable of going up to 68 miles an hour, and we have a much longer run.
Now, why have I been chosen for this task? Well, it turns out that the weight of the car plus my weight is about the same weight as a big old sailfish.
With the same top speed and mass as a record-breaking sailfish, Carrie's cart is the perfect fish replacement.
She drives like a maniac.
And that means it's time to go fishing.
So Carrie is hooked. She's gonna take off down the runway going 68 miles an hour. At that point, I'm gonna start adding drag to the reel. I don't know if this thing's gonna catch on fire, but this fish is going 3 times as fast as we did in the shop. This thing's definitely gonna smoke.
But upping the speed is not the only change,
All right, Carrie, you're hooked. Are you ready?
because they're also doubling the length of the line.
Go for it, Carrie!
Will this be the perfect storm they need?
That is a fast fish. We got ourselves a big one. Whoa!
66 degrees,
Look at how fast it's going.
78, 86 degrees,
Oh my God.
90 degrees,
We're already smoking.
100 degrees. Oh my God.
That is a big fish. Look at all the oil pouring out of this thing right now.
The spools are spluttering, and the temperatures hit 200 degrees.
Listen to that reel spin.
But before it can rise anymore, Carrie's reached the end of the 1,000-yard line.
Wow.
You hear it sizzling?
Oh, gee.
That was the fastest we have seen these reels move. Carrie took off down the runway, and that thing was like, whee! And then the smoke started pouring out, and then the oil was like, and then it started burning. It was like, we got up to 205 degrees. Still, there was no flames. Right now, it is not looking good for this myth.
These are our washers from the last run. They are charred and smelly. But that's good news. That means that we're generating a lot of heat. But it also means that that reel is down for the count. So, We've got this. This is our backup reel. And this one is wound with 2,000 yards of spectra, over a mile. We're doubling our distance.
Doubling the distance will up the time for the heat to build up. And Carrie is not objecting.
This has got to be the most fun thing they've asked me to drive on the show. I'm actually having a really, really good time. I mean, I'm buckling down and testing something scientifically.
Go fish! Alright, apply the drag!
All right, 86 degrees. Look at it go, 130 degrees.
It's already spewing oil.
160. 187 degrees, 190 degrees. Over 200. 228.
It's getting too hot to hold.
Careful, man, 312.
With Carrie sailing at 70, the temperature is soaring.
480.
480 degrees.
500 degrees.
We got nothing but smoke pouring out.
530 degrees.
The reel's smoking like a chimney.
Man, that's 530 degrees.
But despite her best efforts, Carrie reaches the end of the line before the smoke turns to fire. But all is not lost.
How'd we do?
It was great. We got to over 500 degrees, but still no fire.
Yeah, doubling the line definitely helped, but we noticed one thing, the oil actually burned. So we're thinking maybe adding more lubrication and hopefully we might get a flame.
So next up, we're gonna add more lube. Now this is not as crazy a scenario as you might think. Let's look at the components of the reel. The spindle is steel, there are brass gears inside, the washers are asbestos. All these things have a fairly high ignition temperature. However, the lube that goes inside, that's right, get it all in there, has a fairly low ignition temperature, 200 to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I think this really increases our chances of getting ignition, particularly if we add a lot of it.
So with a significant amount of lubrication,
That's gonna be a slippery deck of your boat, isn't it?
it really is now or never for this myth.
That fish is
80 degrees.
taking off.
99 degrees, 120 degrees.
It's spewing out oil.
150, 200 degrees.
We're getting smoking from all over right now.
238, 266.
Come on, get hotter.
300.
Like last time, the temperature of the reel rockets.
That is the most amount of smoke we have seen on this reel.
But even with Tori spraying oil directly onto the hottest part, by the time Carrie's motored her mile, there's still no ignition.
Well, we got a lot of smoke, but still no fire.
No fire?
No fire at all, and that was with a long line, the best reel, and a lot of lube.
And the fastest fish we could find. But you know what? This myth is totally busted.
We really gave this myth a chance. We used the star drag reel, which generated the most heat. We let line run out for over a mile at 68 miles per hour. And then we put a flammable lubricant on the wheel. If this isn't gonna cause some sort of flame, this myth is busted.
Carrie's right. Even with the deck loaded,
It's smoking from all over right now.
there was still no sign of a simmer.
It's busted.
Without doubt, it's myth busted. But as the saying goes, there's plenty more fish in the sea.
Maybe there's an even faster fish. Maybe there's a monster fish. Maybe there's some fish out there that is beyond what we know. And that is what we're going to do next. Find a really, really, really fast fish.
Welcome back. Now, all this episode, we have been looking at innovative ways to replace one of your tires if yours goes flat or missing. And we've tried some backward fixes. Those worked out pretty good. That was good. Tried a single manhole cover as a replacement for a tire. We tried a straight rim as a replacement. And they worked pretty good, but we're not gonna leave it there. No, actually, Jamie is interested in what it's like to drive in a car of all 4 rims. I'm interested in what it's like to drive in a car that has all 4 tires replaced by a manhole cover, so get ready for the race-off. You've heard of shirts versus skins? Now it's time for the hole covers versus the rims.
In the one-wheel deal,
Feel that acceleration.
there was little to separate their 2 urban fixes.
That's it. Come on, baby.
So now Jamie in his original car and Adam in a car of his own design,
It's done!
are going head-to-head in a four-wheel fix finale. The goal? To see whose urban solution is superior.
Shall we change these puppies out?
Yeah.
You like my paint job?
You know how I love a good flame pattern. The plan is simple. I'm gonna put 4 steel rims on my car. Adam's gonna put 4 manhole covers on his car, and we're gonna race. We'll just see who does better.
With a winner-takes-all course featuring slaloms, barriers, and bunting,
Oh, that's a proper speedway.
Adam's confident.
This contest is pretty simple. The low rider versus the knife rider. Slicing through the night. I think the outcome's gonna be pretty simple too. I think I, in the flaming car, am gonna smoke the Hoosier.
But Jamie's the man with a plan.
Just like with rubber tires, these steel wheels will lose traction if they break free. So the key to success here is going to be for me to ride the accelerator so that I don't lose traction, but I actually do get up speed.
Jamie's right. This track race is all about traction.
Okay, rims versus manhole covers.
Whoever has more will take the title.
In 3, 2, 1.
And right from the word go,
Oh, he's way ahead of me, come on!
Jamie takes a commanding lead,
Yeah, baby.
while Adam has just a fraction of the traction.
Oh, no!
And although Jamie doesn't have enough control to steer clear of the crash barrier, he is beating Adam hands down.
Well, that didn't go at all like I expected. Not only did I get no traction and couldn't get up to speed, once I did, I had very little control, careened right into the water pyramid. And on the slalom, I'm spinning 360, 720s. I have absolutely no traction with these manhole covers. No! No! As I'm doing this, I'm watching Jamie serenely, like the turtle from that cartoon, slow and steady, making his way unnervingly around all of the slalom cones. And then he goes through the finish line and insouciantly turns around and waits for me.
I won!
Watches me spin out and slowly make my way all the way to the finish line 19 seconds later.
Well, Adam said he was gonna smoke me, but I don't think so. I actually whooped him. I also was really surprised because I thought he had more traction than I did. Turns out he didn't.
Ain't that the truth? The manholes, impeded by their narrow nature, were next to useless.
The rims win.
What did we learn?
Well, I think throughout this whole episode, we've learned that a flat tire does not necessarily incapacitate you. Pretty much every last thing we tried worked to some degree, albeit slowly.
Just goes to show a little ingenuity will take you a long way. Huh?
It sure will. Let's get out of here.
All right, this myth is busted. We went 70 miles an hour, the fastest a fish can go for over a mile, and all we got was smoke.
And that was giving it the best possible chances of it working. But I'm still curious, can you set a reel on fire by just spinning it fast enough? I think it's time we replicate the results.
Well, you know what that means? We need something that goes faster than any fish ever recorded. We need a superfish.
So, back at the runway, it's time for Mythbusters Extreme Fishing Take 2.
So it's my favorite time of the myth, where we replicate the results. We got our boat, we got our reel, we got our line, and we got a really big, fast fish.
My friends, let me present this motorcycle sidecar professional racing rig, otherwise known as Sharkus Maximus.
With a top speed of 200 miles an hour, this road racing sidecar, piloted by pro driver Mike Jones and his counterbalancing assistant, is the real deal. But upping the speed of the fish isn't the only switcheroo.
So far, we have exhausted everything, and we have not been able to get a reel to catch on fire. So we decided to switch to a more flammable lubricant, engine starting fluid. Now, this proved to be the most effective back at the shop. It is basically ether. It is very flammable, has a low ignition temperature. The only problem is it makes you dizzy, and it evaporates quickly. But we're gonna see how this does on our fishing reel.
And with that,
All right, you're all hooked up.
it's time for this finale to shape up or ship out.
Ready to go fishing?
I'm ready.
Is the shark ready? Yeah. All right, here we go. Sharks away in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, putting the drag on.
We're only 120, 245, 300.
Get it on the drag.
We're up to 470, 500, 600,
Oh, my
700. Oh my God. 700 degrees. Whoa! Whoa!
Oh,
Man!
wow.
How much?
We got up to 700 degrees, red hot.
And we broke the line.
We broke the line.
Woo!
Despite the daring duo hitting 140 miles an hour, the reel hitting 700 degrees, and Tori adding close to a cup of ether, there was still no ignition, which leaves just one thing left to try. More speed. And for that, Carrie's taking no chances.
Carrie, don't you think that's a little overkill? Oh my God,
right.
that is
Ready?
hilarious.
Okay, all sprayed, the starter fluid. Let's get our reel on.
In 3, 2, 1, hit it.
Both Racer Mike and his mate, and the temperature of the reel, rocket up.
We got ourselves a big one this time. 95, 100. Holy crap, he is 300. I'm on full drag right now. 200, 380, 400.
This time, the shark's speeding at 180 miles an hour.
600.
But when the temperature passes 700,
Whoa. Oh, this is ridiculous.
the line melts but doesn't ignite.
There is no way this myth is true, but we need to see this thing catch on fire.
Without doubt, they got the hottest reel possible. But that heat within the reel was still not enough to ignite their fuel on the line. So as a last resort, Tori adds one final ingredient, a 1,200-degree flame, and
Ah! Finally! No longer I've been waiting to see a flaming reel.
Now this is Mythbusters Fishing.
finally, there's fire in the hole. But only thanks to a naked flame burning 500 degrees hotter than anything their fish could create.
It wasn't until we introduced an open flame to the reel did we ever see a flaming reel. This one is busted on every level.
In fact, you might say it's busted hook, line, and sinker.
Well, I'd have to say we've tested this one thoroughly.
Yeah, that was a great fishing trip. Should we set sail for home?
Yeah, let's go. You motorboating son of a gun, you.
Oh, you old sailor, you.
Think we're out of gas.
On this episode of Mythbusters, Adam and Jamie are taking silver screen sounds to task.
We want to see whether these things make the same sounds in real life that they do in the movies. Bye-bye.
Yep, are those audio cliches fact or fake? Meanwhile, Carrie, Grant, and Tori cast off for science.
This is below your own sail with the full-size boat.
They're testing the physics thought experiment. Is it possible to blow your own sail?
Come on!
Chaos, mayhem, high sea hijinks, ahoy.
I feel like there might be just a little element of danger here.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
I'm done with science for today.
and Jamie Hyneman.
Way to go there, buddy.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Grant Imahara,
That's why we can never have anything nice.
Tori Belleci,
I'll try not to let you guys down.
and Carrie Byron.
You know, I went to college for this.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. First up, an audio myth that Adam's having nightmares over.
Oh, look at that. Somebody's left me a present. Beautiful.
Looks like I'm gonna have to take care of this myself. Bye-bye.
What was that?
That was our next story.
Really? Because it looked to me like you were trying to kill me.
No. It sounds like I'm trying to kill you.
I don't get it.
Well, our next story is about whether the sounds you hear in the movies are accurate to the real world.
Sounds cool.
Yep, the sounds of Hollywood are being put under the Mythbusters microscope. To give a story suspense, add dramatic punch, or even a real one. Movie makers manipulate, massage, and enrich every single sound effect we hear. But do these audio cliches bear any resemblance to the real thing? To find out, Adam and Jamie have got their ears to the sound.
All right, so if memory serves, the classic movie sound effects we'll be working with are things like the punch, the silencers, and explosions.
And any others we run into along the way.
All right, and the testing seems to be pretty straightforward. We punch something, we use a silencer, we blow something up, and we record those sounds and compare them to what the movies generally represent as those sounds.
Let's start with the punch.
Okay.
Fear not, Adam, there'll be no sobering sequel. Instead, Jamie's reprising the violence of the hams.
I always like to wear rain gear when I carry around my pigs.
Yep, Porky here is stepping up to take one for the team. Again.
Why am I using a pig? I've slapped Adam and he was fine, but if I really hauled off and punched him, he'd probably get hurt, and we can't have that. So we've traditionally used pigs for this kind of thing, like in Cannonball Chaos. And also, forensic pathologists regularly use pigs as the closest available human analog.
Now, clearly, Jamie and I are about to start punching this pig, but in order to compare the sound of our punches to your classic movie punch, we're going to record it. With this, a directional microphone pointed exactly at the point of impact. We will hit the pig, record it on this mic, and we will store it on this computer where we will compare it to this, the sound of a classic movie punch. Right, Jamie, I want you to imagine that you've come home and this pig has emptied your bank account. Go at him. Oh, nice. Did that hurt?
A little bit. I hit my fingers a little wrong.
Considering his hand was unprotected, Jamie gave it all he could. But the sound wasn't exactly silver screen superhero.
Piece of me. We're gonna get hurt if we keep doing it like this.
To avoid hurting themselves, they have to pull their punches, limiting the power they can put into them. And the audio recording reflects their less than action hero efforts.
All right, and for comparison, here's the movie punch. There's no equivalency at all.
Which leaves the myth reeling, but not yet knocked out.
Get another use for duct tape.
Next, they're going to add a little action movie oomph to try and get a more Hollywood-style sound.
Ow.
And with his makeshift boxing glove, Jamie will be able to throw a full-blooded right hook. But despite pounding the pork appreciably harder, it's clear the audio still doesn't match up.
It's still nowhere near.
No.
But they're not done yet. Adam's dreaming up a right hook delivery system that's guaranteed to pack an action movie punch. Next up, Carrie, Grant, and Tori set sail for a physics thought experiment.
All right, so what's the next myth?
No, this is all wrong. Somehow this seems totally inappropriate to tell you about this myth. I can fix this. Come here, follow me.
Ah, this seems like a bad idea.
You know what happened the last time?
Yep, I still can't sit down.
Okay, now this is what I'm talking about.
So can you tell us what we're doing out here?
Yeah, what are we testing the myth that if we take Grant sailing, he's gonna throw up?
No, but we're actually doing a sailing myth, so I figured why would we be in the blueprint room when we could be out here?
All right, well, can we get on with it? Because this is a ticking time bomb.
Okay, well, our next myth is actually this year's plane on a conveyor belt. It's called Blow Your Own Sail.
That's the one that if you have a windless day, if you take a giant fan and blow it into your sail, you can actually start sailing.
Exactly, but fans say it might not work.
Right, because of Newtonian physics.
All right, well, I think we need to get to the bottom of this one.
Or get sick trying.
Speak for yourself, landlubber.
It's a classic physics fable. Becalmed in the doldrums, our hero pulls out a fan, whips up a wind, and hey presto, she's blowing her own sail. But do Newton's laws really mean this myth is dead in the water? What happens if you take this physics thought experiment into the real world?
Okay, it's not because I'm prone to getting seasick, but shouldn't we go back to the shop and do some small-scale experiment?
What? Why? I mean, we're here now. Let's just put a fan on here and go for it.
Well, the problem is it's not a windless day. We won't know if we're sailing because of our fan or because of a change in the wind.
He's got a good point. All right, why don't we go back to the shop, do some small-scale tests, get some miniature sailboats and some miniature fans, and find out exactly what's happening before we go full scale.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Grant is looking a little green, isn't he?
So to avoid Grant's nautical nausea, it's back to terra firma, where the goal is getting to grips with the underlying science of the story.
So this myth is essentially about Newton's laws, and specifically his first law, which states that an object will remain in its current state of motion unless acted upon by an external force. Now in our case, the object is the boat. Current state of motion, at rest. The external force, the wind, acts upon the boat and causes it to move along. Now, in the case of our sailor, if this person were able to generate the wind while sitting on the boat, it's no longer an external force, they're internal, in the same frame of reference. So when they blow on it, theoretically, the boat won't move.
And worryingly for the myth, it's not just Newton's first law making movement unlikely.
So there is another Newtonian principle, that is the third law of motion, which says that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So therefore, if the fan is blowing wind into the sail, it's also pushing the fan backwards. If this is true, these two forces are gonna cancel each other out, and this boat's not gonna go anywhere. It's just gonna stall.
So with two of Newton's laws lining up to sink this seagoing saga, the team prepares for a proof of concept test. One that will put the scientific theory into practice. And while Carrie makes a raft on wheels, Tori stays high and dry on a fake blue sea. Because although this myth is all about boats, there's no need to get wet yet.
Now, obviously, we could test it on water, but water poses a couple of problems. One, it takes a lot of force to get the boat to move through the water. 0.44 pounds to be exact. Plus, getting the boat to move straight in the water is gonna be another problem we have to overcome. But I have a solution for both of those. Instead of using the boat and water, we're gonna use this cart with wheels on this flat piece of acrylic. That way, the cart will go straight and we're gonna reduce the amount of friction. It only takes 0.24 pounds of force to move this car. This is going to be perfect.
Over the years, the Mythbusters have tackled a heap of Hollywood tall tales. Until now, the myths have been based upon the tendency of movie makers to suspend reality with physics-defying visual effects. But this time, Adam and Jamie are hot on the oral trail. And to find out if a big screen punch sounds anything like the real thing, Adam's upping the ante.
As I really don't want to hurt this anymore by punching this poor pig, I'm going to make a fist punching analog. Not a machine, it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to be a combination of this and a combination of that. Here we go.
The ballistics gel fist will provide an accurate sounding skin-on-skin contact, and the leverage of the bat will ensure Adam gets a good solid hit.
I think it's ready.
But this is it. If Adam can't get the sound of a big screen knockdown, this myth is down and out.
You ready, pig? Are you ready? I'm ready.
That was nice.
Let's listen.
To the naked ear, it was a marked improvement. But let's get an objective comparison.
That was pretty good. All right, let's listen to the movie sound. There's no comparison.
If the myth was on the ropes before, it's down for the count now. But if the movie effect isn't a recording of a real punch, what exactly is it?
We need to talk to an expert.
I think we do. Where are we gonna find one?
With a resume that includes a heap of Tim Burton blockbusters, Steve knows exactly how to pack a Hollywood punch.
Why doesn't our best punch sound like this?
You have a punch that sounds like punching a face. The Hollywood one is not about that. It's about drama. It's about selling the story. You might add a whoosh of something like this, a pipe or a dowel.
All right.
Just a little bit of that leading into the punch is going to give you that sense of the fist really moving fast. I noticed that you had the really good slap sound, but you might want to have a little bit of chest kind of like low end to it. You can either just a little bit of that can give you that sense of kind of a skull underneath that face slap that you got.
Yeah.
What else?
You might want to hear the sound of a skull cracking.
Wow.
Walnuts. I love it.
So those are the individual elements that go to make up a Hollywood punch. And by layering them, you get a result that's rich in texture and depth.
Let's take our best punch at the pig. All right, now Steve said it needed some low end. Let's take one of Steve's chest hits. Now he said it needed a whoosh. Let's take one of the swings he made of that little pipe. And then finally, let's add in some bone-cracking walnut sounds and play them all together and see what we get. It's pretty good, huh?
Yep, but it doesn't change the result. Punch sound effects are Hollywood fiction, and the myth is busted.
There's another sound I've always wondered about. When Jamie cocks the pistol with the silencer, I'm wondering how realistic that sound is.
Cary, Grant, and Tori are tackling a maritime myth that contradicts the father of physics. Can you move your boat by blowing your own sail? To find out, they're setting up a small-scale proof of concept.
Okay, the next step is the fan. So I got a whole bunch of little desk fans. I'm gonna see if any of them are gonna work for this experiment. When I turn them on and put them on here, it should push the little car backwards.
Cary needs to find a fan
Okay, you're not gonna work?
with a power-to-weight ratio
Nope,
that will make the raft move.
I think it's too heavy.
The desk fans are just too feeble, so Cary goes for broke with a model airplane propeller.
Okay, ready? That ought to work.
Meanwhile, Grant has a small-scale sail up his sleeve. And after he rigs it to the raft, the guys are all set to clear up the fan site controversy. Wow! When you blow your own sail, will you stall as the Newtonian advocates predict, or sail off into the sunset?
All right, now it's time to replicate the myth in small scale. We have our fan attached to our raft, which is going to be blowing into the sail that's attached to the raft. Now, according to Newton's third law of motion, these two forces should cancel each other out, and this boat is gonna stall.
So just like in the myth, the wind source is on the boat.
Blow your own sail.
Here we go.
All right.
That's great. All right, looks like Newton's laws are canceling out cartoon laws.
Yep, and here's how. If you do a test without the sail, using just the fan, you can see there's enough thrust to move the boat backwards. But put a sail in the way, and that backwards thrust is canceled out by the equal and opposite force pushing the boat forward. The boat stalls, and the myth is busted. Or is it? Because our intrepid trio aren't giving up so easily.
All right, Sir Isaac Newton, you're probably not watching the show because, let's face it, you're not alive anymore. But just because we can't break your laws doesn't mean we're gonna stop here.
Okay, next up is actually one of my favorite sounds in movies, is the sound of an automatic pistol whose slide is being racked. And it sounds like, to my mind, the classic sound. Now, is that really the way a gun sounds?
We actually do use real guns now. Way back when in early movies, a lot of the sound people were coming out of radio play. And so they had a whole setup, a table of ratchets and things like that. They could have had guns, but maybe what you were hearing is some kind of ratchet mechanism that they were doing really quickly. Now with digital technology, we can record all these guns. We can keep them on a hard drive in a library and access the exact real thing whenever we need it.
So let's make the all-important comparison recording.
Let me record this here. That sounds pretty good.
And now here's the movie version.
That's not bad.
None of the punches that we made sounded much like the classic movie punch at all. But when it comes to pistols, as far as I can see, there's no need to fake it when you can use the real thing.
So that's one for Hollywood. With vast digital libraries to access, designers like Steve do actually use the sound of real gun mechanisms. Big or small.
Okay, I want everybody to get on the ground. This is a robbery. A robbery.
What do we have next?
Well, as you know, the rattlesnake, venomous rattlesnake, and its iconic warning rattle are completely endemic to the American Western. And what I want to know is the sound we're accustomed to hearing from the rattlesnake actually a real rattlesnake sound?
Well, this isn't a rattler, this is a Madagascar tree boa.
You are such a buzzkill. She likes you.
Yeah, I like her. Anybody that's seen a Western knows the sound that a rattlesnake makes. But is that actually the sound? Or is that a movie construct? So we're gonna have to get ourselves a real rattlesnake and see what they sound like. So Owen, are we gonna be able to get him to rattle without freaking him out?
Well, this is Big Bob, and just try stopping him.
Really?
Yeah.
He likes to rattle.
He likes to talk.
This is Big Bob, and this is the classic movie sound effect of a rattlesnake. What we want to know is how much like that does Big Bob sound? Shall we record this guy?
I think so.
Here we go. Let's go for it. Awesome.
There we go.
That sounded pretty good, but let's get an objective assessment.
All right. Let's start with the movie rattlesnake. Go. And now here's Big Bob. That is dead on. Look, in the olden days of radio and the early days of film, it's very possible, given that soundmen didn't want to have rattlesnakes in the studio, that they would use sounds for rattlesnakes like this. Or this. But now that everything's digital and portable, every rattlesnake you hear is pretty much the real thing.
That's the same sound.
Absolutely clear that they used real rattlesnakes to make rattlesnake sounds in films.
I think so.
Confirmed!
While I've got Bob here, there's one other myth that I can dispel about rattlesnakes, and that is that you can tell the age of a rattlesnake by the number of rattles on his tail. Fact is, you can't. You can't tell how old they are just by looking at them.
Well, shall we move on to some other adventure?
Why not?
All right, Bob. Catch you later.
Nice work.
So far in Blow Your Own Sail, there are no flaws in Newton's laws. The forward thrust captured by the sail has an equal and opposite force pushing backwards, leaving the boat grounded. But it's not over yet. The team thinks that tweaking the variables might get things moving.
So we're gonna do all sorts of experiments. We're gonna try different sails, we're gonna try different winds, and we're gonna see if we can actually blow your own sail.
Yep, with the fan, sail, and boat all in proportion, everything is canceled out. So they're starting by making their small-scale sail smaller.
Now, you're probably asking yourself, why are you guys testing a small sail? But if you look to the graphic, you'll see what I think is gonna happen. I think that the wind is gonna actually get around the small sail and push the sailboat backwards.
Now, given what we've seen so far, it may seem surprising to you that we think the boat is going to travel backwards. Now, there's a lot of thrust coming off of this prop. If the size of the sail is small compared to the source of the wind, you may get some of that thrust escaping around the edges of the sail, giving us a net thrust pushing the boat backwards.
Please don't laugh at the size of my sail.
It's cute.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, look at that. It cancels itself out.
All right, you know what? Should we turn up the speed?
Sure.
Yeah, let's try it, see what happens.
That was backwards.
It seems if the sail contains all of the fan's thrust, the boat is marooned. But tweak the sail size and fan speed, and you start moving. However, they're heading in the wrong direction. To reverse that, maybe they need to go bigger.
For the next test, we've stepped up the size of the sail. But to do that, we also had to raise the fan so that the airstream hits right into the center of our sail. Hopefully, this will propel the boat.
Ready when you are.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's not going forward at all. The forces are still canceling each other out.
Can you dial it up?
Going to 100%.
Whoa, that's looking scary.
It's starting to go. It's starting to go.
Faster. Moving forward. Hey! With faster wind speeds, you can blow your own sail.
All right, look, I'm not a sailor and I'm not an aeronautical engineer, but this is what I think is happening. So, the fan provides a certain amount of thrust that blows into the sail. The sail, in turn, can only absorb so much of that thrust. The rest of it gets reflected back, leaving us with a net thrust vector, causing the boat to go forward.
Yep, the reflection means the sum of the total thrust is in a forward direction.
So you just need a lot more wind.
A lot more.
What is the most wind we can produce? What's the biggest fan we can use?
Jet engine.
Yeah, that
Now
would
you're
be
talking.
awesome. What a great proof of concept, though.
Concept proven. Now, to up the ante with more power. Jet engine power. Carrie, Grant, and Tori have found that with enough puff and a big enough sail, it is possible to blow your own sail.
More power!
But their little toy raft didn't move very fast. To nail this seagoing saga in the small scale, the team feel the need for more speed.
So we are moving on to a jet cap model turbine engine. This thing can make a model plane fly at 250 miles an hour. It puts out 17.5 pounds of thrust. This is gonna give us the wind speeds that we need. But first, what I need to do is mount this engine to our longboard skateboard. And the reason why we're using a longboard skateboard is because this thing puts out so much heat. We gotta keep our sail away from the source.
And speaking of heat,
So one of the problems with upgrading our source of thrust to a jet engine is that the exhaust gases can be in excess of 600 degrees Celsius. Now this is silk. This is the ideal material we found for our small scale experiment. The only problem with silk is that when you expose it to flame, this happens.
So while Grant looks into flame-resistant sail materials, Tori gets busy with the sailboard build. Just like before, they'll be on land using wheels rather than on water in a boat.
It's kind of fitting that we're using this jet engine, because a long time ago, I actually built a jet engine out of a vacuum cleaner motor. It didn't have much thrust. I mean, it practically had no thrust at all. But it's kind of cool to actually use a real jet engine for an experiment.
With the baby engine on board, it's over to Grant.
Okay, so this is flame-resistant material. This is a 6061 aluminum frame, which has a melting temperature above that of the jet exhaust. This is the kind of sail you're gonna need if you're gonna use a jet engine to blow yourself along.
The jet-powered sailboard is done. Now to give it a run. There are not many places you can fire off a mini jet engine, but a creepy, abandoned naval base is one.
This thing looks dangerous.
Yeah, I think we need to ride it before we test. What do you think?
Ride a jet-powered skateboard.
Yeah, are you guys dying to do it?
Not really, but I would enjoy another decade of watching you fall off this thing in slow motion. It worked for the bicycle.
Coming up this Christmas, Tori's jetpack skateboard. They're totally safe.
Before Tori attempts this stunt, I would like to just say for the record, before the high speed of him falling in some horrific way, I think this is a very bad idea.
So before we start doing the experiment, I want to test this engine. So I've turned the engine around, that way I can ride it and I won't burn my butt.
Unfortunately for Tori, our health insurance actually covers a full body cast.
Kind of getting nervous, I don't know why.
So if anything untoward should happen, he'll be covered.
What could possibly go wrong? I got a jet engine strapped to the skateboard.
All right, firing it up. Medic standing by. Somebody dial 911.
On his jet-powered skateboard is Tori about to take a trip to the future or a trip back to the ER.
Oh my God, it works! Every kid's gonna want one of these for Christmas.
Now, that was a good test. I mean, what that tells me is that the jet engine, which, mind you, is only this big, provides enough thrust to carry Tori, who weighs 175 pounds, on top of the skateboard. Now, if we replace Tori with the sail, I think we're gonna have plenty of thrust for our experiment.
Now, proving the concept of this myth wasn't enough for us. I mean, we had a small scale, and we proved that wind could push our sail. But the point of this is you need to escape the doldrums. So to do that, you need adequate speed. And I think this jet engine is gonna give us adequate speed.
All right, this is extreme blow your own sail.
Do it.
Oh, I love this sound.
That worked perfectly. The jet engine was powerful enough to overcome the canceling forces, and we got our sailboat to move forward.
Hey, we did it! We blew our own sail! Nice!
So initially, when we started out testing this myth, it was with a very small boat on top of a table. And this is what we do. We step things up each time, and we've gone to a jet-powered skateboard with a fireproof sail. And I've got to say, this is great, because what this says is that each time it's been possible to blow your own sail. Now we just got to go up to the big thing, the real thing, the boat.
Next step's gonna be fun.
Full scale, baby.
And back at the shop, they've taken delivery of just the thing, a boat with a built-in fan.
So we are gonna take this myth full scale, and this is the boat we are gonna use. It is a shallow water spider swamp boat, and this thing comes with a fan, which is attached to a 40 horsepower engine that's capable of putting out 200 pounds of thrust. We're gonna take this fan, flip it around, put up a mast, put up a sail, and see if we can blow our own sail.
It was dragging me. It was actually pulling me off my feet. I think this is gonna do it.
With Grant measuring wind speeds of 63 miles per hour, this puppy is clearly powerful enough. Which means it's time to take delivery of the sail and get busy with the rigging.
Okay, now that we have the sail, it's time to erect the mast. Now we're making it out of aluminum because it's lightweight and has a really high tensile strength. But we're making a removable base completely out of steel. We want to clamp onto the boat instead of drilling or welding because it's a borrowed boat and it's gorgeous.
Against all odds, our team of landlubbers has built and rigged its own square sail from scratch.
Faster, go faster. Woo!
Ready to blow your sail?
Yeah, I don't have enough wind.
To find out if it'll go when the fan blows, it's time to take this test down to the waterline.
We found ourselves a lake that's completely isolated, so we have no current and no wind. This should be the perfect place to experiment.
And the perfect place for a pre-test joyride. With the throttle full on, the team thrashes around, getting their bearings and getting a feel for the swamp boat's fan-powered thrust. It handles beautifully.
Love it.
But will it sail? The next classic Hollywood sound effect to get the Mythbusters treatment is the gun silencer. And down at the South San Francisco Police Department shooting range, the boys mean business. Cue Meyer Sound's senior audio scientist, Dr. Roger Schwenke. With several previous appearances on the show, he gets the much sought-after title of Honorary Mythbuster.
Stir the pot, baby.
And today, he's brought along his laboratory-grade recording and analysis equipment.
We want to see whether these things actually make the same sounds in real life that they do in the movies, or do they make any sound at all? How do these silencers work? Well, they're kind of like mufflers on cars. They've got a series of baffles in them that sort of slow down and redirect the gases that are passing through and absorb a lot of the energy and the sound. It's kind of like opening a champagne bottle. If you pop that cork really quickly, you get quite a pop. If you do it really slowly and gently, all you get is a hiss.
That's how silencers silence. But outside a movie theater, what exactly are they used for?
Look, we would be remiss if we didn't explain that this is not an assassin's tool. Actually, military and law enforcement love suppressors for 4 main reasons. The extra weight out at the front of the gun actually reduces both muzzle lift and the recoil of the gun, making it easier to aim and stay on target. It does actually reduce the sound and the concussion, the blast of the bullet, and it also reduces the muzzle flash to 0, all of which makes this a safer and easier weapon to use.
Right, let's get down to testing. First up, Adam and Jamie take aim at a baseline.
First, we are going to fire an unmodified pistol at the target.
And 3, 2, 1.
Then we're going to put a silencer on that gun and shoot again at the target and compare the silenced round sound to the original gun sound and to the movie sound effect of a silencer. I'm holding a silenced pistol. It's just as cool as you think it is.
Now for the suppressor. Is the movie version anything like reality?
Thank you.
Do silencers work as well in real life as they do on film?
That's nice.
That was pretty cool. That seemed a lot quieter than I thought it would.
And Jamie's 9mm pistol is equally surprising. It's an impressive improvement, but for analysis, let's hear from our expert acoustician. First, decibels, a measure of the intensity of the sound pressure.
So we go from 161 and then suppressed we go down to 128. That's a big change. That goes from dangerous to your hearing to safe.
But it's not just the power. The texture and time signature of the sound is also altered.
There's a very sharp, loud impulse. Then when you put the suppressor on, the initial sound is spread out more in time.
Wow. Can we hear him?
Here's the unsuppressed.
Okay, now let's hear suppressed.
Yeah, that tells the story.
And it's a story worth hearing again. A story with a surprise ending.
I swear, I went into this one thinking this would be completely busted. I'm kind of blown away.
But what about the all-important movie version? How does that stack up?
Can we hear the Hollywood sound?
Yeah, sure.
Dude, that is far out.
Far out indeed. But although it's not quite identical, the real-life suppressor does reduce the volume of the gunshot to Hollywood levels. And that's enough to impress Adam. A lot.
One of the most common questions we get is, are we surprised by the results that we come up with on the show? Today, monstrously surprised. I arrived at work this morning expecting that we would completely bust the myth that you could possibly suppress the sound of a bullet anywhere close to what the movies would lead you to believe. And I leave today being a convert to the idea this thing is totally plausible. The only reason I'm not calling it confirmed is because instead of a cue sound like they do in the movies, I'm shooting my cameraman's knees out here, it's more like a sound. But that is picking nits as far as I'm concerned. This is astonishing.
Do silencers actually suppress the sound of a bullet as much as they seem to in the movies, and specifically make that sound?
Well, actually, they come pretty darn close, don't they?
They do. We got to call this one plausible.
Yep.
I'm amazed. Nice shooting, Tex.
You too.
Okay, so here's the plan. We've got our full-size fan boat and our full-size sail. We'll get out on the water and try it first in its regular configuration with the fan facing backward. And we'll turn it on and hopefully go forward. Then, we're going to flip the fan around, raise the sail.
All right, we're in.
And see if you can actually blow your own sail.
There she blows!
So first up, with the fan pointing backwards, Carrie and Grant will do a straight line speed test. That way, when they get the sail up and face the fan forwards, they'll have a reference for their performance.
How do you feel about calling this the Queen Airy?
She may have a name, but the Queen Airy is not off to the best of starts.
I think we're in a bit of a predicament here.
The weight of the sail is making it very tricky to maneuver.
You guys are going 0 miles an hour.
But despite Tori's encouragement,
looks like these islands are boat magnets.
Grant and Carrie do finally get into position.
The first test up is the fan in the right configuration, the sail down. I'm gonna get in the chase boat, have them drive towards me, and I'm gonna check their speed with the radar gun. They're so jealous of my boat. They don't want to race. They don't want me to open up my motor. Look at the, pink fan, good one.
Okay, you ready?
All right, this is the first test. Fan facing backwards, sail down, speed test. Here we go.
Now, if you asked me when we were in the shop, when we first turned on the swamp boat, and Grant took out the anemometer and got 60 miles an hour standing behind the fan, I would have said that blow your own sailboat was going to, boom, blast across the water. But now that we've done a test with the mast on, even with the sail down, it really slowed down the boat. I think we're gonna get some movement, but it's gonna be slight.
How fast were we?
20 miles an hour. That was a good test. Let's flip the fan around and put the sail up and see how fast we go when we blow our own sail.
Oop.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori are preparing to flip the fan and raise the sail for a physics-defying finale. They're about to find out, with a real boat on real water, if it's possible to really blow your own sail. But plain sailing, it's not.
I feel like there might be just a little element of danger here.
Hope that holds.
I mean, the swamp boat is not meant to have the fan backwards, and it's definitely not meant to have this giant lumbering sail on it.
How's your line of sight?
I think we might actually have a little danger of tipping. I just really don't want to get wet today.
All right, you guys ready to raise the sail?
Raise the mainsail! Trim the jib job!
I'm trimming as fast as I can!
Now, in order for this myth to be confirmed, what we're looking for is forward movement due to the fan blowing into the sail. Not drifting, not just poking along. We're actually talking about directed forward movement. You get that? I'm looking at confirmed.
Okay, I think that looks parallel.
So what we're also interested in is the comparison of the speed of the fan blowing into the sail versus the fan pointed backwards.
All right, you guys ready?
Will we get improvement? Probably not. The target that we're looking at is 20 miles an hour. If we get even a quarter of that, 5 miles an hour, I would be very, very impressed.
Happy sailing!
Now, one might ask how I feel piloting our feat of naval engineering here, combining two things essentially that should not go together. My answer is that really there's no piloting involved. We turn this thing on, it either goes forward or it doesn't move at all.
Or, and it's a very real possibility, the shallow bottom boat with its top-heavy sail goes bottom up.
Okay, we're in.
We have no idea what can go wrong. I mean, the mast could blow off, the boat could flip over, they might get sucked into the fan and chopped up into little pieces. Hey, good sailing. Good luck.
Was that about being sucked into the fan?
Chopped into little pieces?
They're off. Tori and the support vehicle tows them out to open water. With plenty of space, no major winds or currents, it's the perfect location for a spot of scientific sailing.
All right, you ready to do this?
Ready.
Okay, here we go. This is blow your own sail with the full-size boat.
I gotta tell you, the funniest part about this whole experiment is when we first turned on that fan and the boat just started to spin and dip down in one direction. Grant and I both were super wide-eyed because we thought we were going over.
They're wildly out of control. There's no forward movement, just a whole lot of spinning and crashing.
So when we first started and I gunned it, we started turning in a circle and I was like, this is it, that's it, we're going in the water. But I turned it down and we tried it again, and actually what I found was, yeah, it's moving forward. You keep vectoring the fan, if you keep that thrust at the sail, you can actually get it to go forward. And you have to stay on it. You can't just set it and forget it. You have to keep working it, but eventually you do get to go forward.
There she goes! Look at it, they're going forward! We blew our own sail! It's working!
By ramping it up Mythbusters style, the team has seemingly contradicted Newtonian physics. It's working. They're blowing their own sail.
Now this was nuts. We only got 3 miles an hour, but we actually got movement. We got forward movement, and we were able to steer by pointing the wind into different parts of the sail. I have to say, this is a successful day.
3 miles an hour!
No doubt they'd go a lot faster with the fan facing backwards and no sail. But that's not the point. The myth asks, can you power a sailboat with your own fan? And you can.
Now, I don't know exactly what's going on because apparently we're flying in the face of Newton's laws, but here's what I think is happening. We have a significant amount of thrust coming out of this fan. It's hitting the sail. The sail can only push so much. The rest of that thrust gets reflected back, giving us a net thrust, pushing us in the forward direction.
And forward in both directions. Because to prove that real wind wasn't a factor, Grant and Carrie sail both ways.
Dude, that was awesome! I cannot believe it. We blew our own sail.
This one is totally confirmed.
Totally confirmed. I mean, this thing went forward with the wind from our own fan.
Confirmed! All right, here we go.
Let's go for a ride! Blow your own sail confirmed!
You may remember in the opening sequence, Adam and Jamie set off a Hollywood-style explosive fireball.
Bye-bye.
But despite having plenty, the guys didn't blow up the car just for fun. It was part of the test to find out whether the ubiquitous explosive sound effect you hear in the movies is anything like the real thing. So first up, let's show you the ingredients of a typical silver screen Big Bang.
2 gallons of gasoline ringed in some det cord and stuck in the front seat. That's how Hollywood makes its spectacular fireball explosions.
But what do they really sound like?
Bye-bye. It's quite a difference, huh?
Much like the punch, the movie version has a lot more texture and depth. Quite simply, it's more dramatic than the real thing.
How did the waveforms compare?
They're clearly very different. The gas explosion we just did had a very sudden onset, and the energy is concentrated in a very narrow range of low frequencies. Whereas the classic movie explosion has a much slower onset, and the energy is over a much wider range of frequencies, and it lasts for a much, much longer time. It's a very different sound.
Which sounds like a busted myth. But the guys aren't done yet. They're not getting bogged down with just one big boom. If the sound of a gasoline-fueled fireball doesn't match the movies, maybe a real high explosive will. Cue our old friend, C4.
Now we're gonna blow this car up for realsies and check out how that sounds. We're also going to commensurately check how it looks, because, you know, that's just like an ancillary benefit.
All right, here we go.
2.2 pounds of C4 in 3, 2, 1. Oh! Kaboom! That was a good, solid thud.
Kind of makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, don't it?
It does.
A good, solid thud. But once again, it's clearly a completely different sound to the sound effect.
I'm looking at the top, the movie explosion, and I'm seeing this big, wide bandwidth of sound, and I see the C4, and I see nothing like that. I see one sharp impulse, a little bit of surrounding noise, but nowhere near the depth and the range of the movie explosion. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think that one's busted.
Yep, the contrast between the real explosions and the film sound effect is as clear as a bell. And that leaves this final movie myth about as busted as the car.
Let's get out of here before our shoes get all dirty.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
We expected something and something happened.
Adam and Jamie have a movie myth they were born for. Can a gas leak and a magazine in a toaster
But in a little bit, it's not going to be very happy in here.
make a room go kaboom?
I love running for safety.
Then,
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Cary Grant and Tori tackle the tall tale of blue ice.
That is incredible!
Can the contents of an airplane's toilet really fall from the sky
That thing is hauling.
in one frozen chunk?
This is an awesome day.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
Am I really that ugly?
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Grant Imahara, Carrie Byron,
Time to wreck this car.
and Tori Belleci.
We survived.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Have you seen the Bourne Supremacy?
I love that movie. I love the whole Bourne trilogy. Have you got a myth from Supremacy we can test?
There's a scene where Bourne broke into an apartment and he knows the bad guys are coming, so he has to make an escape. What he does is he breaks the gas line where it goes into the stove to let the gas flow. He grabs a magazine, shoves it in the toaster, sets the toaster on, and 20 seconds later, when the magazine sets on fire, the whole apartment blows up. And so Bourne makes his escape.
That's like perfect for us to test.
I think I have a pretty good idea where we should start.
Okay, but before you tell me, I actually want to demonstrate how much I love the Bourne movies. You know, I collect movie props. This is actually Jason Bourne's red bag from the Bourne Identity in the wastebasket from the Swiss bank. Not only that, it's actually full of all of the props that were actually in that bag in the film. All his trinkets and even his stunt pistol. It's made of rubber. Isn't that cool?
We need to find out whether a magazine would actually set on fire when it's put in a toaster.
Okay.
There are 3 ingredients to this Bourne-style getaway: the toaster, the magazine, and the natural gas. And first in the mix are 1 and 2. How long does it take to toast a magazine?
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
The guys start the clock using a magazine like the one in the movie and a toaster rigged to stay on.
You know, in the movie, it was already on fire at this point.
As it turns out, toasting a magazine takes a little longer than the 20 seconds of the film.
Oh, 3 minutes over schedule. I think we're really close.
In fact, it takes over 12 minutes before they get ignition.
Hey, we got fire! Ta-da! Remember, kids, we're professionals. So, reality is 12 minutes versus the movie's 25 some odd seconds. Hey, we got fire! What do you think?
Well, what I think is that this magazine is a worst case scenario because look how thick those pages are. And magazines are all different shapes and sizes.
So you think we should try a whole bunch of different kinds of magazines and see if they have different rates at which they catch on fire?
Exactly.
I love it. Let's do it. Lots of toasters now.
It's clear the real-world magazine doesn't light up like its movie counterpart. So now the Mythbusters are on the trail of a best-case scenario.
In order to cover our bases here and working up the theory that different types of magazines composed of different kinds of paper are going to catch a light at different rates, we're about to put a half dozen of them to the test. Everything from our original magazine to something much harder to catch on fire, comic book, something that'll probably catch on fire in like seconds. We're gonna put 1 in each of these toasters, start this timer, and log how long each of them takes to catch a light. What could be more fun?
Well, with the 6 magazines in place, let the char grilling challenge commence.
We're experimentally doing something that should just never, ever be done. I like that.
No. Flame.
Number 3, 1 minute, 40 seconds.
This time around, it seems the contenders are a little quicker to toast.
It's 2:20.
Yep. Here we go.
Number 4, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Oh, number 1, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's listen for that sound.
There we go.
There it is. 4 minutes, 36 seconds.
And finally, bringing up the rear,
there it is
the original magazine at 12 minutes.
As we suspected, it does make a difference what kind of magazine is stuffed in the toaster. The best case scenario is something that amounts to common newsprint, but even that took about 3 times as long as what it did in the movie. Interesting.
So it's clear that even with the best case scenario magazine, toaster ignition takes a lot longer than the 20 seconds it took Bourne. And now to test the next ingredient of this explosive combination, the methane.
Now, methane here is a natural gas, and it's most of what comes out of your stove at home to cook with. It's a flammable gas, but it's not flammable on its own. It actually requires a certain amount of oxygen out of the air in order to burn. How much oxygen? Well, that actually turns out to be a very particular relationship. The relationship of oxygen to flammable gas is called stoichiometry.
To create fire, it takes heat, fuel, and oxygen. And when it comes to flammable gases, the amount of fuel to oxygen is a complex relationship called stoichiometry. Too much fuel or too little, and there'll be nothing close to a flame. But get the perfect mixture, and you get an explosion. Now, according to the movie, it took Bourne 20 seconds to get that explosive ratio of air to gas just right. So now the Mythbusters are dialing in to find out exactly what it is.
We know that if we're going to get methane to burn, we need a ratio of between 6 and 17% fuel to air. The ideal range is about 9% methane and the rest air. What we don't know is what that actually means. Does that mean if we are a little off, we get sort of a woof, but if we get right at the 9%, we're getting a real strong bang? Before we go full scale, we want to really know what we're doing. So what we've done is make a 10-inch by 10-inch by 10-inch cubic box, and that'll allow us to really easily dial in on these ratios to see what it means.
And while Jamie is boxing, Adam has the ratios in the bag.
One of the ratios I want to play with is 9% flammable gas to air. This bag holds 9% of the volume of this chamber. I will fill it with gas. I will then hook it up to the chamber, open up both of the valves, press the gas into the chamber. I'll be displacing air that comes out of this little hole right here. Seal it up, walk away, ignite it with a neon transformer, and see what happens.
Adam's bags will help the guys zone in on exactly what ratio of methane to air is explosive. And speaking of methane,
so that we can ignite this thing safely, we're going to remotely turn on this neon transformer that'll create a high voltage spark inside the methane chamber. And here we'll be able to vary the methane concentrations, ignite it, and see what we get.
First up, a test at the very bottom of the stoichiometric zone, 6%.
We're good.
Okay, 6%. In 3, 2, 1.
We expected something and something happened. Our frangible box separated just as we hoped it would, and it's actually kind of a little bit of a... I was expecting a little more from an explosion, and I'm interested to see if our optimal stoichiometric ratio gives us that.
Me too.
Well, let's set it up.
Okay.
6% is explosive, but what if Bourne achieved the optimal ratio of 9% methane to air?
9% in 3, 2, 1. Well, that was more energetic.
9% was definitely more energetic. But for Adam, the surprising thing is that at both ratios, they scored the mythical explosion they're looking for.
This is awesome. We think that 6% means we'll see a small pop, 9% means we'll see a big pop. In this case, that's not the case. And that actually makes it look better for this myth. If we're getting a pop at the very lowest end of the stoichiometric range, that's making Bourne's use of this as a diversion technique more feasible. I'm not saying it's probable, but it's making it look more feasible.
You're looking excited.
That's because we have a myth that's spectacular, gross, and challenging all wrapped up into one.
What's the story?
It's the one where the pilot jettisons the contents of an airplane toilet, which promptly freezes at altitude and turns into a deadly projectile.
Ah, you're talking about the myth of blue ice.
Exactly.
When mysterious substances of suspect origin fall from the sky, urban myths are sure to follow. And the conspiracy theory that has the message boards in a spin is the infamous blue ice. And here's how it happens. On a bright sunny day, a passing pilot supposedly jettisons the contents of the toilet's tank. And apparently at high altitudes, the sub-zero temperatures freeze the liquid into a damaging and disgusting missile.
All right, we know a little bit about airplane toilets because we did a myth on them. We know for a fact you can't get sucked into them if you're sitting down.
And we know the reason why it's blue is because they use that chemical to cover the smell.
But what we don't know is, what happens to the waste?
Yeah, can you actually eject the contents in midair?
I guess this is where we start.
So first up, Carrie hits Stockton Airport to find out when and how a pilot dumps his waste.
So you're an airplane technician. What do you think of our old blue ice myth?
Well, Carrie, as you can see from this cockpit, there are thousands of buttons and switches, of which none are labeled dump the toilet.
Which is bad news for the myth. But if the pilot can't jettison the John mid-flight, is there any way the liquid blue waste can escape?
Failure of components.
So there could be a mechanical problem that causes blue ice instead of the pilot.
Yes. Like with most systems on an airplane, there are redundancies, and with the lab, it's no different.
Yep, there are 3 fail-safes that have to be breached in order for the liquid to leak. The dump valve on the holding tank, and 2 watertight seals leading to the exterior of the fuselage. If all 3 of those components fail, that's a problem. And to get a closer look, it's that toilet tour Carrie's been waiting for.
So I noticed that there's a sign that says don't throw any foreign bodies into the toilet. If something hard had been thrown in there, like a cell phone, is it possible that that could create a leak?
Totally. That's very important. Any hard object gets lodged up against this seal, it's going to leak.
So if the dump valve seal was compromised, wastewater would flood the pipe, pushing up against the remaining 2 valves.
This is the forward lav access door.
So that leads right up into the toilet.
That's correct.
And it's here on the fuselage that we find those final watertight seals. But could they both fail? And if so, would it lead to a slow leak or a large-scale dump?
It's not likely. Is it possible? Absolutely. Multiple components that fail, leading to a problem.
This myth is looking good.
Yes, my baby.
All right, Carrie, so how did it go?
Well, part of this myth isn't looking good. There's no way for the pilot to jettison the contents of a toilet.
True, but that doesn't rule out ice falling off the plane.
That's right, there's still 2 scenarios that could happen. There could be a major malfunction that leads to either all of the contents coming out at once, freezing and falling to Earth, or you could get a nice slow leak that created an ice ball.
So now the question is, how are we going to test them?
Actually, we've been talking to our friends at NASA, and they've agreed to let us use their icing research tunnel, which can simultaneously duplicate temperatures of -20 degrees and wind speeds of up to 250 knots.
That is the perfect conditions for high altitude.
Well, it sounds like before we leave, we're going to have to build a leaky airplane toilet.
Now, this myth is about airplanes, but in order to test it, we don't need to build a full airplane. All we need to do is make something that has similar aerodynamic properties. So, this is our design. And this will have low drag and a place to leak, which are the most important things.
So for their tests at NASA, Carrie builds a waste system designed to fail in 2 ways, either with a slow leak or a catastrophic dump. Then with the wind tunnel simulating a high-altitude flight, they'll be able to determine if blue ice forms in either scenario.
Now, according to NASA specs, it had to be out of aluminum because that's what airplanes are made of, and we were not allowed to weld anything because they didn't want anything breaking apart inside the wind tunnel because there's going to be so much pressure created by the wind. So we had to drill and rivet over 600 rivets to put our airplane together. And what we have right here is our valve. This is what we're gonna have hooked up to a water tank, and we're gonna be doing 2 tests. One where we dump the water completely, and then one where there's a slow leak to find out, can you grow a chunk of ice on the side of a plane?
Jason Bourne knows how to make an explosive exit. But could a magazine in a toaster really toast a gas-filled apartment? After getting to know their enemy in the shop, the guys are ready to go full scale.
If we're going to replicate the natural gas explosion in this guy's apartment from the movie, we're going to need clearly 2 things. Yeah, they said get your own show. It'll open all sorts of doors. One is methane, natural gas, which is easy to get. And 2 is the guy's apartment, which we don't actually have. So we've come out to the bomb range where they've got plenty of room. And in a few hours, we're gonna build this guy's apartment. Not to code, we just need it to be a gas containment device that is in the shape of the apartment. But it will be properly appointed, I'm sure.
So to find out if you really can get a room to kaboom with just gas, a magazine, and a toaster, they'll precisely replicate the circumstances of the movie, starting with the apartment dimensions, 16 by 32 feet.
Oh, hello. Are you here for the explosion?
With Adam and his minions working on the 4 walls, it's over to the Hyneman to provide cover.
I'm putting together the roof. How this will work is I'm just making 16 by 8 foot wide panels. I'm going to go ahead and skin them and everything, and then I'm going to lift them up with the forklift and put them on the roof. Screw them down. We have a roof.
Once the roof has been successfully raised,
it ain't pretty, but it's home.
It's time for the resident exterior decorator to take over.
After you blow enough things up, you start to look for aesthetic finesse in the explosion. I'll give you an example. First hot water heater, when we painted that little house red. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? So we're gonna give the same treatment to this thing. We're gonna paint the outside a lovely orange so that when it finally blows up, the high-speed shot will be especially gorgeous.
Well, it certainly will be explosively tangerine. And while Agent Orange gets ahead, Jamie is busy on the inside.
We need this room to be more or less airtight, or the methane we're going to pump in here in a few minutes will escape, and that would be a bad thing. To do that, I'm using packaging tape because it's quick, it's cheap, and I can remove it after we're done with this thing, along with the screws that we're using to build this room, because I want to recycle the lumber. I don't like to waste stuff. And of course, that is assuming that this isn't all splinters after the explosion.
Yep, as per usual, anything they don't destroy is recycled. It's the Mythbusters way.
There. I wouldn't call it livable, but I'd call it blow-upable.
It is blow-upable, and the final finishing touches are to furnish it before they step on the gas.
Excellent.
That's got a nice view here, you know, the valley out the window there.
Don't you just know that Jamie's gonna hate this?
The house may be complete, but soon it'll be filled with highly flammable gas. And in the event they don't get an ignition, Adam has created this.
What I've got here is an exhaust system so that I can evacuate the gas from this room. Because one of the most dangerous things that could happen to us in this experiment is nothing. We found this on Cell Phone Destroy's gas station. We had a room full of gasoline fumes, and we didn't get it to ignite, and nobody wants to approach a room full of fumes. Hello, explosion. Hello. So, if nothing happens, I've got a switch I can turn that will start these fans all up and get all the gas out of this room so it's safe to do a reset. I think that's the last piece of the puzzle. I'll get to a safe location.
And that's not the only safety precaution they're taking with this test.
This is our methane outlet, which has tinsel on it, which we will be able to see moving if gas is coming through here on our remote camera. This is our tank of methane. We have a regulator and a flow meter attached to it. Now, this rig is set up to give us the same kind of input of gas into our house as you would normally have in a domestic gas line going into an apartment. Now, this valve here I have with a line attached to it that goes to our bunker. And I'm going to pull on this line if there's anything that bothers me about this setting, because, you know, it's gas, it's flammable. If there's something we don't like, we want to be able to shut it off. And from this distance, I can safely pull the plug if there's something I don't like.
The list of things Jamie doesn't like may be a long one, but if the explosion of the movie is anything to go by, putting this myth to the test could be very dangerous.
Well, it's a little post-earthquakey, but I think this is a fine experimental space.
It's fine now, but in a little bit, it's not going to be very happy in here.
Not if everything goes well.
No.
Well, shall we get started?
Yeah.
After you.
Thank you.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori are tackling the infamous tall tale of blue ice. Can a leaking toilet midair lead to a deadly chunk of ice down there? To find out for sure,
wow.
Tori and Grant touch down in Nerd Nirvana.
All stations reporting with a go, no go.
Roger, prepare to release the geek.
Okay.
Because this place has a heap of hardcore hardware.
This massive fan is the heart of NASA's icing tunnel. It's powered by a 5,000 horsepower direct drive electric motor. It has 12 individual custom fan blades for a diameter of 25 feet. It's capable of generating wind speeds over 300 knots. And that's only half the equation. This is the other half of the equation. the icing tunnel itself. The wind comes rushing through here, refrigerated to minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
Those are the spectacular specs. And now, to put them to good use.
The way we're going to test this is we're going to stick our section of fuselage into their wind tunnel.
Does this mean I'm the R2-D2?
Oh, boy. And recreate the same wind speeds and temperatures that you would find at altitude. Then we're going to create a leak inside the valve. Let it sit there and see if those conditions will cause that blue liquid to form into a chunk of ice.
Remember, there are 2 leaky valve scenarios the team will test. And first up is the catastrophic dump.
What I think is going to happen is we're going to open the valve, all the fluid's going to come out, and it's just going to go essentially atomize into nothing.
Grant's skeptical of a blue icicle, but to find out for sure, he fills the toilet with some pseudo-blue waste.
Smells like a chemical toilet. All right, start the test.
We have our model in position. We're ready to go.
All right, fire it up.
All right, let's go. Fire it up.
Maximum warp. Oh, sorry, I just made that really
We're trying to make science cool, dude.
Here we go. And for cool science, let's make it so. The fan winds up, whipping up a 290-mile-an-hour wind speed. Then the heat exchanger drops the air temperature to a high altitude minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Our model is holding together perfectly.
Then they're ready to pull the pin on the catastrophic failure test. Will the blue liquid instantly freeze into a chunk of blue ice?
So this is full tanked up in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my God! Look at how fast it's coming out. That is awesome.
As soon as the liquid exits the aircraft, it's ripped away by the shearing force of the wind. And despite the bitterly cold air temperatures, it's unable to form the mythical slice of ice.
So behind me are the results of our complete release test where we dumped the entire contents of the waste tank. Now, it didn't atomize all the way because you can see some of it formed on the surface here, but it also did not form one big chunk that could fall on someone.
Yep, although most of the blue waste was vaporized on contact with the wind, some did form a thin layer, just not enough for a blue icicle.
But I mean, it's incredible that we got an actual layer of ice, and pretty quickly.
All right, well, let's try again, and this time have a slow leak.
All right, let's see if that gives us a big chunk of ice.
Okay, so we're ready to do our slow leak test. My personal feeling is that we'll probably get maybe a line of frozen liquid. Maybe that's building up, but I don't think there's any way we're going to get anything this big freezing and falling off the fuselage.
Once again, the NASA techs simulate the same high-altitude conditions and then sabotage the plumbing for the drip test. And once the leak is leaking...
Look how quick the ice is building up.
The results are as astonishing as they are immediate.
Dude, this is looking great, and it's blue.
That is fantastic. It hasn't even been 2 minutes yet.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible.
The liquid moving over the surface of the aircraft is protected from the extreme wind speeds by what's called a boundary layer.
What that means is that not all the air traveling over the airplane goes at the same rate. In certain areas, it actually travels a lot slower.
Which creates a protective cushion where ice crystals can form.
This thing is like this big. I call that baseball size right there.
If that whole thing broke off, that would be just like the Myth.
The guys are blown away, unlike the ice. The question is, how big can it get, and will it fall off?
I just can't believe how big it's getting.
20 minutes later, with a diameter around 10 inches, the blue icicle seems to have reached a size plateau.
It's approaching soccer ball size.
And with plenty of water still in the tank, that's not the limiting factor. But Grant thinks he knows what is.
Now, an interesting thing to note here is that as the ice is getting thicker and pushing away from the skin, it's actually pushing its way out of the boundary layer. Once it exits the boundary layer, it actually hits the faster moving air and just goes away. It doesn't allow it to freeze up, which may be a reason why the ice doesn't get really, really big.
So with this fuselage, these wind speeds, and this air temperature, this is as big as it's gonna get.
Well, let's see if we can get it to fall off. Let's pretend like it's at its final descent, temperatures are rising. Maybe we can get it to break off and find out exactly what happens when it does. Perfect. All right, start warming it up.
It's a good theory, because as the aircraft descends and the air temperature warms,
Oh, we're getting bigger chunks breaking off.
surely it's only a matter of time before the blue ice barnacle becomes a blue ice missile.
-7 degrees.
And as it turns out, when the wind tunnel conditions match those of an altitude of 12,000 feet, we have liftoff.
That thing blew up in one giant chunk. Wow! That was perfect.
It was a perfect illustration that this myth has a foundation in aerodynamic fact.
That is unbelievable. That is solid ice. And it happened so quickly.
And it came off in one giant chunk.
This myth is starting to look very, very believable.
Yeah, but you know what the next step is? What happens to the ice after it falls off?
I can't believe it.
Here's the story we're testing. Jason Bourne, knowing that the bad guys are coming, wanting to buy himself a little extra time for the chase, opens up the gas line of the house he's in, walks over to a toaster, grabs a magazine and sticks it in that toaster and sets it as a remote fuse, and then he exits the house.
30 seconds later, a massive explosion gives him the lead time he's looking for. Now, is that remotely plausible? Well, those are the circumstances we've got set up in this house right here, and that's going to be our first test.
In other words, this test will be exactly like the movie, but with one exception.
According to our testing, it actually takes about 2 minutes for the toaster to set the magazine on fire. So that means that we've had about 4 times the amount of gas going into the room, and that 2 minutes is what Bourne had for the whole house to blow up. Now, that 2 minutes, in our case, is only allowing about 7 cubic feet of methane to go into the house, and it's rising towards the roof. Meanwhile, our source of ignition is about 15 feet away. I don't expect to see any kind of explosion at all.
And that's down to stoichiometry. In theory, for a room this size, 7 cubic feet of methane will be too low a concentration to ignite.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, Adam, go ahead and turn on the gas.
Copy that.
But this is Mythbusters, and it's not a fact until you test it.
I love running for safety.
I can see the gas going in.
It's the gas going in. I can't see the... Oh, I see smoke coming off the newspaper.
Yes.
That's great.
It's a good sign.
It's pretty eerie watching flammable gas go into a room in which we've started a fire.
Or are about to. Oh, I see some fire.
Fire, great. All right.
The magazine may finally be on fire, but the methane is not igniting.
Oh man, that toaster's totally burning.
And even after a further 60 seconds, there's still no hint of a Hollywood blast.
Gas is off.
Starting up the fans to evacuate the room.
That was cool.
That was very cool. I was a little tense. Flammable gas, a fire, no boom.
No boom. So it's time to send in the Mythbusters Fire Brigade.
Oh, yeah.
There's your problem.
So we knew from our small-scale experiments that flammable gas plus fire does not always get the reaction that you're looking for. The mixture has to be perfect. And we posited that replicating the circumstances from the Bourne film in full scale would not yield a reaction, and that's in fact exactly what happened. It's rare, but it turns out we were right. I learn when I'm wrong, but I don't mind being right from time to time. So we replicated all the circumstances for Bourne's evasion technique, and it totally didn't work. I think that's a pretty clean busting of the myth.
Yeah, it's busted. But, you know, I was thinking,
yeah,
if we put something in that room that burned for longer, eventually something's going to happen.
You mean eventually the gas and the air will reach a mixture whereby we will get some kind of reaction?
Yeah.
I love it. I think that should be the next test.
Although the exact circumstances of the movie won't get the bad guys off your tail, the question is, could a little more gas and a longer fuse get the big Bourne boom?
We know from our small-scale testing and our research that it takes a minimum 6% fuel-to-air mix for methane and air to support ignition. The way we've got it planned out, if we take the contents of this methane tank and put it in our test room, we'll have the right fuel-air mix. So it's just a question of connecting the flame that we've built in there with that gas. If that happens, she's going to blow.
How are we going to get a long, burning, open flame? Well, we're throwing out the toaster and the magazine, and we're going with a supermarket fireplace log. Light this puppy on fire, it'll burn for at least an hour. This is for real.
The log will burn while the gas builds to the 6% ratio.
That's it.
But when it hits the stoichiometric zone, will they get the bad guy repelling detonation of the movie? Adam has his doubts.
What's going to happen exactly? Well, look, we know that the ideal mixture of air to flammable gas is a ratio, and it has a range. Presumably, the reaction we're going to get out of this next experiment will be a reaction at the bottom of that range. So I don't expect it to be a fire and brimstone massive explosion. I expect it to be more like a really big champagne pop, like
Back in the safety of the bunker, at first, things go just as planned.
Did you leave a log burning on the kitchen table? Aw, crap, I did.
But in a dramatic turn of events, after 4 minutes...
Oh, you know what's happening? The gas is actually making the whole room catch on fire.
Things suddenly get incendiary.
I see smoke on the...
Oh, we're burning this building down.
And out of control.
Uh-oh. There we go, we had a blowout. That's it. Oh. Well, I don't know if we're putting this building out.
Oh, we should get up there with the hose.
All right, let's turn off the gas.
Gas is off.
The Mythbusters initiate the safety protocols.
Watch out.
And cautiously approach their apartment inferno.
Don't go in.
I'm not seeing any flame.
There's the hole we blew.
It may not have been the blast of the movie.
It's a horror show in there.
But the methane sure made a mess of the apartment.
Unlike your typical, you know, it was clear that the gas made the atmosphere in here really rich, and so the fire started burning much hotter and higher than it normally would have with just straight air. So all of a sudden the fire's going up and reaching the ceiling, and we could see smoke coming out of the top, and then the mixture hit the bottom of the stoichiometric range, and we saw this whomp across the whole room. I'm seeing broken glass on a bunch of windows, on the back double doors. It's clear that we got a significant reaction, but nothing close to what we saw in the movie.
Nothing close to a kaboom, but certainly enough of a conflagration to distract the bad guys.
It's really clear from all the melted plastic in there, and even our exhaust fans melted. It got super crazy hot in there very quickly. I mean, just the whole room was absolute. I didn't even know what temperature it could be at, but it was really hot.
But you know we're not going to leave it there.
No.
So here's where we're at. We've looked into airline toilets and found that they can leak through an external valve.
Is it possible? Absolutely.
We made our own fuselage, went to NASA's wind tunnel, and found that you can actually form a giant chunk of ice, which then fell off the airplane. Now what we're going to test is what happens to that ice after it falls. What we need to see for this myth to be confirmed is for that ice to fall through the air as one giant chunk and hit the ground as one piece with deadly force.
This is the final piece of the blue ice puzzle. While falling from 12,000 feet at a terminal velocity of 160 miles per hour, will the ice stay in one piece? Or will wind erosion and warming temperatures cause it to break up into harmless blue rain? To track that, the team has a spectacular plan of action.
We have our airplane. We're going to load it up with a large chunk of ice, take it up to altitude, and then throw it out. Now we're going to have a few skydivers jump out with the ice to track. Carrie is going to be one of those skydivers.
Yep, and skydiving team leader Nick also has the crucial job of timing the drop. Because if the myth is true and the blue ice falls in one chunk, missing the mark could be deadly.
Let's hope they can see that.
So Nick, what's involved in actually calculating where something's going to land?
Well, first off, we need to figure out how fast this object is going to free fall. The second thing is we have a lot of wind here, so as the wind blows, the object's going to blow with it. The third thing is, too, the airplane has forward speed when we chuck out the ice out of the plane, and what that creates a forward throw. So all these three factors is what we use, and we make an educated guess of where we need to drop it from the aircraft to land right on the target. Are you ready?
That sounds simple. So, Grant, what's the plan?
Okay, so here's the plan. Carrie and our expert Nick will go in the plane with the ice. They're going to go up, and based on the prevailing conditions and Nick's calculations, they'll know when to release the ice at an altitude that they deem safe. Nick will jump out, and so will Carrie, following the ice down.
You'll be fine.
I'm gonna double check this.
Meanwhile, Tori and I will be on the ground tracking the ice in the air and looking for the impact zone.
And as for the blue ice, well, earlier, Carrie prepared a similar-sized block to the test at NASA. It's approximately the diameter of a basketball, eye-catching, and easily retrievable.
To make sure that we can watch this ice fall, I've done something a little different. I've made it red instead of blue so that it's going to stand out on the blue sky. I've added some really long streamers so that we can track it, and I'm going to put a GPS on it.
Now, for this myth to be confirmed, we need to see that block of ice drop from altitude and get to the Earth in one solid chunk.
Good luck. Good luck, you guys.
What I think is going to happen, I think Carrie is going to scream her head off. She may potentially pee her suit, but I think that block of ice is going to land on the ground in one big chunk.
Okay, here's the package. Good luck.
And despite all of their precautions, they will need some luck. Their goal is to drop the ice and Carrie from 12,000 feet.
Here we go, Carrie.
The height at which Grant and Tori saw the ice release from the fuselage at NASA.
Okay, now I'm starting to get a little nervous.
But will it remain intact? Traveling with an energy of 392,000 joules, its impact will certainly be deadly. However, if it melts in the rising temperatures, it'll be rendered harmless.
We've done many experiments where we drop things from altitude or throw things out of planes, and you know what? My feeling is that this ice is going to fall down in one piece and land with a tremendous amount of force.
Both?
In fact, I think it's going to land so hard, it's probably going to leave a little crater down at the ground. Whether it's going to break up or melt, no way. It's going to be one giant chunk.
At 12,000 feet, Carrie and her free-falling friends are preparing to deploy their blue ice cargo.
All I gotta do is look at the ice. One job!
But will it break up on descent or have the devastating impact internet reports claim?
Oh boy. This is it, huh?
If the team misjudged the timing of the drop by even a second, a 35-pound projectile traveling at 160 miles per hour could crash through a neighboring house. But that's only if the ice actually stays in one chunk. If it breaks up, the only thing busted will be the myth.
I got them. They're approaching the drop zone.
So this is it. It's time to drop out and jump off for science.
Okay, the ice is away. Ah, so are they.
In a stunning piece of free-fall camera work, Nick manages to capture the ice as it plummets.
Oh, look how fast it's falling.
That thing is falling.
And Carrie can see that it's so far so good. With the ice already at a balmy 5,000 feet, it's still completely intact.
Look, it's standing in one chunk.
Dude, that's crazy.
But will it stay that way as they enter the final few thousand feet of descent?
I see the ice right there, and it's head near the target. That's great.
Do you see the size of that impact?
And did you see it stayed in one chunk?
Wow, that's maybe only 150 feet from the drop zone.
I saw the ice go down, and I swear I saw it land. It stayed intact.
Let's go meet Karen. We'll go find it.
All right, let's go get it.
Hi, Tori. Hi, Grant.
Here she comes.
Oh, she's coming in hot.
You made it.
Wow. Nice.
What a ride, and what a test. And no wonder Carrie's adrenaline is off the charts.
Good job.
Let's go check out the ice. Did you see it?
Right over.
Everything went according to plan. For the majority of its descent, there was visual contact, confirming that the ice retained its shape and mass. And then, thanks to Carrie's visual aids and Nick's awesome aim, finding the impact site is a breeze.
There's the streamer.
Is it intact?
I mean, it was a chunk before it hit the ground. And that is still a chunk of ice.
Check it out. It dug itself into the ground.
Wow, that is a serious impact.
Yep, and it may have melted slightly in the time it took to find it, but the crater created is a clear testament to its destructive power.
This is the size of the block of ice that we threw out of our plane, which is very similar to the size of the chunk of ice that we formed in our wind tunnel at NASA that fell off. That block of ice reached terminal velocity very quickly, and it left a sizable impact crater. And what's more, it stayed pretty much intact all the way down to impact.
Because when we actually got to the site where the ice had hit, it really looked like all of the ice chunks I had seen on the internet that were the mythical blue ice that had come down in people's houses.
Okay, a pilot can't release all of the toilet water at once, so that part's busted, but I think the phenomena is confirmed. I mean, it made it all the way to the ground.
Totally confirmed.
I agree 100%.
Confirmed. But 3 mechanical failures leading to blue ice falling on your house is in reality incredibly unlikely.
I don't be looking up for blue ice to fall on my head now, right?
Dude, I'm gonna get blue ice insurance.
I know a guy. So
Yeah?
let me know. I'll give you his number.
At the Mythbusters mansion, they've been renovating Bourne style.
No boom.
However, the myth as it appears in the movie is busted. But it ain't over until the man in the beret gets a big Bourne boom. So next, they're upping the ante with more gas.
Now, when we empty this tank into that house, that means that we'll have just over 9% methane to air in there. And that happens to be the butter zone for an explosion.
The guys know from small scale that 9% netted them the most energetic boom. But this is large scale. Will this test rip apart the apartment Bourne style? Before they blow it up, they need to spruce it up.
We've swapped out all the windows and doors. All these holes that got warped and opened, we're gonna actually lay in a bunch of stripping. We've probably tripled the cohesive strength of this building, and that ought to give us just the boom we're looking for.
When we first put this building together, I was impressed at how poorly we were able to do it. And yet, I think we've made it even worse.
Even worse. But for this attempt, they're doing things slightly differently.
Jamie's known for how he handles his fans.
This time around, I'm running the methane into the house through this hose that I've attached to the floor, and I've drilled a lot of little holes in the hose so that we'll get these jets of gas coming out that will mix with the air that is being pushed across them with these fans. Kind of like a blender.
Just mix the air all along.
Yeah. This swirling mass of air, I'm hoping, will distribute this fuel-air mix throughout the room, and hopefully that'll make the difference between a poof and a bang.
Jamie's fantastic method will circulate the methane throughout the apartment. And with the dangerous ratio of 9% gas to air, they'll need something more sophisticated for ignition.
We don't need a toaster and a magazine anymore because we need precise control over when we set the fire. So we've brought back out the neon transformer from the small scale testing with the addition of a little piece of paper here. Go ahead and plug it in. We're going to be able to set a fire exactly when we want to set a fire.
Exactly when they achieve the Goldilocks ratio of 9% methane to air.
Fans are rolling. That's the last piece of the puzzle. Shall we get to a safe place and go boom?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's turn on the gas.
Okie dokie.
All right, we got about 5 minutes. Let's get to the bunker. Fire in the hole.
Hopefully.
Actually, I think they need a new signal for us. It'd be like, fire in the hole! Hopefully. Fire in the hole! Hopefully.
Hopefully is right. The precise stoichiometric ratio should be enough to detonate their apartment. So our fire starters take cover as the methane fills the room.
We're down below 20 cubic feet per minute, and we're about 100 psi. So I'm thinking we should go whenever you're ready.
All right.
With the room filled with 9% methane, will this finally yield the Hollywood blowout?
All right, here we go. Ideal gas-air mixture, Bourne explosion in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah! That is awesome! We blew out the whole front.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done that if we planned.
That was perfect.
And there you have it. One magnificent, made-to-order apartment explosion. But unlike the movie detonation, this one is polite enough to put itself out. Well, almost.
I hope this is a cautionary tale what happens when you mix Mythbusters with science.
Okay, here's the thing. While that was fairly exciting, I mean, we blew out the wall, I want to point out that we didn't break any glass. There was no bang. It was a whoosh. And that's something entirely different than what we saw in the movie. The fact that this was an ideally mixed mixture with fans and everything in the exact quantity, and that's the best we could do, kind of tells you what the real deal is. It's not what the movie showed.
Clearly, we were born for this job.
Yeah, but it's kind of too bad. That was a nice view in that house.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
Just boom!
Adam and Jamie launch a prolonged assault
That was awesome!
on a devilishly difficult weaponry myth.
That is amazing!
That's what I'm talking about.
Finding out if 13th century Syrians
She's hungry for some boat, aren't you, girl?
created the world's first rocket-powered torpedo.
I don't know, maybe that was a little too powerful. What do you think?
Meanwhile, Carrie, Grant, and Tori are feeling the pressure.
It's really strange having a job doing things that your parents told you never to do.
As they pop the cork on a vino myth. Can a blaze in a wine bottle truck really turn into a cork-firing machine gun?
This is why we can never have anything nice.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Here we go. That's 100% wacky right there.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Relax. This one hurt a bit.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Tori Belleci.
This is real science.
Carrie Byron.
Let's do it.
And Grant Imahara.
He's alive!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Dude, we have got a historical weaponry myth that is actually older than you. Okay, check it out. It turns out that the torpedo might have been invented in Syria in the 13th century.
Really?
Well, okay, so today we think of a torpedo that's something that launches from underwater and reaches its target underwater. This, in fact, was a rocket-powered device that skimmed across the top of the water, delivering an incendiary to its target.
Did it work?
We have no actual record of them actually using it. We have modern speculations as to its shape and its function. Our job is to figure out just how viable a weapon of war it might have been.
While modern speculation abounds, the historical record is a little sketchy. Supposedly, this torpedo would travel over the water and explode on impact. But did it actually work? The Mythbusters are going to find out.
So I have scoured every historical reference I can, and while there's not a ton of information, I think I know where we should start.
Go on.
All the accounts generally agree on the overall shape of this torpedo, that it is pear-shaped with a narrow end and a fat end, and it had two fins extending from the rear, and that it's powered by a black powder rocket of about 20 pounds of black powder. The question is, what does the underside look like? How it met the water? Nobody has a speculation about that. That's kind of up to us.
Well, why don't we go down in the shop and each take a stab at it and see what we get?
Exactly what I was thinking.
If you're thinking torpedoes, you're probably thinking about World War II versions that move along just under the surface of the water, where this one was specified to skip along top of the water like a small motorboat. So if you're thinking about motorboats, on the one hand, you could pick a deep V sort of a hull, which has the advantage of tracking straight and being able to handle choppy water. But on the other hand, it actually requires a lot of power to do that. You could pick a flat bottom sort of a hull, which moves along very quickly on the surface of the water, but if it goes too fast, it can get air under it and actually flip and lose control, which would be a bad thing.
Right. There are two possible hull choices, the deep V or the flat bottom. So to test which style works best, the guys begin by designing two torpedo prototypes out of pliable copper. And that means it's hammer time.
My tools of production, I'm using every sheet metal production tool I have ever purchased, from synthetic hammers, planishing hammers, motorized planishing hammers, anvils, beater bags, everything.
And I've got a cannonball.
Jamie is forging a flatter bottom torpedo, while Adam is hammering out the deep V. Two different hulls and two different prototypes are soon ready to take to the water in a head-to-head accuracy launch.
We'll see what happens. Well, that thing's looking pretty snappy.
I'm pretty psyched about it. Can't wait to try it. How's yours?
Well, it's not quite as pretty as yours is, but it ought to work.
Let's get them out there and try them.
Yeah.
All right.
And for that, the Mythbusters have found the ideal location.
A lovely day to fire torpedoes.
Let's get to it.
I'm standing in one of our favorite Mythbusters locations on the island of Treasure Island in the middle of San Francisco Bay at a fire training facility. Now, we've filmed exploding stun gun and dumpster diving out here, but we have never used this pool behind me. We're going to use it today for testing some ancient torpedoes.
And they'll be aiming those torpedoes at a target 100 feet away. But to get them there, first, they'll need some thrust.
Our rocket power today will be supplied by this, which provides 5.9 pounds of thrust for 2.8 seconds. Will that translate to my torpedo making it from one end of our 100-foot pool to the target? Honestly, I don't think so, but that's okay, because this is a relative test. We're just trying to figure out the best hull shape at this point.
And first to launch is Adam's Deep V design.
It's just sinking into me what we're doing. Crazy. In 3, 2, 1. There it goes.
Look at that. That was lovely.
That was pretty neat.
Aside from curving a path straight into the wall, Adam's torpedo did make it 30 feet across the pool.
Well, I think my torpedo did pretty well. I think it still was showing a lot of resistance in the water, didn't quite get up on a plane, so I think I can actually take out a bunch of the weight in these fins and I might get an improved performance.
The torpedo was plowing through the water rather than hydroplaning, meaning it's slow and crooked. But will an attitude adjustment make the difference?
All right, here we go. It loves that spot in this pool.
Sadly, taking the extra weight out didn't help Adam's lethargic torpedo.
Seems to be holding up pretty well. Any suggestions?
You could strap 2 rockets onto that rocket mount, because I think you're just not getting up on top of the water. It may be that You just don't have enough power.
I'll give it a shot.
Adam's hull design is a little deeper and more rounded. That inherently requires more power to push it through the water. It may go just fine if we give it that power.
The idea is that more thrust will not only give more power, but also get the torpedo up on top of the water, allowing it to skim fast and true to its target.
Adam torpedo test 2 rockets in 3, 2, 1. And we are lit. That was awesome!
2 rockets did push the torpedo over 60 feet, but it seems the V-shaped hull is still plowing through the water, slowing it down and pulling it off course.
Yeah, that hull shape doesn't seem like it's working very well.
The fact that it's spraying so much water around says that it's wasting a lot of energy.
Yeah.
With the deep V design shelved, it's sink or swim time for Jamie's flat-bottomed hull.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ooh!
And sink is not the option Jamie was looking for.
The only problem I saw on this one was that it submarined. So I figure all I have to do is bend these tail fins with a slight downward pull to them, and that ought to hold the front end up.
Okay, now to see if this minute modification makes all the difference.
Yeah!
Where did it go?
It's just sitting right there about the halfway mark, a little bit more.
Amazingly, the torpedo skimmed the water, hydroplaning 70 feet straight along the pool, proving that a flat bottom is faster and more effective.
The slight adjustment to the rear fin seemed to do the trick, and I gotta say the flat bottom and long, narrow design allowed it to track pretty well over a great distance right on top of the water. I think we're looking pretty good.
Looking pretty good, but just to be sure, it's double or nothing.
This one's for the gold. There you go. Come on, baby.
Despite veering slightly off course, it's clear that the flat bottom is straight up the best design. And that's good news for the Myth.
I think we have our design.
It goes pretty quick, doesn't it?
It's head and shoulders above the pear-shaped design. I think that's what we should go with.
Okay, let's get out of here.
So our next myth combines 2 things that don't normally go together: projectiles and wine.
Oh, you're talking about the exploding wine truck myth.
Correct. Supposedly, a semi filled with wine crashed on the freeway and caught fire.
Oh yeah, and the fire gets so hot that it causes the wine bottles to violently fire out their corks.
How violently? Like, were they lethal?
Well, we don't know because no one was ever hit. But here's the mythical part. Supposedly, the corks flew 100 feet, and when the bottles went off, they sounded just like machine gun fire.
There's no doubt this blazing bottle inferno actually happened. But were the reports of its demise greatly exaggerated? Did it really launch corks over 100 feet with a machine gun-like rattle?
Okay, the way I see it is we've got 2 directions we can go here. Either we just set a wine truck on fire and see what happens, or we can go to the shop and do some bottle testing.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm a little hesitant to set a whole truck full of wine on fire unless we know what's going to happen. So why don't we start out with learning more about wine and the bottles and the corks, and then move on to our small scale.
Ooh, research.
Since this myth is about corks firing out of wine bottles like machine guns, we thought what better place to go than Domaine Carneros Winery to see what kind of circumstances might have caused this to happen. Was it the bottles? Was it the liquids inside the bottles? Or was it the heat applied to the bottles?
And to find the answers, Carrie's encountered an expert.
You've been making wine for 30 years. What do you think of the idea that if a wine truck caught on fire, that wine corks could start shooting out of it like a machine gun?
I believe it is conceivable. I know that when wine bottles get too warm, that sometimes the cork will push out a little tiny bit. I think that still wine bottles under extreme pressure of intense fire could shoot corks or could explode.
And pressure is the name of this game. As heat is applied, the wine starts to evaporate, which increases the pressure in the bottle until... But what else could affect the power of the projectile?
Is there a possibility that the shape of the bottle might have any sort of effect on the pressure?
I don't think so. The shapes of the bottles are determined by tradition and custom, but I think under extreme temperature, all bets could be off.
So bottle shape might be a factor. And on the champagne assembly line, Grant's found something that definitely is carbonation.
Sorry, it's my first day. Sorry, everybody.
With an internal pressure of 80 psi, adding heat to a champagne bottle may make it more likely to shoot for the moon.
So this machine is the corker. Now from this moment on, this bottle becomes a pressure vessel, potentially housing the kind of force that can cause a wine bottle to turn into a machine gun. And that is what this myth is all about.
So after a long day's research, what's the take home?
So after touring the winery and the bottling production facilities, we've come away with a few pieces of information. We know that heating the bottle could be a factor in building the internal pressure, and the same thing goes for agitating the bottle. But what we don't know is the magical combination of bottle shape and type of wine that'll cause our corks to go the fastest and the furthest. But that is what we're gonna move on to next.
Okay, and back at the shop, Carrie begins by sizing up her opponent.
Now, winemakers actually use different shaped bottles for different wine. You can tell that you have a Riesling because it has slender shoulders. A Burgundy is a little bit fatter at the bottom. You have shoulders on a Bordeaux. So it's possible that the size of the bottle, the type of wine, or even the shape of the bottle might make a more explosive cork.
And to find out, the team is going to fire up a wine flambé.
I'm making my Zen garden.
To see if any bottle can shoot its cork the mythical 100 feet. And here's how.
So for our bottle Olympics, we're gonna have a flame off. We're gonna put each different type of wine in this holder right here, turn up the flame, and compare the results. Now there are 3 pieces of data that we're after. Number 1, how long does it take to pop the cork? That's why we've got this timer right here. Number 2, how fast is the cork flying when it exits the bottle? That's why we've got this scale and our high-speed camera. And finally, how far does the cork fly once it pops? That's why we've got this scale that goes all the way down to the end.
And first up is a room temperature Bordeaux.
Here we go.
With the team safely behind the blast shields, now the waiting begins.
You know, this could be my favorite way to open up a bottle of wine.
Remember, the corks in the myth supposedly flew 100 feet.
Right now I call we are at 50 seconds.
But how far will the Bordeaux blow?
Oh!
That was it?
I was either expecting glass or a cork go, but it went.
Pip is right. After 2 minutes, with the temperature at 160 degrees Fahrenheit, the cork erupted at a feeble 3 miles per hour and barely made it to the sand.
After hearing this story, we got prepared with blast shields and eye protection and ear protection, and we got 2 feet of distance.
But being glass half full optimists, the guys reset with a twist.
So this bottle looks the same as the other one, and it is, but there's one big difference. It's been chilling for a while, since we don't know whether the wine was being refrigerated when it was being transported. I'm gonna throw this in and try it again.
But will the chill give a greater thrill?
I think I see it swelling.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's starting to push out.
Woo! Nice.
Although still way short of the myth,
3 feet 4 inches.
the cold Bordeaux did fly 50% further than its warm counterpart.
Now there are a few reasons why a cold bottle might actually be better for this myth than a warm one. To start out with, a cold bottle and a warm bottle both have the same pressure. But the more drastic change in temperature that a cold bottle experiences might mean a more drastic change in pressure.
So from here on in, they're sticking with cold bottles on high heat.
Next up, Burgundy. Chilled.
But neither the Burgundies
Hey, 5 feet 10 inches.
nor the Sauvignon Blancs nor even the fortified quartz
That was pathetic.
That was adorable.
come anywhere near the mythical 100 feet.
Looks like size doesn't matter.
And that just leaves the final wine,
Long, slender bottle, high heat.
the Riesling.
30 seconds on the clock.
All is quiet until the temperature hits
200 degrees.
when suddenly,
Here we go. Whoa! Oh my gosh!
It went off the end of the scale.
That is incredible.
incredible is right. Maybe because of its pointed shape, the Riesling shoots its cork over 30 feet at 32 miles an hour. Still not far enough for the myth, but all is not lost.
What we have here is a wine bottle graveyard. Now, we have basically tested every different type still wine. We've tested a variety of shapes of bottles, and we have tested a variety of size of bottles. Still, we have not been able to get our corks to fly farther than 30 feet. So now it is time to address the elephant in the room. That is the champagne bottle.
Supposedly, the ancient Syrians created the world's first rocket-powered torpedo. But did it work? In the small-scale launch, Jamie's flat-bottomed prototype won on speed and accuracy. So now what?
I can't think of anything to do now but go full scale.
Yep.
So about that 20-pound black powder rocket, you think we need to build one?
Nah, those things are scary. I think we should use a modern rocket equivalent.
All right. Well, then I guess what's ahead is to build a few full-size torpedoes and find a body of water to test them on.
Sounds good.
And that means the guys are ramping up the scale for a full-blown torpedo attack.
The steel structure is my mold. I'm going to weld the sheet metal to it, and that'll hold it stable while I beat on it with a cannonball welded onto the end of a jackhammer.
I have no idea if it's going to work or not.
I don't either, but it is cool. Now, that may seem kind of elaborate, but it's not really unlike what would happen in ye olden days with Syrians and muscular slaves and so on, nicely rounded rock. Difference is that they would have taken days, and I'm going to do it in a couple of hours.
That looks great.
That may be the plan, but the cannonball has other ideas. With Jamie's jackhammer beaten, it's clear they'll have to find another way to hammer out this myth.
That was it?
So far, the Mythbusters have popped the cork on still wine. But now it's time to unleash the big guns.
It's time to bring out the bubbly.
Already at a pressure of 80 psi, even without any heat.
All right, so this is the control test for the champagne.
Hey!
The champagne's cork can fly 25 feet.
That's no heating, no agitation, just straight up.
So will an Inferno beat that benchmark?
Bottle temp's at 200.
This could be disastrous.
Could be pretty bad.
Or it could be awesome.
And will the pressure be enough to pop the cork and the wire cage clamping it in? Or will the bottle give way first?
All that pressure is building, and if that cage holds that cork in place, the bottle's gonna explode before the cork shoots out.
Raining down boiling, sparkling wine on all of us.
It's a sobering thought, so Tori gets an elaborate safety solution.
That'll keep us safe. It looks like it's gassing out. That's not good.
No, it's dripping. I can see it dripping down the side. I wonder if the cork caught on fire.
Which could be really dangerous.
I see steam.
It's a shattering result,
Now that's a party!
as the glass bursts first, meaning the cork hardly flew any distance at all. So for Champagne Test 2, the guys are dialing down the size of the flame.
Really strange having a job where you spend all day just doing things that your parents told you never to do.
Cork looks like it's pushing out. Here it goes.
Oh my God, it's happening.
It's about to pop.
It's happening.
I could not even see where it went.
Talk about a champagne moment. After 5 minutes of flame, the cork flies from the bottle at an astonishing 60 miles an hour. But gets lodged in the ceiling.
Finally, we are getting some results, and this is looking very good for the myth. With the champagne bottles, our corks are actually going so far, we are not able to measure them on our scale. They keep hitting the roof.
Having hit the champagne ceiling, they head outside, where there's no limit to how far they can pop their corks.
Lighten it up.
But will they get the 100 feet they're after?
I see some dripping. I see dripping.
Well, not with test 1.
Oh, what is that? Like
40 feet?
40 feet.
And not with test 2.
6 minutes, the bottle exploded.
Test 3, with some extra agitation, does better.
Oh! Where'd it go? Out there.
50 feet.
But still not good enough. So what does this mean for the myth?
So far, we've tested dozens of bottles and gotten results that vary from Bordeaux's 2 feet to Champagne's 50 feet. But what all the results have in common is that none of them is even close to the mythical 100 feet that we need. But this is Mythbusters. We're not just gonna stop here.
Turning torpedoes full scale, the Mythbusters struck a problem. But it's okay, because Jamie Hyneman has been on the case.
Dude, that is amazing!
I've heard about this technique called hydroforming, where you use water pressure to form sheet metal shells, and I decided to give it a try. All you do is you take a couple of pieces of sheet metal and you weld them together, and then you pump high pressure water in between them, and it inflates like a balloon, at least in theory.
Let's go!
Whoops. This first attempt actually buckled severely, so it wasn't usable, but I figured if I weld it to a heavy steel frame that it might restrict the buckles, and it kind of did, but, well, it buckled the frame. At this point, I was getting really invested in this and determined to see it work. You want to see how I pulled it off? Okay.
Yep, with his extracurricular determination, Jamie has come up with an ingenious Plan B.
We take our piece of sheet metal and clamp it between 2 massive plates of steel. We've cut out an almond-shaped hole in the top plate and attached our pressure washer pump to a small hole in the bottom plate. Now here's the fun part. All we do is start the pump, and the water pressure pushes the sheet metal out the almond-shaped hole, inflating it just like a balloon. Ha! It's perfect! It's a long way from medieval blacksmithing, but I can make a torpedo shell in about a half an hour. It's like magic. Beats beating on it with a hammer.
With the shell production line in full swing, Jamie assembles them into torpedoes. Each set of shells is given a rocket casing and some foam flotation to ensure they don't sink to the bottom of the lake while testing. And finally, a set of laser precision control fins to keep them in line.
That was a lot of work.
Man, they look fantastic. I think our torpedo army is ready for deployment.
Time for a road trip?
It is.
And Ione Quarry, where the Mythbusters have slid, flipped, and blasted myths before,
oh yeah,
is the perfect location for deployment.
Shall we get started?
Yeah, why not?
Let it drift.
First up, to create a familiar target.
Do you want to save your own city?
At 800 feet from shore, the boat is positioned well out of reach of an ancient archer. But will it be within reach of their torpedo?
Well, there we go. Was nice and pretty, now it's really ugly. You may remember earlier that we do best with a flat-bottomed hull on our torpedo, and this is actually kind of rounded. But I figure it's okay because of the way that I've placed the rocket motor back here, and this forms kind of a straight or flat line, which is what I'm looking for, because when this gets up and running, this is all that's going to be actually contacting the water, and that's what's important. That's what's going to allow it to move real quick and real efficiently.
Quick and efficiently, because to test its success as an ancient weapon, they're zeroing in on 2 crucial criteria: its accuracy and its ability to deliver its deadly payload. And to test those, they'll need some rocket power.
In the sparse details we've been able to uncover about this story, the torpedo is said to be powered by a rocket composed of 20 pounds of black powder. What does that equal in a modern-day repeatable equivalent? Well, it turns out to be this puppy. This is an M motor. It puts out 270 pounds of thrust for approximately 14 seconds, and it will be our ye olde rocket engine. When we're walking it forward, don't you feel like we should make some sound effects?
Boom.
With the ye olde rocket equivalent on board, test 1 is about accuracy, getting their torpedo to hit its mark.
All right, that's hot. Let's do it.
Let's see what it does.
And even though there are not yet incendiaries on board, the guys take cover behind the blast shields.
All right, man, count it down.
Okay, here we go with the full power rocket in 3, 2, 1, go. Well,
I don't know, maybe that was a little too powerful. What do you think?
It was fun though. Let's do it again.
Okay, so the world's first launch of an ancient torpedo didn't go quite as planned. Instead of hydroplaning, it went off like a rocket.
Everything started out okay, and then everything seemed to go haywire. It spiraled up into the sky and did this massive belly flop, absolutely crushing the top of this. Wow, that is a lot of damage. This is like a car accident's worth of damage. It bent the entire central shaft of this thing on an arc. It's fantastic.
Fantastic, but nowhere near accurate. So for test 2, they'll reduce the speed and cut its thrust.
Now I know when you think of Goldilocks, you don't automatically go to an anodized aluminum tube filled with explosives, but that's what's just happened. Welcome to the Goldilocks rocket. This nozzle's been drilled out to 5/8 of an inch, which should lower its pressure rating to between 150 and 180 pounds of thrust, which should be the butter zone that'll get our torpedo all the way to the boat while staying in the water.
Now this is rocket science, but that's still the equivalent of the mythical 20 pounds of black powder, just with a longer burn time.
Let's get her down to the water. She's hungry for some boat, aren't you, girl? I don't know why I personify the rockets like that.
Question is, will reducing its speed help their torpedo stay waterbound and stay on target?
This is the Goldilocks torpedo in 3, 2, 1, fire.
Despite its promising start, frustratingly, the torpedo still took flight.
Still a little too much power, but really nice.
I think that's fun by itself. Why do we need to hit the boat?
Damn, that one just wouldn't quit.
It was like a porpoise.
Yeah,
it kept going up and then down underwater and up.
And although the torpedo's aerobatics are certainly entertaining, annoyingly for our Mythbusters, it's a long way off the direct hit of the myth.
It's not working too well. We're gonna have to figure something else out.
Yeah, well, let's get on it.
Okay.
It's no myth that this semi became a blazing vino inferno. But did its cargo really explode as per the reports?
Okay, so there's two parts to this myth: the distance the corks flew and the machine gun firing effect.
Well, as far as the distance goes, it's looking a little dodgy. I mean, even our best performer, the Champagne, chilled and agitated, only went 50 feet, half the required distance.
All right, well, that just leaves the machine gun fire effect. I think it's time we take this myth full scale.
I totally agree. Let's fill a semi-truck full of wine, both our winning still, which was the Riesling, and a ton of champagne, and see if we can get a machine gun fire.
To the bomb range.
Yep, there's only one destination for this bottle barbecue. And it's BYO semi-trailer.
It's actually in pretty good condition.
Let's burn it.
And with the truck in position, prepped, and the firewood stacked,
Nice job, Mythbusters.
now to stock it with some bottom-of-the-line wine.
So we have our truck. Now we're gonna fill it with almost 1,000 bottles of champagne, which is our obvious clear winner from our bottle experiments. We got 60 miles an hour and 50 feet from those corks. Just for good measure, we're gonna throw in a few bottles of our still winner as well, which is the long, skinny bottle.
And based on their shop tests, they are making sure the bottles stay cool.
So we brought in our champagne from a chilled truck and transferred it to this one that we're going to burn. This is going to keep it cold until we're ready to start the fire.
It's a meticulous operation, but not everyone's impressed.
On the record, I'm just going to say, on behalf of me and all the other bomb techs around the United States and the world, I'm totally against this burning of wine and champagne.
I'm with you on that one, JD. This is nothing but a travesty.
All right, here we go. We're lighting up.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. That's beautiful. So we filled the truck up with our wine. We've just lit it on fire. This fire is burning hot, but do I think we're gonna get the machine gun effect that we hear about in this myth? I have a hard time believing that.
Tori's not convinced, and after 5 minutes, the simmering semi is still relatively quiet.
Oh!
Here we go!
Yeah!
Heard him.
I mean, it's not like a machine gun you would imagine. It's more...
Not yet. Hold your horses. This experiment's not over yet.
Carrie's right, because in their earlier tests, it sometimes took 8 minutes for the champagne to fire.
8.5 minutes.
Oh, man.
And as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like firecrackers.
Yeah.
Really expensive firecrackers. This is better than the 4th of July.
In fact, once the gunfire sounds start, there's no stopping them.
Wow, you see shrapnel flying out here?
Yeah.
As hundreds and hundreds of bottles either pop their corks or explode in the fire.
I can't believe how well this is working. After we set the trailer on fire, those bottles started popping just like a machine gun. It sounds like 4th of July.
I gotta tell you one thing. If I were a fireman and I heard what sounded like automatic machine gun fire coming out of that thing, I wouldn't be approaching it.
Absolutely, because with corks flying 50 feet and glass shrapnel even further, this is a wine tasting to steer clear of. But with the semi reduced to ashes, is the myth in any better shape?
Look, there's one right there.
Wow.
What distance is that?
That's easily 50 feet.
You know what? It sounded like a machine gun.
Yeah, but the myth said 100 feet. That's not even near it. So I'm thinking this is busted overall.
Yeah, I say busted.
All right, busted. But what if we harness the power inside these bottles?
Like what?
I don't know, make it directional? Make some kind of a gun?
A machine gun?
Maybe.
Are we gonna Mythbuster this up?
Yeah.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, that's an ancient torpedo, and it's not supposed to be airborne.
So our rockets turn out to be quite powerful, and when they cause our torpedoes to take off into the sky, that actually has a term in rocketry. It's called skywriting. We don't want to be skywriting, so we are going to add actually a tether, a guide wire under the water that will hopefully guide our torpedo right to the boat.
The skywriting is on the wall. Accurately hitting the solo boat is proving more difficult than the more likely target of a 13th century invading armada. So for test 3, accuracy is out of the picture, and they're jumping ship to test the payload delivery.
All right, ladies and germs, we're ready to head across the lake. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. All right, let's go.
With the taut tether ready to keep it in line.
That's a lot of tension. Oh, that's pretty good.
Torpedo number 3 is loaded with the rocket equivalent of 20 pounds of black powder and its deadly payload.
These are my incendiary devices. They're actually filled with gasoline and a couple of other things that make it a secret recipe. That right there, 10.5 pounds of death and destruction to be delivered as soon as possible to our enemies.
Death and destruction, as long as it explodes on impact.
For this to be a successful test, we've got to be able to launch our torpedo from shore, have it skim across the surface of the water, and crash into our target boat, splashing incendiary liquid all over it and creating a big fireball. That's what we've got to do.
Yep, accuracy is beside the point. This test is about whether the torpedo delivers its destructive payload.
Tethered Goldilocks, let's hope this one works. In 3, 2, 1, fire.
Oh, shoot.
We were doing better without it tethered.
I'm sad.
Rockets don't like to be tethered. No. Nor torpedoes. They just want to be free.
Free-range torpedoes.
In contrast to yesterday's test, the tether definitely kept the torpedo waterbound, although a little too much so. But that's a problem they think they can fix.
In the interest of trying everything we can think of, we have moved the boat from its original position of 800 feet from shore to 200 feet from shore, and we've moved the guide wire from underwater to above water. I really hope this works.
Remember, the historical record isn't clear as to whether this was a long or short-range weapon, so they're closing in to concentrate on payload delivery.
There we go.
It's now or never for their torpedo of doom.
Okay, incendiary torpedo in 3, 2, 1, fire.
Come on!
Wow. That didn't go at all like I expected.
So close, but so far.
Maybe we should just go home.
No! We have to hurt this boat! Darn it!
Everything was going to plan, but the tether snapped, turning the torpedo into a surface-to-air missile. And getting the Mythbusters all bent out of shape.
I'm a sad monkey right now. That's our enemy. Look how close he is to shore. We've got rockets, we've got incendiary. Somehow we can't stop him. Just bugging the hell out of me.
Yep, it seems the torpedo is less death and destruction and more like a weapon of mass frustration. And with only one remaining torpedo, they've only got one more shot at the myth.
Captain Kirk never said this to Scotty, but I think we've got too much power.
And that tether is not working for us. I think we got to remove it.
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't know you watched Star Trek.
Sure.
We set a full-size trailer filled with sparkling wine and still wine on fire. And we got a machine gun type effect. But we didn't get the mythical 100 feet. So this one is busted. But we're not going to stop there. This is Mythbusters. So the next step for us is to go with the spirit of the myth and replicate the results. And that means making our own wine bottle machine gun.
And back at the shop, that's exactly what the Mythbusters are gunning for.
So after all of our testing, we've decided to try to replicate the result and give that machine gun effect the myth talks about by harnessing the power of the wine bottle.
We basically just cut up a bunch of pipes, put it on some bearings, made it look like a Gatling gun, and we're gonna use propane as a heat source.
This is it, the ultimate Mythbusters wine machine gun. We're using chilled champagne bottles, shaken and set over an open flame. Now it's time to fire this thing.
It's certainly a red-hot piece of hardware that only needs a target. And that's where Grant comes in.
There'll be potentially shattering glass, boiling liquid. So I have this. It's a fire suit. Hopefully, it's gonna keep me safe.
Let's do this.
With Grant quite literally staring down the barrel,
Here come the pain!
it's go time.
I forgot to protect my nether regions.
As machine guns go, it's a low-key start, as the team has to wait 10 minutes for the wine to reach optimum pressure. But then,
Ah! Got him in the leg! Right in the ding-ding!
I don't know about dangerous, but it's hilarious.
Oh!
They're actually hitting with some force.
Oh, wow.
Right in the gut.
it's a sparkling Mythbusters moment.
Oh, yeah!
But with reloading too dangerous, the conclusion is inevitable.
Is that it?
All right, I think that's it.
We got the wine bottles to act like a machine gun, and we got the corks to go in the direction we wanted it. Now, I feel a little bad for Grant.
Oh, yeah!
But I think he would agree it was worth it, at least for science.
The Mythbusters are at the end of their tether. Frustratingly, their ancient torpedoes have missed the boat on accuracy and payload delivery. But they've had a eureka moment. Perhaps it's all down to too much rocket power.
Well, sometimes less is more, and I think this is one of those times. We're going to lose the tether, and we're going to go with a rocket motor that puts out about half the thrust of the ones that we've been using heretofore. Hopefully that'll allow our torpedo to stay as a boat and not a rocket and go crazy.
Yep, this is their last torpedo and their last chance to get accuracy and payload delivery all in one. If having the thrust doesn't get a direct hit, then this myth is totally and utterly sunk. But in case it does, Adam's given the boat an ancient overhaul.
Why the hell are you putting all that crap all over the boat? It's just going to catch on fire. I don't want to burn this boat down. I mean, I know we need a finale, but maybe we could save it somehow.
It's an important addition to make our boat just as flammable as its 13th century equivalent.
Now, for those of you playing at home and complaining that the enemies of 13th century Syrians were much more likely to be Mongols than Romans from 1300 years earlier, I say congratulations on knowing so much about history.
With the boat fully prepped and the torpedo armed to the teeth, it takes its slow walk to the shore.
Don't drop it.
I will not.
But will it have the bite of the myth?
This part, when the explosives are live, is not the fun part of this job.
No.
The tension mounts as their final torpedo is ready for launch.
It's live.
Good. Then the guys retreat behind the shields, and it's sink or swim time.
It's now or never.
Incendiary torpedo in 3, 2, 1, fire.
And a misfire.
It's a dangerous moment. With the explosives live, our Mythbusters carefully tweak the trigger and take cover once again for the countdown to launch.
Third time's a charm. I just wish it had worked on the third time.
Incendiary torpedo in 3, 2, 1, fire.
This is starting to get me upset. There it goes! Come on, baby, come on! Hit it! Just boom!
Yep, that certainly was chest bump worthy. Not only did the torpedo stay on the surface of the water, but it delivered its deadly payload.
That sent fire up over the bow of the boat. That was awesome.
Holy crapola! Oh,
there's a fire. Luckily, I've got a 13th century fire extinguisher. I have saved your boat.
Yeah, that was a perfect hit, and you know, you could have used explosives, you could have incendiaries, anything you want. If it hit that hull like that, you know,
I'd be telling my other boats to turn around if one of those hit me. That's what I'd be saying.
Turn around. Get the hell out of here. These people are crazy. That last launch was what we've been looking for all week. The engine caught fire, started to push the torpedo. It skipped beautifully on the surface, maybe veering about a foot or two to the right, and slammed into the side of the boat, embedding itself, releasing its incendiary, and catching it all on fire at the same moment, and setting the boat on fire. Pretty much every last thing in one launch. I still can't believe it. I'm pinching myself. Well, how do you want to call this one? Was the Syrians' mythical surface rocket-powered incendiary-delivering torpedo been an effective weapon of war?
indeed it was, based on this task. We have to call it plausible, don't we?
Absolutely. Barring a time machine, it's plausible. Let's get out of here.
On this illuminating episode of Mythbusters,
There went his first glass.
Adam and Jamie have a smashing time
I can see nothing. This is insane.
as they reflect on something truly enlightening.
It looks great. I didn't think it would be this good.
Can you really use mirrors and the sun
Behold, I am the master of the sun.
as a form of ancient lighting?
There it is. Doink. Man, that's bright.
Then Tori, Grant, and Carrie
That was hairball.
investigate a freeway fable
I think there's some law enforcement people who would be very interested in talking to us.
that you can slow down an out-of-control vehicle
Your idea of a safe stop is to shank me?
by playing bumper cars on the blacktop.
We're on the road to madness.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
What more do you need to know?
And Jamie Hyneman.
When in doubt, C4.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Grant Imahara.
It's lethal, people.
Carrie Byron.
Jamie just doesn't look right.
And Tori Belleci.
And touchdown.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
I've got a story for you to reflect on.
Hit me.
I will hit you with the sun's rays. In the film The Mummy, there's a scene in which the hero has to go deep into a dark tomb, and in order to light his way, he kicks into gear a system of ancient Egyptian mirrors which bounce the sun's rays from outside deep into the bowels of the cavernous tomb so that they can navigate safely.
How enlightened.
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
That's the question. And here's the clip. Sunlight is bounced into the mummy's tomb.
And then there was light.
But is this ancient illumination really possible?
So what do you want to do first?
Well, look, this myth is all about lighting up the darkness with the sun's rays reflected. We need to answer the question, what does it mean to light up the darkness?
We need to define that. What's the minimum amount of light necessary to move around in an unfamiliar space?
Exactly, and I think I've got just a procedure to test this out.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry, you're gonna love it. Before we start bouncing light around the shop with mirrors, we need to determine a couple of benchmarks that we'll be aiming for in these tests. The first one we've determined is the Hollywood benchmark. This is the amount of lighting that they used while filming the film that properly tells the story of a light beam bouncing around with mirrors and lighting up a room. The second benchmark is what I consider to be the heart and soul of this story, and it is, what is the minimum amount of ambient light required to see?
So, step one is finding the minimum benchmark light level needed to see by. And Adam's brainwave to test it is a makeshift maze.
So, what's with the setup? Well, we tried to think like archaeologists. An archaeologist going from the desert down into a tomb full of unknown valuable objects and unknown antiquated history does not want to disturb anything in the tomb, even if the lighting conditions are really dim. He doesn't want to disturb anything. He definitely doesn't want to break anything, and that's why we have all the wine glasses precariously placed on posts. We are going to try and make it through this obstacle course under very low light conditions to determine the minimum light conditions you can make it through this obstacle course without breaking anything. That's the sound of failure.
With the course set, the guys focus on benchmark 1, the Hollywood level of illumination.
I'm all set.
That means playing with the light level until it matches that of the movie.
Okay, that works for me.
And then record the lux level.
We're going to measure our ambient light level using a meter, like this one, which receives light in through the sensor here and converts that to an electrical signal. Now, our computer converts that signal into what is known as lux.
In the days when candles were king, scientists determined that 1 lux is the amount of illumination that falls over 1 square meter if a candle is set 1 meter away. Using this scale, about 300 lux is the minimum level needed to read by. But how many lux is the movie scene? To find out, it's trial by tweaking as the Mythbusters crank up the levels bit by bit.
201 lux.
And with the benefit of a jump cut or two,
that ought to do it.
They soon find the level they think is a lux lookalike for the mummy.
This looks great. It looks just like the movie.
Okay, that gives us an average of 200 lux.
So that's the Hollywood level sorted. How will benchmark 2 compare? Adam's got a plan.
Since the archaeologists in this myth went from the bright sun into the tomb, we're going to do the same thing. Here I am in Jamie's electronics room with 2 lights simulating the bright sun. I will then leave the electronics room and walk down the Tunnel of Osiris, otherwise known as Jamie's battery and wire storage shelf. I will then enter the main shop area, which will be pitch black, and I'll use this rope to guide myself out into the middle of the shop. And when I hit the knot, I turn and start to walk the obstacle course. The question is, what is the minimum amount of light required for me to walk this obstacle course without breaking anything? It's not gonna be easy.
To find out, Adam set his overhead light source to its bare minimum setting.
Okay, Adam, go ahead and do your thing.
All right, here I go.
Jamie monitors progress on an infrared camera.
Holy crap.
There he is.
I can see nothing.
And for those of you who find the sound of breaking glass disturbing, now might be a good time to switch your set to mute.
Oh, I'm the worst archaeologist ever.
It's a bruising encounter. As Adam,
this is insane,
stumbles his way through the wine glass maze.
Here I am, I made it to the end.
And it's clear this light level's far too low for the human eye test.
That was a horror show.
You pretty much broke every glass that was in your path.
Yeah, I think we need to turn up the lights a little bit. Let's make it a little brighter and see if I can't make out some of these shapes.
Okay.
I'll replace the glasses.
Adam tries a slightly increased light level.
There we go. 1 notch up.
And sets off again.
Okay, Adam, you're good to go.
All right, here I go. Man, I can't make out.
There went his first glass.
I'm starting to be able to see things. Oh, my eyes are adjusting.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better, actually.
It's still a blur. Oh!
There's number 2.
Oh!
Number 3. 4. 5.
Nope.
And after a disappointing start,
7.
It soon becomes another catacomb catastrophe.
All right, Jamie, I'm at the end. Let's turn on the light.
You did a little better.
I did a little bit better. It's the kind of thing where, you know, if you start to not try and look ahead of you. You can sort of make out rough shapes in front of you. It was nowhere near what I would consider visibility. I think we need to turn it up.
So they increase the light level again. And again. And again. But it's not until light level 6 that Adam finally makes it.
This is it. This is the light level. I'm gonna make it the whole way. I made it.
So they break out the lux meter to shed some science on this final setting.
What's the verdict? How dim is it?
I get 0.389 of a lux.
Of ambient light?
Yeah.
That is amazingly dim. My takeaway from this experiment is that it's astonishing how well evolved the human eye is for gathering light. I was able to pick my way carefully through this complex and delicate maze without breaking a single glass. I think I'm gonna succeed. At just 0.389 lux. That's only slightly brighter than a full moon.
At 0.39 lux, the minimum human eye level is 500 times dimmer than Hollywood. And with both benchmarks in the bag, the question now is, can bouncing light with mirrors beat either benchmark?
All right, let's turn out the lights.
All right, so this next myth is all about driving fast, out of control, and it's totally dangerous.
I love it already. What is it?
Could you, if a car was out of control, could you overtake them, get in front of them, and then slow down till you brought that out of control car to a stop?
So as if they had fallen asleep or had a heart attack.
Exactly.
Great, let's try it.
When a driver passes out of the wheel, things get very bad very fast. But does it have to end up like this? Well, apparently not, because according to this myth, you can safely stop a runaway car by overtaking it, then carefully bringing it to a standstill. Freeway fact or blacktop baloney?
Okay, as I see it, we have two scenarios. First, the driver's lost total control of the car and has no influence over it at all. There's no steering, and the foot is off the accelerator.
So just coasting then?
Exactly. The second scenario is a little more extreme. There's still no steering, but the foot's jammed onto the accelerator. Would that make a difference?
All right, so we have two tests. It sounds like we need to go to stunt driving school. I mean, if this myth is about a car out of control, we need to see what it feels like to be in a car that's out of control.
That is a fantastic idea.
Cue a ramped up shot, and they're ready to roll.
We're out at the Alameda runway. But before we can start our experiment, we need to learn a little precision driving. We're gonna learn how to approach, bump, and overtake a car.
And these are the cars that we'll be using. We've painted them primary colors so they'll be easy to identify. They've been outfitted with all the safety gear that we need, and in addition to our precision driving instruction, we're gonna find out what it's like to be out of control.
Now, a couple of techniques that we're gonna be learning today in order to stop a car that's out of control are rubbing and bump drafting. These are both techniques that are used in stock car racing, but these techniques are so dangerous that if they're done too hard, the car could go spinning out of control. Believe me, it's gonna get very, very scary.
Yep, and the man to take charge of all that scary stuff, longtime driving instructor Marvin Ruff.
What sorts of skills would we need to learn in order to pull this maneuver off?
You need to learn how to approach a car, how to get alongside it, and how to slowly make contact with that car and get it to stop.
Gary, there was the word slowly in there.
Why is it that I'm always stuck with you driving like a maniac?
Because you're lucky.
It's seat buckles and white knuckles as Grant gets ready for some serious stunt training. Unlike the real testing to come later, for this training, Carrie will always be in control of her car. And Marvin's part is to teach Grant to
20 miles an hour.
Overtake.
And move over in front. Okay, here we go.
Slow his car down.
Oh my God, this feels crazy.
Back the bumper against hers.
Like landing an airplane.
He's slowing down too fast. We're gonna crash. Oh!
You are good. Now just start pushing on that brake.
And bring it all to a stop.
Okay, there it is.
Nice. Thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, we didn't die.
So that's training hurdle 1 passed with flying colors.
think?
Well, we were only going 20, but I think you did a really nice job.
Getting in front of it and braking is not that hard.
Now, get your brake going.
The hardest part is being smooth.
Slowing down too fast, we're gonna crash.
But you know what? I only did that at 20 miles an hour. I think as we attempt to try this at faster and faster speeds, it's gonna get a lot harder. And being smooth and being safe, that's gonna get harder too.
Next, it's Challenge 2, learning what it feels like when something goes wrong, courtesy of the infamous pit maneuver.
And we're not doing the pit maneuver just for the fun of it, even though it's probably gonna be pretty freaking cool. But what we are trying to do is see what it feels like to be in a moving car that is put out of control. The worst part is Carrie's driving.
Here we go, in 3, 2, 1, go. Trying to get away from the law.
Scarier still, the rain set in. And ready to put them into a spin, Marvin stalks the red car.
Here he comes. This is it.
Pulls up alongside,
Ready to go out of control.
touches the rear fender,
Whoa!
and
You just got pit maneuvered. That felt so good. It's good to be out of control sometimes.
So far, it's looking good. Driving at 20, we can stop a car with another car. This bumper car thing is awesome. Spinning out of control was just the icing on the cake.
training's done. They're bumped, pumped,
We just got pit maneuvered.
and amped to ramp.
I think I feel the need for speed. I think we can go faster now.
Can mirrors illuminate a murky mausoleum using the sun? The film The Mummy claims it can.
And then there was light.
But is this history or hooey? To find out, Adam and Jamie have established 2 benchmarks of illumination.
I can see nothing.
A Hollywood lighting level
200 lux.
and a human eye level.
I get 0.389 of a lux.
And now, by using 2 types of mirror, will they be able to match either benchmark? Well, first up, Adam polishes up some ye olde metal mirrors, and Jamie lines them up.
We've set these mirrors up to bounce light from mirror to mirror down the length of the room. Now, our goal is to see if those beams will raise the ambient light level.
To test this myth, they'll line up their mirrors and try a sun substitute.
Now, artificial sun for this test needs to be like the sun, that is, heavily collimated. That means all the light beams are actually traveling parallel to each other. And the most collimated light we can rent is this, a spotlight.
Ta-da!
And with the metal mirrors lined up, it's time for a moment of discovery. When the shop lights are turned off, how bright will the mirror's light be?
All right, let's turn out the lights. It looks great. I didn't think it would be this good.
Adam's right. First impressions are that these mirrors are working well. But crucially, how are they doing in the lux department?
Got it?
All right. The average ambient light of the polished metal, 1.13 lux.
Do our light bouncing mirrors work like they do in the film? I'd say that they do. There is an impressive amount of ambient light in this room solely because of the mirrors. Do they look like they do in the movie? No, they do not. By the 6th mirror, this beam is no longer collimated. It is a heavily, heavily scattered affair.
The scattering, or loss of focus, is not a good look, but the level of light itself is promising. It's clearly not as bright as the movie, but it is better than their naked eye benchmark. So can modern glass be a more polished performer?
This is our polished metal mirror, and this is our glass mirror. Obviously, the glass mirror is more reflective, but is that what we really want? It may be the case that the metal mirror is actually diffusing light more and therefore lighting up the ambient light in the room more. We're just going to have to try it to find out.
So to do that, they position the mirrors with the overhead lights on, and then...
Well, the mirrors are in place. They look great. Here we go. That looks fantastic. It looks just like the movie.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, the beams are a lot clearer than they were with the polished metal.
This is more than enough light for me to make it through that maze.
Yeah, I would think so.
Well, let's take some readings and find out.
The modern glass looks better.
All right. Good.
But does the data back that up?
How did our glass mirrors do?
You're gonna love this. First, you remember the ambient light reading we got from the polished metal was 1.13 lux?
Yeah.
Our glass mirrors came in at 0.487 lux.
Who knew?
I know, less than half. Isn't that amazing?
There seems to be more going on here than meets the eye. The goal of all this is to raise the ambient light level in a room, and mirrors alone aren't going to cut it. That light needs to hit something that scatters it. It could be my white shirt, or it can be fog, but it has to scatter to light the room.
Because the modern mirrors give a cleaner beam, the ambient light they give off is actually less than the polished metal, meaning the metal wins. But what's also clear is that the real loser in this proof of concept test is Hollywood.
Look, on this show, we've always known that Hollywood has a penchant for exaggeration. Our Hollywood lighting setup in this shop was 100 times brighter than the ambient light levels we got in our small-scale testing. But that doesn't mean this myth is busted. No, because those ambient light levels were still 2.5 times brighter than what we determined was necessary to safely maneuver through our tomb. That tells me we have every reason to go full scale and bring in the real sun.
So we are back at the Alameda runway. Just to recap, it turns out that you can stop a vehicle with another vehicle.
It's slowing down too fast. We're gonna crash.
But that was only at 20 miles an hour.
Oh.
So now that we've trained, it's time to move on to testing the myth. The first scenario, it's as if somebody has been driving, has passed out at the wheel, and now they're coasting at high speed. The speed we're gonna start at for this first test, 35 miles an hour. This is gonna be interesting.
Okay, so here's the plan. I'll be in this car, the red car, the rescue vehicle. We're gonna give the out-of-control vehicle a head start. It's gonna accelerate to 35 miles per hour, and then I'll apply everything that I've learned to overtake it, and then apply brakes to safely bring that vehicle to a full and complete stop.
But this time, they're going to try one big change.
Once Grant gets in front of us, I'm going to take my hands off the wheel and my foot off the accelerator, as if I've just passed out.
Let's just hope Grant was paying attention during his training session. I don't think he was.
And for test one, gentlemen and lady, start your engines.
All right, this is 35 mile an hour. Driver's passed out. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're at 35 miles an hour and commence passing out.
Look, Mom, no hands and no feet, making this officially an out-of-control vehicle.
Here we go.
Which is Grant's cue to first nose his way in front before slowing down. And it's easy peasy, brakes a squeezy, as he manages to haul Carrie in.
And stop. You did it.
That was a little rough, but it worked.
It totally worked at 35 miles an hour, too.
All right, what's next?
Faster.
All right, let's take it up to 55 miles an hour, freeway speed.
Well, let me point this out. The bumper of the out-of-control car is actually underneath the bumper of the rescue car. And what that does is it starts to compromise the stability of the rescue car, making it even harder to rescue the person.
The 35-mile-an-hour no-hands test is down. Now they're about to up the danger to freeway speed.
For this next test, there's going to be a little more jeopardy here, because that all is great as long as you're going straight. We're going to be passed out at the wheel. The alignment's not amazing on this salvaged vehicle, and we're going double the speed.
Here we go in 3, 2, 1, go.
55 plus different height bumpers, plus dodgy alignment. Oh, and no hands either.
30 miles an hour. 55 miles an hour. And this is too exciting to pass out. But here we go.
This is actually kind of scary.
I know. All right, we're passing out. Hand is off to the wheel.
With Carrie comatose behind the wheel, Grant brakes in front. If he's a whisker off dead center, one car or other could spin out. It's a totally tricky maneuver.
All right, nice work.
That was a little scary, I gotta say. It's a lot more challenging, and at 20 miles an hour, the corrections are sort of gentle. At 55, the corrections have to be a lot faster, and so it's hard to do it really smooth, but it worked. We're live!
It worked at 55 miles an hour. And look, our hood is almost underneath your bumper, and we didn't lose control.
But having survived at 55, can they let it rest at that?
What if the accelerator were stuck?
Yeah, like if the guy passes out and his foot's stuck on the gas.
Or there was some sort of malfunction.
I like it. Add more danger to this experiment.
All right, let's do it.
Adam and Jamie have been reflecting on some proof-of-concept tests at the shop.
The average ambient light of the polished metal, 1.13 lux.
Can you really use mirrors to turn dark into day?
This is more than enough light for me to make it through that maze.
It's certainly a case of so far, so good. But will these results scale up? Will using the real sun and a much larger crypt be the making of this myth?
Well, this is the place.
Looks great.
Okay, it's not ancient Egypt.
Shall I open it up?
Absolutely.
But Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay
Perfect.
uncovers an unexpected underground treasure.
Well, shall we set up?
Let's turn on the house lights. All right, house lights up.
Well, this is our space. Now, it's not a tomb, but it is underground, and it's very, very dark, so it'll be perfect for our testing.
Jamie blocks out a few spots to make total darkness.
There we go.
Meanwhile, Adam's manufacturing modern glass mirrors.
Now, I'll wager you're probably yelling at the screen right now, wondering why I'm building these with glass mirrors when our polished metal mirrors actually gave us a higher ambient light reading. 1.13 lux. This is probably easiest to explain if you take a look at these two shots our cameraman filmed this morning. On the left are the polished metal mirrors. On the right, the glass. Now, see how the light from the polished metal mirrors peters out really fast? Compare that to the glass mirrors where the light is strong virtually all the way to the end, and that's what's really important. This myth isn't about the type of mirror used, it's about bouncing a beam of light. And the polished metal didn't give us that beam. It only lasted about 15 feet before it was diffused. That's why the glass is what we're using in our full-size tomb.
And with that cleared up, there's just one more ingredient left: the sun.
Now all we need to do is see if the sun's going to cooperate with us. And that's actually a pretty big if, because not only do we have to worry about whether we can reflect sun into the building, in other words, is it lined up at a decent angle for that, but also this is San Francisco and it's regularly kind of foggy here. If we have a few too many clouds, we're going to be out of business.
Yep, without the big guy in the sky, the tomb's doomed.
Well, I can see the sun, but it is awfully overcast. It is what it is.
So with San Francisco's fickle weather doing its darndest to delay things, Adam has a backup plan.
Have you met my son? It is a 7,000-watt xenon spotlight. We're gonna turn it on now. Oh! Look at that puppy. Boom!
Behold, I am the master of the sun.
Adam's humongous light source gives a whopping 160,000 lux at 50 feet.
That is freaking awesome.
But will it be bright enough to illuminate their colossal crypt?
I think that's right.
To find out, the guys will shine in Adam's sun, position the mirrors, and then check the light reading. Starting now.
House lights out.
Shall we bring in the sun?
Sure, why not?
Let's bring in the first sunbeam.
All right, you ready for it?
I'm ready for it. Bring it on.
Okay, here it comes.
There it is.
Just like the movie, they're using 6 mirrors, all of which are around 35 feet apart.
Doink.
Man, that's bright.
Dude, that is like a 2-foot laser beam. Going for mirror number 4.
Nice.
All right, there it is. That's as good as it gets. Going for the last mirror.
Okay, coming down.
Zoop.
That's it. You're in. Ta-da!
And there we go. That works pretty good.
I swear I'm going to go out on a limb and say this room is nicely lit. I can move through the antiques without hurting anything.
Easily.
Look, nobody can say that we didn't accurately match the look and behavior of this technique in the film.
Yep, it looks just like the tune.
It's a good start, but what does the all-important data say?
All right, let's take a reading.
Okay, I got it.
Well, it turns out that bigger is absolutely better. Going full scale with our mirrors is yielding an ambient light reading in this room of 2.3 lux. And when you're in this room, you can totally carefully make your way among the artifacts without any difficulty at all. By both an objective and an empirical standard, the theory behind this technique is totally sound.
In fact, it's over 5 times brighter than the minimum level they determined earlier. And that's very good news for the myth, except for one little thing.
Going full scale and using an artificial light source, we were able to very closely replicate what we saw in the movie. But this story is about using the sun.
Jamie's right, but luckily, the long-lost suns finally put in a show. So, let there be light.
The question is, will it be enough light for an archaeologist such as me or Mr. Hyneman to be able to move through a tomb without breaking anything?
Can you really bring an out-of-control car to a stop with a dangerous game of bumper cars?
So far, so good.
Yeah, it turns out you can slow down a coasting car using this technique. But now, I think it's time to ramp things up.
By seeing what happens when the driver has their foot jammed on the accelerator.
This is going to be a whole nother experience because now that the accelerator's stuck, this car's not going to want to stop.
So back at Alameda Runway, it's pedal to the metal, literally. And for that, Tori's going green because this time, he's doing the rescuing.
All right, time to go save some lives. Hope they don't wreck my paint job.
This time, he's going for highway high speed.
For this next test, what I'm being asked to do is to depress the accelerator as if it is stuck and then take my hands off the wheel. At no time should I take my foot off the accelerator. Totally counterintuitive and kind of scary.
Okay, this is stuck accelerator at 55 miles per hour. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, looks like it's time to go save some lives.
Carrie puts her pedal to the metal and takes the car up to 55 miles an hour.
55 miles per hour.
With a stuck accelerator, this test will be a whole different ballgame.
I feel like we're in NASCAR.
Like a heart attack victim, Carrie lets go of the wheel.
Okay, hands off the wheel.
But keeps her foot firmly on the gas. The green machine makes contact.
Yeah!
Now it gets dangerous. Tori starts stomping on the brakes. And while that does start to slow both cars,
nice.
It also causes them to veer dangerously off course. As Tori tries to correct, he starts to fishtail. But one final pump of the brakes brings the cars to a stop. Just.
Whoa! Holy! Oh, yeah!
That was up.
Oh my God. It worked. A little scary though, huh?
What are you talking about? I was totally scared.
That was so fun. All of a sudden, we started like fishtailing and just getting out of control.
With the brakes locked solid, it still took Tori 500 yards to bring the cars to a stop. 4 times longer than the normal stopping distance at that speed.
So 55 was fun. Do you think you can handle 75? Because I'd like to go 75.
Let's try it.
At 55 miles per hour, this was difficult. At 75, with over 1 million joules of kinetic energy, this is going to be nearly impossible.
Nearly impossible because 1 million joules is clearly a lot. The same, in fact, as a 10-pound bowling ball traveling at 1,500 miles an hour.
We're about to stop a car going 75 miles an hour out of control with another car. Buckle up. It's about to get real.
In 3, 2, 1, go!
With both cars accelerating to 75,
70 miles an hour.
Carrie again lets go of the wheel,
Hands off the wheel.
but keeps her foot on the gas.
Looks like those guys are out of control.
Tori gets in position and then starts pumping the brakes. But this time, at this speed, the cars rapidly head off course, with the fence getting ever closer. Tori's wheels lock up, and he veers off again. Fortunately, he recovers just in time.
That was hairball.
Dude.
I had both feet on the brakes, and I still wasn't stopping.
We were getting closer and closer to the gate. I'm like, oh,
I was like, oh, I'm gonna push him through the fence.
Without doubt, it was the hardest rescue yet, as Tori's smoking tires attest. But he did pull it off.
What I think we learned from this, though, is that you can stop a car even going 70 miles an hour. Unless we're gonna do this whole thing at 100 miles an hour, I think we have to call it. This one is confirmed.
Totally confirmed.
Confirmed. Huh.
Confirmed it is, but not something you should try at home. Now, most people would call it quits, but Carrie's got an appetite for more.
So this rescue myth has reminded me of a technique I've heard of that I've always wanted to try, where you actually can sandwich a car with two cars to slow it down.
Oh, so they wedge the runaway car and use friction to bring it to a stop.
A car sandwich. That sounds dangerous. I love it.
So hungering for more action, Grant and Tori are about to put the squeeze on Carrie's car.
So we showed that it's possible to stop an out-of-control car with another car. But now we're back at the Alameda runway, and this time we're gonna try to stop an out-of-control car with two cars. We're making a car sandwich.
Basically, this thing we're about to do right here, this is the most dangerous thing we're gonna do all week.
You heard right. If they overcook this sandwich maneuver, Carrie's toast.
So far, I've been able to handle this, but I noticed that I put my seatbelt on just a little bit tighter for this one.
In 3, 2, 1.
Most sane people would see this as a seriously crazy thing to try. Carrie driving with stuck accelerator, no hands, at silly speed. And they'd be right. There's a real danger here of 1, 2, or all 3 cars rolling. Grant and Tori pull alongside, move closer, and well, you can see the result.
Oh my God, it worked!
Oh my gosh! It worked!
It was ugly, but I think it worked.
We stopped an out-of-control car with two cars.
Oh my God, it's working!
I would have to say that's working.
It definitely was successful in stopping the car. Man, I think we could do this better. I mean, this was super clumsy.
And having survived that rescue, Carrie's throwing down the gauntlet for a custom-built challenge.
Why don't you guys figure out a better way to stop the out-of-control vehicle? What if both of you go off and come up with your own ways to stop the car, and I'll give you a challenge as a really out-of-control vehicle?
You like being out of control, don't you?
Back on Treasure Island, the San Francisco sun is finally smiling on Jamie and Adam's test setup.
I'm in the door.
Meaning they can finally attempt a real-world test using their large tomb and the real sun.
Yeah, baby.
The problem is, unlike all their other tests, they can't just point the sun straight inside.
I think we're set. Should we bring in the sun?
Let's bring it in. Okay, house lights out.
Instead, they have to bounce it in, courtesy of a primary mirror outside.
Wow, look at that.
I'm gonna go for the first mirror.
Okay.
But once that's sorted,
that is intense.
We got a beam in the room. Here I am.
Here it comes.
It's then back to the tricky task of aligning all the mirrors.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Look at that. It's actually working.
One by one.
Going for mirror 2. Oh, right. Mirror 2.
Until the end target is lit.
Mirror 3. Oh,
There we go. That's beautiful. All right, I'm gonna bring it in on our last target. And there it is. Perfect.
That is fantastic.
This is the best yet. I can totally see things in here. I can pick them up, put them back, no problem.
I am blown away by how well this technique worked. With sunlight and mirrors, we made enough ambient light in this room to totally move around it without breaking any artifacts.
Okay.
But what are the lux levels?
2.51 lux. That's amazing. That's really bright.
They've cracked it. 6 times brighter than the minimum eye level. Enough to put a smile on Adam's dial. Well, briefly.
We're losing our beam.
Yeah, we are.
You know what the problem is?
What?
The sun's moving. The relationships have all changed a little bit, Jamie.
Have they?
Yeah. The sun's moved off the primary, which means the aim on the secondary is a little bit off.
As the sun moves off the primary mirror, it kicks all the others out of kilter.
And the sun's moved again. I'm gonna kick the primary one more time.
Okay.
And for lighting up a tomb, that is a problem.
The thing about using the sun is that the Earth is rotating on its axis, and it's also rotating around the sun, which means that from our perspective, the sun is moving all over the place across the sky. So you can't really expect to be able to aim a beam of light using a mirror at a specific spot without constantly adjusting it to accommodate for the sun's movement.
And its movement is surprisingly fast.
With this much distance on these mirrors, the amount the sun's moving on the last one is like inches per minute.
Well, it works, but only for about 3 minutes at a time before the sun moves.
That's a little bit of a problem, isn't it?
It is.
Well, I guess if you have a bunch of slaves to constantly adjust the mirrors.
The mirrors are static, they don't move dynamically, but the sun does. And as the sun moves through the sky, it changes its geometry on the primary mirror, which changes the geometry on all the other mirrors in this room. They'd have to be moved dynamically throughout the whole thing to keep this room lit. So because of that, I don't feel like we've really seen the theory behind this technique work as well as it could.
Yep, and that's something that didn't happen in the movie. But before the sun sets on this myth, Jamie's got one little trick up his sleeve. Carrie, Grant, and Tori have confirmed the myth. You can stop an out-of-control car with another, with brake and bumper technique, plus that crazy sandwich combo. Now, Carrie set the boys a challenge to come up with that custom-built device to stop a car.
Ramming speed.
Challenge. Such a nice ring to it. So with a mix of metal and midnight oil later,
perfect,
they come up with a typical ingenious Mythbusters solution.
Yeah.
Now they're ready to reveal all.
Come on, you guys, try and stop me.
Grant first.
To address Carrie's challenge to come up with a better way to stop a car, I have this. These paddles mount underneath the front bumper of each car. Employing the sandwich technique, we'll come in and they will allow us to control the runaway car and bring it to a safe stop. All right. See, the other car's bumper comes in like this. We don't have to get so far in front, so there's no chance of spinning out. Then we just lock you in with the L shape and slow you down.
Sounds good on paper. Sounds bad when that's through the grill of the car.
As for Tori's approach,
all you need to do is get your car going really fast and then rear end the car that's out of control. The whole idea here is that you harpoon the car in front of you. Once you are inside the car, you release that hook.
Really? This is your idea?
It might give you whiplash, but it should stop your car.
Your idea of a safe stop is to shank me?
More like harpooning.
but enough of all that glum talk. There's a car to be captured and saved. Twice. It's crunch time at Alameda. Grant's sandwich maker machine's warmed up, ready to save Carrie.
Ready to drive.
3, 2, 1, go.
Grant's ingeniously bolted bars to the front of each car.
40, 50, here they come.
to act like a barrier to stop Carrie's car. Now it may look crazy, but it's blitzed the job.
Gotcha! Gotcha!
That was beautiful. That worked so much better than the original sandwich.
Oh my God, we totally gotcha. That was awesome.
Grant, your method is safer.
Nice work.
Thanks.
Now, if we can only get the cars apart.
Are we gonna have to drive them home like this? I get to a constant speed, take my hands off the wheel, and watch the cars on either side of me start to close in very, very quickly. They slam at the same time. My bumper hits the front pedals, and they actually are slowing me down. I smell rubber burning, but I'm coming to a stop. It's amazing.
And if that wasn't scary enough, then there's the harpoon.
This is a new technique. This is more of a stabbing, hooking, and then using the weight of the vehicle to slow the out-of-control car down.
This plan? Nothing about it seems like a good idea. Harpooning the back of my car, ramming it as hard as you can. Who comes up with this kind of idea? Only a crazy person.
I think we're set.
It's a simple plan. Get up behind Carrie's car, crash into the trunk, slam on your brakes. What could possibly go wrong?
3, 2, 1, go.
The Runaway Road Warrior sets out, ready to rescue.
This is Tori and Grant in Harpoon Rescue, in pursuit. Okay, hands off the wheel. Go for it, man.
Carrie's car is skewered. Now, on the sophistication scale, it's crafty. As for the all-important results rating, it's a hit.
Working!
It's working!
Nice!
It's working!
Nice! Good job!
I can't believe that worked!
The rear spear!
Dude, that's awesome!
It stopped the car out of control.
Okay, we're gonna have to take both of these ideas and patent them so that we can sell them back to the Highway Patrol because that's amazing.
I think there's some law enforcement people that would be very interested in talking to us.
The harpoon technique worked. Carrie took off at 50 miles an hour. I caught up with her. It didn't take much to punch through the back of her car and hook it. I came to a stop, she came to a stop.
I have to say that stopping a car with another car has been very successful. We've gotten in front of the runaway car and applied our brakes and safely stopped it at speeds in excess of 70 miles per hour. We've come up to the sides and sandwiched the car using plates welded to our front bumpers. And finally, we've deployed a crazy harpoon-like spear to punch into the trunk of the runaway car and drag it to a stop. Just goes to show, if you have a runaway car, call the Mythbusters. Actually, no, you should call the police.
Back at Tut HQ on Treasure Island, Jamie's not quite done testing Lux levels.
There's one other thing I'd like to try. You're gonna like it.
All right, let's do it.
In their earlier small-scale tests, Jamie made an ambient light level breakthrough.
The goal of all this is to raise the ambient light level in a room, and mirrors alone aren't going to cut it. That light needs to hit something that scatters it.
So now, in their full-sized sunlit tomb, he's itching to see if this scatter theory will scale.
Turn off your headlamp and check this out.
That's beautiful.
And you thought I didn't know how to light up a room.
I stand corrected. Let's take a reading. Okay, maximum. All right, moving away. Average lux, 8.62 lux. Woo for Jamie's shirt.
Amazingly, with this reflective scattering, Jamie's whiter-than-white shirt has given the maximum light reading for the entire experiment. Adam's gobsmacked.
Well, it turns out that Jamie's starched white shirt provides almost 3 times as much ambient light in this space as the next best technique of everything that we've tried.
And Jamie's reaction? Well, this is Jamie.
A mirrored surface is going to be your best bet to get light into a room because it's very directional. But if you want to actually light the room, once that light gets in there, you're best off if it hits a surface like my white shirt, because the white isn't so directional. It's going to spread the light and raise your ambient light level.
How do you want to wrap this up?
In theory, it's plausible, because the sun's rays did in fact provide enough ambient light to move around the room.
I agree. Plausible, but totally impractical. First of all, the sun moves, so you only get that light for about 3.5 minutes before you have to shift everything. And the idea that all those mirrors would sit around for 3,000 years and be ready to light up that room, totally ridiculous.
Yeah, plausible, but ridiculous.
Yeah.
On this episode of Mythbusters.
Oh, nice.
Adam and Jamie have a data with destiny.
I am totally psyched about numbers.
They're testing the myth that during an underwater explosion,
boom,
lying prone on the surface will increase your chances of survival.
Whoa, look how high that went.
Then,
Cue the gong.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori tackle an ancient armor saga.
Ooh, I felt that one.
Is the far-fetched theory that paper armor
Well, you couldn't find me a giant pair of scissors to run with?
protects as well as steel,
Well, that is one dangerous-looking machine.
fact, or pulp fiction? Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Come on, let's go. Here comes chaos.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Relax. This one hurt a bit.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Carrie Byron.
This should be fun.
Tori Belleci.
Oh, we survived.
And Grant Imahara.
Start the car.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Check this out. Navy divers who find themselves in the water when an explosion like a depth charge or something is supposed to go off underwater are instructed specifically that the safest position for them to be in the case of an underwater explosion, is flat on their back on the surface. And that's significantly safer even than treading water in an upright position.
That's interesting. You wouldn't think there'd be any difference at all.
You wouldn't, and that's why I think it's something that we should test.
I'm up for it.
Navy SEALs and walruses are advised that if in danger of a depth charge disaster, their best chance of survival is to float on the surface rather than treading water or diving down. But would it really make a difference? Adam, Jamie, and the bomb squad are primed to find out.
Ultimately, of course, I foresee a large-scale quarry lake, big explosions, very cool high-speed shots. But where do we begin?
Well, let's say we start with some underwater shockwave testing here in the shop and see if we can collect some data, see if there are any problems, see if there's anything to the myth.
Sure. This shouldn't be that hard.
Okay. We're going to need 3 things: a tank full of water, an explosion, and a means of measuring the shockwave.
It sounds deceptively simple, but setting off and measuring underwater explosions in the shop is anything but simple.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking this requires a brainstorming sequence.
About a long, narrow tube,
with an inevitable tense discussion.
It would fail catastrophically.
Obligatory technical jargon.
15 psi.
Equidistant from the sensors.
Blast pressure.
7 psi.
That could work.
And after a final audio crossfade or two,
and we create our shock mode with the gun. So I'm just going to draw it. And we got sensors.
there's a resolute conclusion signaling a solution.
I think that seems like a plan.
I think so.
Let's go build it.
And the plan they intend to build will look like this.
This here is our tank. 15 feet tall, it's gonna hold 1,300 pounds of water. Inside that tank, we will place 4 shock sensors. I will detonate a pistol dead center in the tank. That pistol will generate a shock wave that will travel up and down through the tank. If depth plays no role in the propagation of a shock wave underwater, we should see an identical reading between sensors B and C because they are each the same distance from the source of the shock wave. If depth does play a significant factor in the force of a shock wave underwater, then we should see a difference in the force measured by these two sensors, and that's where this story gets really interesting.
But it gets interesting before that, because Jamie has an ingenious plan of a tank.
We're going to need a very tall, narrow tank for this test. Now, we built one of these before for firing bullets into water, but let's just say there was a serious problem with that one.
Water is heavy, and keeping it contained is a tricky task. Last time out, despite using some heavy-duty acrylic and iron girders, things got messy and dangerous.
Oh, criminy.
Now, with that in mind, I've come up with an entirely new way of building a tank that we've never tried before. It uses very thick vinyl. Well, that ought to do it.
Ought to, but they won't know until their thickened, flexible tank is fully erect.
You're up.
And full of water.
Another 6 inches.
It's in. In a few minutes, we're about to fill that tube with 1,300 pounds of water. Will it hold?
I can't detect any leaks.
I hope so.
So does Jamie, because nothing scares the Hyneman more than a mess in potentia.
It's terrifying. Quit yanking on it.
With the tank holding, they're about to tempt fate by introducing the explosive ingredient.
The role of our shock producer in the small-scale test will be played by this, a .357 Magnum pistol, to which I'm going to make some modifications so we can fire it remotely and underwater.
Okay, Carrie, what do you got for us?
I've got a historical myth, and I love this one. Now, in ancient times, even up to the 1800s, some armies in China actually made armor out of paper.
Paper armor, that is cool. I mean, paper's the last thing you would think of to make armor. I like this one.
And the cool thing is that paper was supposed to perform as well as steel.
Wait a minute. Paper armor performing as well as steel armor? I'd like to see that.
That's why I want to test it.
Throughout history, material science has been at the cutting edge of advancements in armor. But is it really possible that the ancient Chinese manufactured paper armor capable of performing as well as its contemporary steel equivalent? To find out, Carrie, Grant, and Tori are arming themselves with the facts and then the armor.
Well, first up, I'd like to do some research, talk to an expert, find out how the paper armor was possibly made and what the steel counterpart would be.
Yeah, I mean, when we think of steel armor, we think of medieval armor like this, but Chinese steel armor of the period may not have been like this at all.
So it sounds like we're gonna need to get some steel armor of the period and make ourselves some paper armor. Then we'll run them through some tests and see how the paper compares to the steel.
I'm looking forward to this. For a paper armor myth, I've come up to the Napa Valley so that I can talk to Greg Martin. You live in a museum.
These are all my toys.
Now, he's an antique arms and armor expert. Hopefully you'll have a little insight for me.
And his first interesting insight is that the existence of paper armor is no myth at all.
Historically, paper armor is traced back to the Tang Dynasty, 600 BC. And of course, the Chinese were very big developers of paper. So it would stand to reason that paper armor would develop there.
So how would paper armor likely have been constructed?
By using what we call lamelleur. Paper was laminated together into squares and then attached piece by piece, and then would cover the entire body.
What was steel armor like at that period?
Steel armor would have been the same way, most likely, layered, but again, it would be plates attached together to make a full covering, rather than one whole suit.
So, lamellar paper armor really was used in ancient China. There are records of multiple manufacturing methods and designs, but the myth is that it was as effective as the steel armor of its day. An outrageous claim, and the team is skeptical, but there is some cause for hope.
Now, when you hear paper armor, it seems totally absurd. But it's actually based on the same scientific principle as Kevlar. Kevlar is a fine mesh of fibers that actually slows a projectile down by spreading its load and stretching the fibers to bring the projectile to a halt. Now, paper is the same concept. It's a flexible, layered construction.
Now, we know from historical sources that they used a mulberry paper. Look at this, you can see the fibers. This is strong stuff. What they would do is they would stack layers of it together, and that was enough to stop arrows. Now, one source told us that they would take these layers of paper and laminate it with resin or some kind of shellac or even glue. Another source says that they would cover it with a cotton cloth and sew around the edges. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take all those techniques, find out which works best. Once we have that, then we'll be able to put that up against steel and see which one does better.
And to test our armor pieces, we're going to use this. Ow. This is a sharpened tip on the end of a pneumatic cylinder. Here we have a chunk of ballistics material. We'll put each sample underneath, and then we'll fire the cylinder like this and see how each sample performs as a result of the puncture. And the best one will go on to make our final armor pieces.
This is folded paper with cotton.
So, the goal is to compare the range of historically accurate manufacturing methods.
One.
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
It actually stopped it.
And decide which will give the steel the best run for its money.
This is rabbit skin glue on paper.
Each paper piece, regardless of its construction method, is 1/2 inch thick, a dimension discovered in the research.
Lacquer made it more brittle and it actually went all the way through.
And although shellac, an organic resin, may double up as an effective weapon,
That actually stuck!
the result that emerges is that hardened squares like lacquer lack the penetrative protection of the winning sample.
Okay, and folded paper.
Whoa!
Oh my God, look at how well that worked.
This absolutely works the best. Simplicity.
Dude, it looks like the paper just moves out of the way and absorbs all the energy.
Now that we've found our winning paper construction, which is simply folded up paper, it's time to put it up against steel. So we are gonna be putting both of these materials against common weapons of the time. We're gonna be doing blunt force, some kind of a club or a mace, a sword, and then finally an arrow. Let's see which one performs the best.
Our trio of Mythbusters have a martial mystery from Oriental history. Supposedly, as a material for making armor, paper matches steel.
So the concept behind paper armor is lamellar construction, which is many small plates laced together in rows. Now, the plates could have been composed of cloth, metal, or in our case, paper. The advantage of this armor was that it was incredibly flexible. The paper armor was also lightweight, cheap, and purportedly as effective as steel. And it was used all the way up until the 19th century.
So far, the team has discovered that of all the historically recorded manufacturing techniques, simple folded squares provide the most protection.
This absolutely works the best.
But they're still skeptical of paper's ability to match steel. So before they go all out and build a full suit of paper armor, paper will have to prove itself in a authentic setting.
Greetings, friends. Though this looks like an entirely authentic Tang Dynasty household, it is in fact the best reproduction we could come up with for under $10. Cue the gong.
And here's how this proof of concept will work. Paper will go up against steel in a series of weapons tests. And if the damage to a clay block beneath is reasonably comparable, only then will they move on to a full-scale testing with full suits of armor.
Now, the way we're choosing our thickness of armor is we've done some research, and the lamellar armor was about 1/32 of an inch steel. As far as the paper armor goes, we found out that it was about a 1/2 inch thick, and a 1/2 inch thick equals about 28 sheets of the paper.
To get things rolling, Grant wheels out a familiar robotic swinger. Calibrated to human swinging speeds, that's 125 miles per hour for the data divas out there. She's ready for weapon number 1.
So for our blunt force trauma test, we're gonna use this. This is a reproduction of an ancient Chinese weapon called a chui. That's gonna do some damage, isn't it?
Hopefully.
First up, for a taste of the mace, is the steel control. The material the mythical paper armor has to match.
Trauma test in 3, 2, 1.
Wow, that did really well.
Yep, the clay indentation is slight and shallow. But now for the all-important comparison.
All right, let's see how paper armor can do.
Okay, this is the trauma test. Oh, that did not look good.
That looks like it would hurt.
And a look at the side-by-side impressions only enforces the impression that this myth belongs in the waste paper bin.
I'd rather be wearing steel at this point.
Right. I think the steel wins in this situation.
Yeah.
But there are 2 more chances to find out if paper cuts it as armor.
I just cut my eyebrow.
First, the sword.
Well, that is one dangerous-looking machine.
And just for reference, let's first see what the sword does to the unprotected clay.
Ouch.
All right.
Okay.
So it looks like it went in about an inch.
Now for the cold, hard steel.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh! All right, you see here, the sword hit the steel armor and it put a dent in the clay, but it didn't actually cut through, wounding the person. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch out the steel armor for the paper armor and see what kind of damage it does on the clay. Wow.
The result is astonishing. The damage is minimal. It's similar to the steel and a vast improvement on the inch-deep slice experienced by the unprotected clay.
It only cut like maybe 2 or 3 layers.
That is crazy. Paper for armor?
I know.
It could work.
I'm impressed.
It's looking great.
Which brings us to the third and final weapons test, the arrow. And first to face the firing squad is the steel.
Oh, it bounced back.
Awesome. Let's see how far it went in. That's it.
That's it.
That is less than 1/4 of an inch.
So paper has one final chance to prove its metal against the metal.
In 3, 2, 1.
And hold on to your skeptic's hat, because despite the arrow's penetration into the paper, the clay beneath survived better than it did against the steel.
Huh.
Wow, look at that. Oh, I think the arrow went deeper on the steel armor.
Yep, it's concept proven. The paper more or less matched the metal. And this myth can move on.
When I first heard this myth, I thought paper armor, that seems ridiculous, but it is actually doing very well. I'm excited though to see the next step where we actually build a suit of armor out of paper and see how that performs.
To best avoid injury from an underwater depth charge, would it really make a difference lying supine on the surface? Intent on investigating, Adam and Jamie will set off an underwater shockwave and measure it at various depths.
All right, this is my finished shockwave-producing remote-firing pistol. It will fire only blank rounds because I have put a little shockwave disperser in so that it disperses the shockwave both exactly up and exactly down. I've mounted it to the end of a boat hook so that I can adjust its height. I put a blank round in it, cock it, and then from above the water, I can fire it, generating the shockwave we need for our instrumentation.
To measure the shockwave from the handgun blank is the final item on Jamie's list. 4 pressure sensors held in place by magnets.
Here we go.
Hey, it worked!
Equidistant from the central explosion, the 2 pairs of sensors will give the team readings in pounds per square inch.
Okay, you should be good.
So what's the water tube going to tell us after this test? Are we going to get a much higher blast pressure here than here? It's an interesting question because the pressure here is already at 4.2 pounds per square inch. Up here, it's only 2 pounds per square inch, and that's just from the weight of the water.
It feels like a bank heist.
So that, combined with the explosion, I think is going to inherently give us a higher blast pressure down there. But will that equate to death while treading water, while life, while lying flat on your back? I don't think so.
We know the greater the distance you are away from an explosion, the more the shock wave from that explosion is going to have a chance to dissipate, and therefore the safer you'll be.
Okay, we're hot.
The question we're trying to answer here is whether there's some feature to do with depth underwater and the associated pressures. The greater the depth, the more intense the shock wave. That is perfect. The shallower the depth, the less intense the shock wave, and the safer you'll be. What do I think? I don't think there's going to be much of a difference.
So, both Mythbusters are skeptical, but science is an evidence-based discipline.
This is depth charge disaster. Small scale test. Hopefully not making me too wet. In 3, 2, 1.
Nice.
Well, the sensors did register a result, and the tank didn't spring a leak, but a close look reveals the numbers aren't ideal.
So what'd we get?
Well, it's looking awfully noisy, but we're getting some interesting numbers. Unfortunately, the close proximity of the walls of the tank to the explosion is affecting those pressure waves and creating noise, which is obscuring the measurements that we're looking for.
That noise, the reflected shock waves bouncing around in the narrow tank,
is it still noisy?
Means the peak pressure wave for each individual sensor is difficult to determine.
Let's run it again.
But 3 bangs later, and they have enough data points for a pattern to emerge.
That's working beautifully. All right, kids, put down your juice boxes and pay attention. It's time for the moment you've been waiting for. It's time to interpret the numbers. Remember that if there was anything to this story at all, if depth did play a factor in increasing the force of a shock wave, we should see that the deeper sensors would give us a higher reading than the shallower sensors at the same distance. And that is what we're seeing. In every one of our tests, the sensor 3 readings are higher than the sensor 2 readings. The sensor 4 readings are higher than the sensor 1 readings. That tells me at least that in small scale, there might just be something to this story.
So paper armor has potential.
I think it might be time for us to go full scale.
Let's make armor out of paper and put it up against steel in a series of challenges.
I love it. We'll put each of the armor on and then run through a series of tests. Maybe we'll test speed, agility, and endurance.
And we'll have to have some kind of ultimate battle between the 2 suits. Not wearing them, of course.
Pick a number.
So, cue the full-scale monumental mission.
You're a dork.
To make a full suit of paper armor.
Only 850 to go.
And the less taxing task of having a real steel one delivered.
So to put our paper armor to the test, we're going to pit it against a metal suit of armor from the same period. Now, because this is hard to make, we ordered it from a modern armory company in the Ukraine, and it's battle ready. Rah! Who wants some? I also do parties.
Meanwhile, Tori gets busy pulling the paper armor design together. A design based on these ancient drawings and Grant's period-accurate steel replica.
Now, if you look at the steel armor, the scales have holes drilled into them, and they're tied together with leather straps. Plus, they are overlapping. That way, there are no gaps in the armor. I think we need to do the exact same thing. Take our paper scales, drill some holes into them, overlap them, and tie them together with cotton cord. All right, so this is the progress that I've done so far. As you can tell, I got just enough to protect the important stuff, but looks like I have a long way to go before I'm completely protected by my paper armor.
Producing this season's hot new paper armor is a huge job, so the Mythbusters sweatshop is open for business. And after a week's hard work, hundreds of lamellar plates have been sewn together to form a full suit of armor that, after some minor tailoring, will be ready to go into battle.
Oh, Carrie, I just don't know about this paper motif. I don't know if the judges are really going to like it or not. Oh well, make it work.
The question is, will it work as well as steel? To find out, the team is signing up for basic battle training.
Handcuff!
But before both sets of armor are weapons tested, there are 3 track and field events.
Now, so far in our testing, the paper and the steel are pretty much neck and neck. But now that we have our full suits of armor made, it's time to put them to the test. We're going to put our suits head to head in the types of things that you would find in battle, namely speed, agility, and endurance.
Oh, my back. So why are we testing these three things, endurance, speed, and agility? You're gonna need endurance because you're gonna have to march to the battle. You're gonna need speed because you're gonna be running into the fight. And finally, when you're in the fight, you're gonna be ducking, dodging weapons, swinging weapons, and you need that flexibility. So, turns out, stopping weapons isn't the only thing that the armor needs to be good at.
And the first event in the Armor Olympics is the 50-yard sprint with sword.
Well, you couldn't find me a giant pair of scissors to run with?
Well, you will be wearing a suit of armor, this season's must-have safety gear.
Here on Mythbusters, we are making science cool.
So I'm about to take my speed run in the paper armor.
All right, this is sprinting in paper armor. Are you ready?
And I have to say, I do think that the paper armor is going to encumber me a little bit just because I've got the armor right down here where my legs are.
Here we go. On your mark, get set.
We'll see how I do.
So 8 seconds is the benchmark. And although the paper is undoubtedly bulkier, the steel is twice as heavy. Meanwhile, Tori, looking for revenge for past transgressions, fails to dent Grant's defenses.
Call that a kick? Let's do this.
Now, to make sure that Grant is testing these armors fairly, we're gonna let him rest in between tests, so that way he has full energy for each of the runs. Kind of reminds me of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
As the saying goes, never bring a sword to a starting gunfight.
On your marks, get set.
I would say I'm really surprised at how little a difference there is between the paper and the steel armor. I can't believe there's only a second difference.
Yep, the bulkier, more restrictive paper armor performed fractionally better. But with so little in it, conclusions can't be drawn just yet. Cue test 2.
Now for the endurance part of this test, I will be running a mile through these hills and then ending up on that side of the moat, at which point I will try to jump up onto the rope and cross over.
So that's the course.
Yes! Go!
Now for the time trial in paper.
I don't know if I'm gonna have the energy to fight when I get there.
With the armor weighing in at close to 30 pounds, it's tough going.
Now, the running wasn't so bad in the paper armor. I mean, it is awkward. You have all this bulk on you. I am Tor, part of the paper clan. But climbing over the rope, I get too old for this. I thought I had it, but about midway there, my legs fell off the rope. Once I lost my legs...
You pull yourself back up?
Do it! I knew that was it. I was going in. It's fresh!
Bleep indeed, because paper and water don't necessarily mix. But luckily, it has a chance to dry out overnight. Whether it'll retain its structural integrity for the test to come is another matter. And speaking of tests to come, Tori's time to beat tomorrow while wearing steel is just short of 12 minutes.
You guys don't heat this pod?
Let's get home and get you dry.
All right.
We live this way.
This way.
So where do we stand?
Well, our data's a little noisy, but it does seem to be supporting the central tenet of this myth, which is that depth does seem to be a factor in increasing shockwave strength.
Yeah, but the data's just too noisy. I don't trust it. I think we need to go full scale.
To a quarry lake?
Could be.
Done!
Oh, look at you. Aren't you Mr. Television?
Come on, let's get to work. Behind me is one of our favorite experimental locations, man-made Quarry Lake Pit 232 in Ione, California. Editors, can you take our audience on a little tour of other things we've done in this lake? Primary thing you need to know for this experiment is that there is nothing living in this lake. The pH is just a little bit off, and there are no fish to kill with all the explosives we will be setting off in there. Isn't that great? Shall we go out and set these points?
Yeah.
Away we go.
While Adam and Jamie lay out some positional anchors and buoys, let's find out how their TNT party is gonna go off.
test this story, we're going to set off a series of explosions 15 feet underwater and measure them with sensors placed at different depths nearby.
I claim this shore in the name of Mythbusters and science in general.
Now, for all this to be accurate, we need to be able to locate the explosives and the sensors in a precise orientation to each other.
Oh! Oh!
What'd you let it go for?
I didn't realize it would pull so hard.
To pull that off, we're going to use a variety of ropes and anchors.
All right. That's our sensor array buoy.
The sensor array with its PCB sensors at 5 different depths will be positioned at 3 distances from the site of the explosion. And that spread of 15 data points is designed to answer the question, how best to survive a depth-charged disaster. And with the lake rigged with all the relevant anchors and buoys, the bomb boys arrive.
Now, whenever we use explosives, we bring in the professionals. Retired FBI Special Agent Frank Doyle and the Calaveras County Bomb Squad.
Sporting a look available at www.shadesanduniforms.bomb, these are the guys that will make sure all 3 big booms happen safely. Meanwhile, Adam, with his sensitive mast, is focusing on data acquisition.
This is my sensor mast. These 5 devices are my sensors. In a few minutes, I'm going to join them all together and put them in the water to make the largest piece of data gathering scientific equipment we have yet built and used in the history of the show.
That's no exaggeration. Attached to a floating rig will be 5 high-tech pressure transducers at 5 different depths, all linked to a central command center.
Let's talk about the constants and variables in this experiment. As far as the constants go, we're always going to be using TNT. We're going to be using 10 pounds, which is 5 of these things, and they're going to be hanging at 15 feet below the surface of the water where the explosion will occur. Boom! Also a constant are the sensors. They're going to be placed at 5 different depths, both above and below water, and they'll be the same for every blast.
I feel safer already.
As far as variables, there's only one, and that's the distance of the sensor array from the explosion. Now we're going to start at 150 feet away and move progressively closer, recording the readings that we get off the sensors at each stage.
Hey, look at that's working beautifully. All right. How are we going to use our sensors to represent a body lying flat on its back versus a body treading water? Here's what we're thinking. We determined that the torso of a person lying flat on their back on the surface has an average depth of about 6 inches. We also determined that the torso of a person treading water has an average depth of about 2 feet. Why the torso? Well, because that's where the air pockets are. That's where our sensors are going.
Yep, it's a gruesome but important detail. Injuries from underwater explosions are primarily caused when shock waves pass through internal air cavities, such as the lungs and intestines. Hence the focus on the depth of the torso.
10 pounds of underwater fun.
Well, everything's prepped.
Yep, nothing left but an explosion.
Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait for that explosion for these commercial messages and perhaps some other Mythbusters.
Tori is rested, ready, and looking not so hot.
You know what? This thing will protect me from arrows and getting dates.
Come on, Tori, you can do it!
Go!
The question is, how will Tori's time in steel compare to the 12-minute paper run? And will he even survive?
Now, there's actually a little jeopardy to this test because, first of all, the run is going to be really hard. It's going to be slow. That thing is heavy.
It sucks big time.
But climbing this rope over this water, he's wearing 60 pounds of steel. He goes into the drink, that's 6 feet deep.
Adding extra.
Oh, look at the lake!
There's no way you're making it across that road.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Fortunately, Tori doesn't risk drowning because after the run, he just hasn't got the energy to get across.
Somebody stick a spear in me. I'm done. Steel armor for the endurance test makes it very, very difficult. You got 60 pounds of extra weight, and this thing is not very conducive for running. So I live to fight another day. Unless I die of a heart attack. Then I don't. Then I'm just dead.
The weight of the steel was the killer. Tori took an additional 5 minutes to complete the run and then couldn't climb the rope. So an army traveling any kind of distance on foot would be at a distinct disadvantage in the heavier steel, which means paper wins that round. For the final event in the Armor Olympics, agility, courtesy of some time-bending editing, Carrie will simultaneously tackle the assault course in steel and paper. After drying out overnight, the paper doesn't appear to have suffered any damage, but it's still just as awkward.
It's definitely not as heavy as the steel armor. Not a lot of give here.
So will it be the bulky and restrictive paper that prevents peak performance? Or will the additional 25 pounds of steel weigh her down?
That can't be good for you.
Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Go, go, go! Pick up those feet! Pick up those feet!
On the first obstacle, the paper already has an advantage.
Wow!
The weight difference is clearly the key factor. Halfway into the course, and paper-clad Carrie has already opened up a big lead.
Come on, Byron!
Go, 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 go!
And while crawling, the paper may well be slowing Carrie down.
Uh-oh, she's having a little trouble with the sand pit.
But the steel almost brings her to a halt.
The paper's in the way!
Which pretty much sums it up for the rest of the agility course. The paper may be awkward, but the weight of the steel seals the deal.
You look like an armadillo.
That's right. It's built for protection, not speed.
Good work.
So with the first 3 events in the Armor Olympics complete, the conclusion is clear. Paper is outperforming steel.
But now is the real test, the battle test. We're going to use weapons from the period and see if it can still stand up to metal.
Welcome back. Let me walk you through our setup. Out there in the middle of the lake, tied to a buoy, we've got 10 pounds of explosives floating 15 feet below the surface.
Oh, it does nicely. Great.
150 feet away from our explosives, we have our sensor mast with 5 sensors that detect shock waves mounted to it. 1 above the water and 4 below at the following depths. 1 at 6 inches below the water. This simulates someone lying flat on their back at the surface of the water. 1 2 feet under the water. This simulates our person who is treading water. 1 15 feet below the surface at the exact level of the explosives, and 1 deeper than the explosives, mounted all the way down 25 feet below the water surface. Each explosion will cause movement in the sensors, which will be translated into electrical energy, which will be sent as data through these wires. That data will find its final resting place here in the equipment manned by David Harding, who will crunch our numbers. After 3 blasts, we'll end up with 15 data points and hopefully the answer to our question. Now, normally, we would do something like set off a blast, look at the data, set off another blast, look at the data, etc., etc.
I think we're good to go, huh?
In this case, we're not going to do that. We're going to set off all 3 of our blasts in as short a period of time as possible. We're doing this for 2 reasons. 1, so that the condition the explosions happen under is really, really similar. That makes our data much more consistent. Second reason is the numbers we're going to be looking at might be quite subtle, and only by correlating across all 3 blasts are we going to be sure that we're telling a proper story.
Here we go for data acquisition stage 1, or the first big boom of the day.
150 feet in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah.
Wow! That was a hell of a thud. Felt that. That blast was really unexpectedly cool. It had 3 distinct kind of whoops to it, like a whoop, whoop, whoop. Very cool.
Wow! An opinion only heightened by the high speed.
Oh, look at that. That is just lovely. I'm always astonished by how fast a shockwave moves.
Yeah, it's done and gone before you actually see anything happen.
You think that this is all the explosion, and actually that's way after. That's the aftermath.
Blast 1 went off perfectly, and David says we got good data from all the sensors. We are going to withhold looking at them for now. We're going to go right into Blast 2 from 70 feet.
Okay, that ought to do it.
Yep, we're all set up to get the next set of data from a blast 70 feet from the sensors.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! Whoa, look how high that went. Wow.
All right, well, let's go look at the high speed. So what actually happens during an underwater explosion?
Oh my gosh.
Well, the explosion creates a rapidly expanding gas bubble that pushes water in front of it, and that creates a pressure wave. And it's that pressure wave that we're looking at because that is what could potentially hurt a human.
But the question is, does that hurt potential and your very survival depend on a difference in depth?
This is truly awesome.
It's pretty.
To answer that, the race is on for numbers and the third and final data point.
But David says we got good data from the first 2 blasts. Shall we prep for the last one?
Great, I'll set it up.
All right.
As incredible as it sounds, paper armor is holding up against its contemporary steel equivalent. But the team has yet to put paper in front of the firing squad.
Good work. So now that both steel and paper armor have passed through the agility tests, it is time to see how well they protect under a full-scale attack. What we are gonna do is set up some mannequins. Grim up, this is gonna get dangerous. Cover those mannequins with both armors and then attack them on a full scale with swords, arrows, and even an ancient gun. Then we'll be able to find out once and for all, is paper armor as good as steel armor?
But perhaps paper's biggest test will come not from our trio of weapon-wielding barbarians, but a second soaking, this time from the heavens. Or more accurately, the condensation of atmospheric water vapor.
Would have been nice to do this experiment on a nicer day. Then again, war doesn't wait for good weather.
The rain may indeed weaken the paper and favor the steel, but it's a real-world problem. If paper is to prove itself as protective armor, it'll have to cope with a light shower.
We're all set. Now we're gonna start with the arrow test and just throw a barrage of arrows at them. Remember the watcha? Watcha! I'm gonna watcha them. So watcha this.
And so the barrage begins. Carrie, Tori, and Grant let loose from 20 feet at both sets of armor. And despite being soaked, softened, and sodden, the paper protects our male model mannequins as well as the steel does.
Totally worked.
That is phenomenal.
It totally worked. The paper armor is stopping the arrows. We have not got one arrow to penetrate through. I mean, it doesn't look as good as the steel armor, but the important thing is, it's working.
Next up, the sword test. Slicing, dicing, jabbing, stabbing. I'm just gonna go and try to maim those guys.
All right, Gary, just swing wildly.
Using both an edge slicing stroke and a stabbing action,
Ooh, I felt that one.
Carrie finds the dial marked crazy and turns it up to 11.
I'll tell you one thing. It's interesting the sound you make when you're attacking. I didn't actually mean to verbalize all the
Working out some issues there?
I'm gonna get myself a stabbing mannequin for home, because it's a really good way to work out aggression.
And speaking of aggression, where does that leave the mannequins and the myth?
It looks like it's separating through, but it's stopping before it even gets halfway through the tile.
That's great.
Wow.
Yes, the paper armor is working. On any individual stab, slice, or arrow shot, a previously undamaged scale clearly matches the metal. But Tori sees a key armor attribute where steel trumps paper.
Now, right now, the paper armor is stopping the sword attacks, just like the steel armor. However, after multiple attacks, the paper armor starts to break down. It's looking like the steel armor is a lot more durable.
Next weapon.
And this is where we surely draw the line on paper, because gunpowder has just been invented.
Okay, Greg, so for our experiment, we need a firearm that would have been of the era of the paper armor. What do you have here?
Well, if paper armor was used up to the 19th century, let's try something from the 18th century, which is this French flintlock pistol from about 1750. Okay, let's do it.
And first up facing the flintlock is the metal.
Whoa!
Nice shot.
Followed by its fibrous friend.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Now, to assess the results.
Ouch, did it go through? It didn't go through.
Hey!
The paper armor stopped
It stopped
the bullet. And it looks like the steel stopped the bullet as well. Both these armors are effective against this weapon.
With paper once again in the same league as steel, this myth requires a further fast forward in time.
So now we're going to try our 19th century gun, the Colt 45, 1,200 foot-pounds of muzzle energy. This should put our paper armor to the test.
This is 19th century gun versus steel and paper armor. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
And neither stood a chance.
Well, it's obvious it punctured the steel, and it looks like it went through the paper as well.
With both sets of armor succumbing to the souped-up firepower, it's time to conclude this ancient Chinese conundrum.
Okay, paper armor performed the same as steel with every test we've done, and it failed in the same place as well.
Yeah, it just seems that the guns got too powerful for the armor.
I've really been wanting to do this story for a long time because it seems so outlandish, but it's super impressive. Paper armor is actually a viable option in warfare.
Viable, but there is one notable drawback.
As you can see, it doesn't have the same durability as the steel, but it still works. So this one is plausible.
Plausible.
Plausible it is.
Unbelievable.
Welcome back. Jamie and I have been spending this episode exploring the idea that if you're in the water during an underwater explosion, you are far safer lying flat on your back at the surface than you are even treading water. We've done some small-scale experiments.
Nice.
We've done some large-scale blasts in this here quarry lake.
Yeah.
Not yet looked at our data. We have one more data point to get, one more blast, and then we're going to look and see if it actually correlates to what this myth purports to say.
This test has our explosive 30 feet away from the sensors. And frankly, that concerns me because I think we might lose our sensors.
So without further delay, let's get that final set of numbers and find out how sensitive the sensors are.
Okay, 30 feet. Are you good to go?
I'm good to go. Let's do it.
In 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
That was lovely.
Wasn't it?
Like a flower. Those of you keeping score, 10 pounds of explosives, 15 feet under the water, 130 feet from where you're standing on land feels exactly like an earthquake.
Well, it all comes down to this. David's crunching our last set of numbers.
I am totally psyched about numbers.
And that's the final piece of the puzzle that we need to answer our question.
Remember, the question is, during an underwater explosion, does it really make a difference lying on your back compared to treading water? The answer is in the numbers and the units.
We're measuring our blast pressures in terms of pounds per square inch, or PSI. But that by itself doesn't tell us what we need to know as far as how dangerous it is. For that, we need to know PSI over time. That's the data that David is going to be feeding us. And the unit he'll be using is PSI milliseconds.
And the threshold number to keep in mind is...
What our research has uncovered is that people exposed to a pressure of 87 PSI or higher have a greater than 50% chance of dying. That's our threshold then. Anything below 87 PSI milliseconds is alive, anything above it equals dead.
And hot off the portable printer, the figures make for a pair of happy Mythbusters. Remember, Jamie smiles on the inside.
Dude! Check that out! Nicely done!
Doesn't get any clearer than that.
It totally does not.
I have to admit, we have rarely gotten data this lovely. We had 5 sensors, 3 blasts for 15 separate data points, and this whole story comes down to 2 data points. The sensor we had at 6 inches versus the sensor we had at 2 feet for the blast from 30 feet away. That blast would have killed you if you were treading water, and you would have lived through it if you were lying flat on your back. That's the story we came to tell, and that's the story the data tells. It's lovely.
It's a definitive set of data, all right. But to really put this myth to bed, Jamie reads it a story called Why.
All this data is great, but what it doesn't tell us is why. Now, I did a bunch of digging around, and this is what I found. Energy doesn't like to transition from one material to another if they're different. The more different they are, the more it doesn't like it. So in the case of an explosion underwater, as that pressure wave travels towards the surface, it bounces off because it can't pass through it. And what it does is it transitions from a pressure wave to a tensile wave. And therefore it's able to neutralize a lot of the energy, especially in that surface zone, and that's why it's safer there.
So, soldiers in the military are told that in the case of an underwater explosion, they are far safer if they are lying on the surface of the water flat on their back than if they're treading water. What is our answer to that?
That's exactly what we found. They got it right. It's confirmed.
Totally confirmed. Let's go. I'll tell you, even though that last blast would have been survivable if I was lying on the surface, I wouldn't want to try it.
Yeah, that was like being in an earthquake.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
okay, fire well.
Adam and Jamie stare down the barrel for a death-defying bullet dodge.
Damn. We want to see how close a sniper could be, and you would still be able to dodge his bullet.
Provided you can see the muzzle flash.
Oh, I saw that.
I totally saw that.
Can you ever dive to survive?
Jamie might be able to dodge a bullet, but can he dance like this? Oh, yeah!
Then Buster is used and abused.
Anybody feel sorry for Buster?
No.
As Carrie, Grant, and Tori investigate the vertigo-inducing myth that if you fall from a great height,
Dropping Buster on his face repeatedly
This doesn't get old.
water has the same impact as pavement. Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
I'm done with science for today.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Bye-bye.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Grant Imahara.
That's why we can never have anything nice.
Tori Belleci.
I'll try not to let you guys down.
And Carrie Byron.
You know, I went to college for this.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
All right, this week, as voted by the fans, we are tackling the myth that it is possible to dodge a bullet.
What do you mean? You can't move faster than a bullet?
It is not about moving faster than a bullet. The theory behind this myth is the idea that there is a theoretical distance at which you could both see a bullet being fired and yet have enough time to get out of the way of the bullet that's been fired at you before it gets to you and hits you.
Well, the shooter would have to be some distance away, like, say, a sniper.
Exactly.
It's no myth that dodging a bullet at close range is never going to happen. But when you increase the distance from shooter to target, you increase the travel time for the bullet. So assuming a sniper is far enough away and you see him take the shot, can you really dive to survive?
Here's what I'm thinking. This story is all about time.
Yeah.
So the first thing I think we want to determine is how much time a bullet spends in the air between the rifle and the target from a bunch of different distances.
Makes sense to me. Let's get shooting.
All right.
And to find out just that, Adam and Jamie need a super-sized gun range, like this handy abandoned airfield.
It's true that in the course of doing Mythbusters, Jamie and I have done our fair bit of shooting, and we're not bad shots. Oh, Jamie!
Now we're talking.
But for this story, we need real precision, real expertise, and that's why we brought in one of the finest marksmen in the country. Don't believe me? Check this out.
In a modern interpretation of William Tell, the tiny, tasty target is 300 yards away.
That's how it's done.
How do you like them apples?
Them apples and this shooter are just fine.
Dave Lewanik has been a U.S. Army sniper for 31 years. He was commander of the Army shooting team. He's one of the President's top 100 distinguished riflemen. It doesn't get any better than that. He's shooting a .338 sniper rifle. This is specifically designed for accuracy at extreme distance.
And speaking of distance, 200, 500, and 1,200 yards are the marks from which the marksman will shoot.
The purpose of this test is to shoot the rifle at a fixed distance and record how much time it takes for the bullet to hit the target. That's the amount of time that we'll have to dodge a bullet.
And to accurately measure the muzzle-to-target time, Adam and Jamie set up a foil-based electronic circuit.
Good.
Here's how we're going to time the bullet's time of flight. The instant the bullet leaves the gun, it will cross through this piece of paper with a piece of foil on each side. When it breaks that piece of paper, the foil will connect, creating an electronic switch connection, which will send a signal through this wire to this here timer and tell it to start timing. That timer will keep timing the whole time the bullet flies through the air. Right up until our bullet hits the target, crossing through the same type of piece of paper with foil on both sides, closing a switch connection, telling our timer to stop timing, and giving us an exact time of flight of the bullet from the rifle to the target. The first distance we'll be sending a bullet to our target is 200 yards, 600 feet, 2 entire football fields, end to end, 6 M5s.
So with Deadeye Dave in position,
All right, time of flight, 200 yards.
his spotter Kevin all lined up,
Bias right ever so slight.
and the trusty foil timing system ready to record the flight time of each round,
Oh, right edge, Dave.
Right edge.
this test is gonna be a breeze.
Send it.
What?
Nothing. Started timing, it didn't stop timing.
Maybe not. The trusty timing foil is failing.
Basically, we've got an infarction somewhere in the circuit. The timing's just not working. We can't tell if it's at the gun or it's at the target, but in order to get timings, we have to suss this out.
Next up is the physics of a fall onto water, really the same as pavement.
Okay, so we've got a good one. In this episode, we're testing that water is as hard as pavement.
Yeah, I've heard this one. The idea is that if you fall from a height tall enough and you get up enough speed, when you hit that water, it behaves just like pavement.
Wake up, Buster. He's got some falling to do.
It's an oft-repeated urban myth that if you fall into water from a great height, rather than a splash landing, you have a pavement-equaling crash landing.
Okay, so I think we need to get Buster, rig him with some accelerometers so we know how much impact he experiences, and then drop him on pavement and drop him on water and compare the results.
Sounds good to me.
But bad for Buster.
Real bad.
All right, so we're about to drop Buster from a crane. Now, if you're anything like me, you are expecting a total horror show. So how do we hear these stories of people falling and they're just fine? Well, if they happen to fall on dirt, they have a longer distance of deceleration than if they fell on pavement. The key here is the rate of change of velocity. Here, you have a moderate change, and here, a really high change on something like pavement.
On pavement, the deceleration is instantaneous because it has no give. It's incompressible. And that's where the myth comes from, because under the right circumstances, water is also incompressible.
This myth is about water behaving like pavement. Now, you may be thinking, that's crazy. I mean, water is soft and pavement is hard. How can they be the same? Well, under certain conditions, they can be. Let me demonstrate. In this syringe, I have air. In this syringe, I have water with some food coloring in it. Air is compressible. Compresses, springs back. Water is incompressible. I try and push it in, and it doesn't compress. And that's what's going to happen when your body falls out of the sky and hits the surface of the water. It doesn't give, just like pavement.
So to find out whether or not water is in fact as hard as pavement, we are going to be dropping Buster from heights wearing one of these. This is an accelerometer. It is an electromechanical device used to measure acceleration forces. Now, these forces are commonly known as gravitational forces, or G-forces.
Now, the challenge with our specific experiment is that we're going to be measuring very high G-loads, much higher than ordinary accelerometers can handle. And that's why we have this system.
I'm not fondling his nipple.
It's specifically designed to measure up to 500 Gs. I've mounted it inside of a waterproof case in Buster's chest. Just like airplanes have black boxes, Buster has a black box. And this is it.
All rigged up and ready to roll, the team hits the perfect location for a spot of Buster bouncing.
Here we are at the South San Francisco Water Treatment Center, and this is the perfect location for us to test this myth.
It's always exciting when the crane shows up.
We have pavement and we have water. Once we get our crane set, we won't even have to move it.
Bullseye.
You know, Buster has been very, very quiet today. I have a feeling he might know what we're up to.
In the team sight is a series of consistent comparative drop tests onto water and pavement at ever-increasing heights.
Good. Okay, so the way Buster falls and lands will affect our results. So we've rigged a system so that he should fall the same way every single time.
All right, 25 feet, that's good.
And first up is the feet first fall. How's that for alliteration?
It was perfectly poetic, Byron. But Buster, suspended 25 feet above the pavement, doesn't really care.
In 3, 2, 1. Ow!
With a long day ahead, the dummy took that one in his stride. But what do the numbers tell us?
Got a peak G-load of 60 Gs.
Well, that seems about right. I mean, he has his legs to break his fall. So we just dropped Buster from 25 feet onto the pavement feet first, and he pulled 60 Gs. Now what we're gonna do is hook him back up to the crane, swing him over to the water, drop him again from 25 feet first, and see how many Gs he pulls.
All right, that looks good.
Now, I know water is technically incompressible, but compared to the pavement, I think we're gonna see a lower G-load because his feet are gonna dip in, the water's gonna give, and he's gonna be decelerated over a longer time period.
In 3, 2, 1. Oh, that didn't look so bad. That's definitely not the same as pavement.
And the numbers bear that out.
Okay, so I got no trigger, which means that that fall was less than 25 Gs. It won't trigger anything below that. And remember, in this same situation over pavement, it was 60 Gs.
But the myth states that water equals pavement from a great height. And at greater heights, Buster will be falling at greater speeds. Perhaps hitting the water faster means the liquid won't displace and will behave just like an incompressible solid. Buster, my friend, things are looking up. 75 feet up.
That's a long way to fall. Anybody feel sorry for Buster? No.
No.
Just checking. All right, here we go. 75-foot fall, feet first, into water, in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, that was a solid hit. And as Buster is raised and assessed, it looks like he's taken a severe pounding. But the data in the black box holds the objective key.
We got 29.
No way.
Yeah, so that's half of what we got on pavement at 3 times the height.
Wow.
Not good news for the myth. The fall onto water at 75 feet is half as damaging as pavement from 25 feet. But there's one more test before the data set is complete. 75 feet onto pavement.
Watching Buster fall 75 feet onto the pavement was painful. I mean, his body twisted in ways that a human body never should.
All right, so we just dropped Buster 75 feet first, into the pavement. What kind of G's did we pull?
We absolutely maxed out our accelerometer.
And maxed out means the G-load was in excess of 500. That's an impact at least 17 times harder than the H2O. In these circumstances, water clearly does not equal pavement. But the myth isn't sunk just yet. And here's Grant's theory as to why.
Now, water's incompressible. That's a fact of physics. And if I put my hand in the water slow enough, the water can displace. It can move out of the way. But if Buster were to hit the water fast enough, and if he had enough surface area, the water wouldn't have a chance to get out of the way. And because it's incompressible, there'll be some point at which the G-force is equivalent between water and pavement.
So, because surface area may be a factor, it's time to bring out the belly flop. Adam and Jamie are testing the myth that you can literally dodge a bullet, provided the shooter is far enough away. And to find out, they've got an expert sniper who's hitting the target first time every time. And a clever foil-based timing system that isn't.
It didn't work. It didn't stop it.
It's not working.
It has to work.
But despite the foil's initial failings, Adam and Jamie tweak, tinker, and persevere until the mysterious gremlins in the system are ironed out.
200 yards, time of flight. Fire at will.
Hey, we got a number.
What'd we get?
231 milliseconds.
Let's move back.
All right.
With that first data point finally in the bag, the team reset for the second shot.
The next distance we'll be firing from is 500 yards, 1,500 feet, 10 Olympic swimming pools approximately, end to end, or the distance of your average restraining order.
And Deadeye Dave, once he's assumed the position, focuses.
That's it.
And hits the bullseye again.
Beautiful. We got a reading. Love it. 597 milliseconds.
So it's onwards and backwards as the team sets up for the third and final shot.
Nice, I guess the box gets lighter the longer you walk.
This time from a massive distance of 1,200 yards.
The final distance we'll be shooting from is 1,200 yards, roughly an 8-minute walk, a kilometer to those of you in every other part of the world besides the United States. And when I look at the target from here, I think, what target?
But if anyone can make this shot, it's Sniper Dave.
Sniping's actually pretty complicated. Your modern sniper shows up with a spotter and a computer to get the job done. He's got to compensate for several different things. Gravity. If our shooter's 1,200 feet away to hit here, he's actually got to aim at a point directly above 30 feet in the air. Okay, time of flight, 1,200 yards. The wind. If the wind's blowing this way, then our shooter's going to have to aim to this side of the target to compensate.
Figure 6/10 left.
Now he's going to be looking at things like flags, if they're there, or even the grass or mirages to get a clue as to what's going on.
I'm picking up some surface mirage running right to left about halfway down the range.
Drag. Now this is about air density. Our shooter's going to be looking at barometer, at altitude, at temperature to determine how dense the air is and be able to compensate for it.
Okay, have I got a light boil?
Hold center and send it.
Now, all these things are a lot for a sniper to keep in mind when he's taking a shot. It's quite a feat when you think about it.
Never in doubt, Dave threads the eye of the proverbial needle, and just as important,
Beautiful. We got a reading, 1.791 seconds to target.
Excellent.
All right. Let's draw a graph.
Now that we've got our numbers, it's time to plot them on a graph. Let's start with the x-axis, 12 increments of 100 yards each. The y-axis, going up and down, that's time from 0 to 2 seconds in quarter-second increments. Then we draw a grid and plot out our bullet times. The first bullet from 200 yards took 231 milliseconds to reach its target. The second bullet from 500 yards took 597 milliseconds. The third bullet from 1,200 yards took 1,790 milliseconds to reach its target. We then draw a line between these 3 points and see, oh, it's perfectly straight. That means we can take any distance and plot the amount of time it would take the bullet to get there. Or, conversely, we could choose a time and figure out how far away you'd have to shoot for the bullet to take that length of time. Isn't graphing lovely?
the day started badly. But thanks to Dave and his spotter, they've got the numbers they need to kickstart this myth.
Well, we got our figures. We now know how long it'll take the bullet to reach its target from any distance we choose.
Well, now we need to know how quickly we can jump out of the way, huh?
Human reaction tests it is. Let's do it. I can't believe he can hit that target from here.
Hit the target? I can't even see it.
All incompressible materials are equal, but so far, some are more equal than others. When Buster is dropped feet first, water has nothing like the impact of pavement. The angle of entry means the water is easily displaced.
Yeah, so that's half of what we got on pavement at 3 times the height.
But what if that was changed to a belly flop?
Time to hog time.
Will the additional surface area save this scientific saga from sinking?
So in case you're wondering, and I'm pretty sure you are, dropping Buster on his face repeatedly just doesn't get old.
All right, this is Buster's belly flop into pavement from 25 feet. In 3, 2, 1.
That looked painful, and without his legs breaking his fall, the G-load was much higher than the feet first test.
So we just dropped Buster chest first on the pavement.
We got 286 Gs.
Now what we're gonna do is do the same thing on water. And my feeling is we're gonna see very similar results. And I think anybody who's ever jumped off a diving board and done a belly flop will understand what I'm talking about.
This is gonna hurt. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh! I give that dive a 9.
Okay, so for belly flopping, Buster on pavement at 25 feet was 290 Gs. And on water, it was 115.
And what that means is, sure, water is not as hard as pavement, but it was a lot closer than when we dropped Buster feet first. So surface area is important. The more surface area you have, the harder it is to displace the water. Now, what if Buster was moving a lot faster? Then we might see the difference between the water and the pavement decrease again. Let's see.
So the team thinks speed is the key, and to get Buster moving faster, they need to take him higher.
This is dropping Buster from 50 feet in the belly flop position over water. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Look at the wave that's coming out. So dropping Buster from 50 feet actually peeled the skin off of his side. It was such an impact that all of us, I think, felt it.
So it looks like on water at 50 feet, the belly flop is giving us 220 G.
Now for the all-important comparison. Will the 50-foot pavement plummet be any closer to water than the 25-foot test?
Take it up, 50 feet.
50 feet. You might not survive this, you know.
I know, 25 looked like it hurt.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. Hey, still in one piece.
Tell me you didn't feel that.
That wanted to make me throw up. I am so glad it was him and not me.
All right, let's find out how he did.
That was intense. In fact, it was so intense, the meter maxed out, meaning Buster pulled a G-load of 500 plus.
Oh my God, that's a hard hit.
Buster is bruised and battered, but with the meter unable to register the force of the fall, where does that leave the myth?
So we've maxed out our meter. That means that we can't compare numbers to the 25-foot drop. Now, it's possible as you go higher that water could become more like pavement. We just can't test it here right now with this meter.
So that means we have to do 2 things. First, we have to find a more myth-bustery way to compare the fall into water versus the fall into concrete. And second, once we've done that, we have to perform more experiments, but this time at a much greater height. So high, in fact, that we reach terminal velocity.
We got some good numbers from our sniper.
What's next?
I think the moment has come to time another element of this story.
Human reaction time?
Exactly. If you had to dodge a bullet, just how quickly could you get out of its way?
I think I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee.
See, he's gonna get a cup of coffee, it's gonna make him really hyper, and he's gonna get out of the way really fast.
So they've got the numbers for flight time, and in their attempt to deconstruct this myth without actually shooting at each other,
it works.
The next piece of data is how long it will take to react and move out of the way.
This test is all about measuring a human being's reaction time. This is our human being. His task, to get himself out of the path of a bullet described by the X on his chest and the bullseye behind him. His signal to move, that the shot has been fired, will be given by this digital camera flash remotely triggered by me from back there.
All of this will be captured by our lovely digital high-speed camera, which, when we review the footage of Jamie's dodging a bullet, will allow us to time exactly how many milliseconds it took him to do it.
All right, are you ready, Jamie? Human reaction time speed test at some random point in the very near future. Nice.
Jamie's fast. His Hoosier reflexes are honed to an almost superhero speed.
Nice work there, cowboy. You want to man the remote flash while I try a couple?
Okay.
Adam, on the other hand, makes up for his slow reactions with his lack of grace. Now, to assess the results.
Here's mine. So I turned into one of the Three Stooges, and I don't know.
But the Hyneman legend continues to grow.
Oh, dude, check his bad self out. He is a bullet-dodging Hoosier.
Despite Jamie practicing and honing his Matrix-style sway with an artful economy of motion, it turns out that both Jamie and Adam clocked very similar times. They're both clear of the target in around 500 milliseconds. But just for the record, and this is the figure they'll take forward, Jamie takes the gold with a personal best of 490 milliseconds.
With practice, I was able to get my reaction time down to about 1/8 of a second, and I was able to clear the bullseye in less than half a second. Now, this is a best-case scenario, but that's actually what we want here, because we want to see what is possible in terms of how close a sniper could be, and you would still, in theory, be able to dodge his bullet.
And for that distance, it's back to Adam and his graph.
All right, editors, help me out here and put the original graph back on the screen. Time on the y-axis, distance on the x. Now, if I draw a line from 490 milliseconds out to our plot and check out the corresponding distance, it's 400 yards. That is the theoretical distance at which you could possibly dodge a bullet, but only if you could see the muzzle flash from that distance. That's what we're about to find out.
And that means a return to the range for a test where the eyes have it.
The question is, how far away can you see the rifle firing? Now note, you cannot rely on sound because the bullet travels 4 times faster than the speed of sound. You'll get hit by it long before you hear it. This has to be a visual cue.
A visual cue and a simple plan. Adam and Jamie will stand downrange and look for the muzzle flash as Sniper Dave shoots at a nearby target.
A little motivation for our sniper.
But rest assured, for safety, Dave will be firing blanks.
This is the real thing, and this is a blank. But this isn't just any blank. This is a theatrical blank that we've selected specifically because what comes out of it looks exactly the same as what comes out of the real McCoy.
And first up, they're facing the firing squad from 100 yards.
I saw it.
I saw it. Okay, Dave, let's move back to 150.
Cool.
Roger, moving.
At 100 yards, the flash is as clear as a bell. And that's also true of 150.
Saw it.
I saw it.
But 200 yards is a different story.
Okay, Dave, 200 yards, fire at will.
I didn't see that. Let's have him do that again.
Dave, let's have one more go.
Did you see it?
I'd say that's at the borderline.
Well, if you got the eagle eyes, let's push it another 25 yards.
And at 225 yards, even eagle-eyed Jamie fails to focus on the flash.
Nope, I don't have it.
200 yards is our threshold.
Yeah.
With our blank rounds matched to a sniper's round, our ability to see the rifle firing is 200 yards. If you look at that on our graph, yeah, it's not quite enough time for us to get out of the way.
Remember, based on the bullet travel time coupled with the human reaction time, 400 yards was the minimum distance needed to dodge. But at just half that distance, you can't even see the muzzle flash.
I don't have it.
Luckily, Adam has a plan.
Not all blanks are created equal, and on Mythbusters, we always like to find out what is the best possible case scenario. In Hollywood, for instance, a blank for that rifle includes a lot more fire coming out of the tip because that's more visual for the movies. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start from this distance with a full Hollywood flaming blank and see how far we can see that rifle firing with one of these.
In other words, for the time being at least, it's out with reality and in with Hollywood. And the difference is like night and day.
Okay, Dave, 225, fire at will. Oh, I saw that.
I totally saw that. Let's go to 400.
Okay.
The Hollywood round is the gift that keeps on giving because it's visible at 400, 800,
I totally saw that.
I did. I saw it.
and even 1,200 yards.
I saw that.
Totally saw it. Wait. And I heard it. That's plenty of time to get out of the way.
Adam's right. Dodging the Hollywood round sounds like child's play, but the real-world round is altogether more challenging.
Now you may be wondering, why is it so easy to see the Hollywood blank round from 1,200 yards, and it's nearly impossible to see the real sniper's round from only 225 yards? That's because this round has been specially designed to be as invisible as possible. Think about it. The very definition of a sniper is somebody who is shooting a gun from a concealed position. The whole design of everything they use is to not give away where they are. That's why it's so hard to see this thing. Well, we've broken this puppy down to its constituent parts. I think it's time to put them back together again.
And test it for real.
Absolutely.
So the increased surface area of the belly flop is looking promising, but we need to go higher and faster.
How high and fast are you thinking?
Ooh, what about terminal velocity? 600 feet from a helicopter.
That'd do it.
Well, we're gonna have to figure out a different way to measure these falls because Buster's in pieces and the meter's maxing out.
What about pigs?
We can compare bone breakage.
Seriously?
So to test whether falling onto water is the same as falling onto pavement, we've come to Shadow Cliff Regional Park. Now, so far, in the feet first position, they're not very similar at all. But in the belly flop position, they're actually quite similar. The only problem is that our accelerometer, our measuring device, has maxed out at only 50 feet.
Oh my God, that's a hard hit.
And that's why we're here, because this time we're going to drop our items from a much greater height. So high, in fact, that they get to terminal velocity. The reason we want terminal velocity is the objects will never be going faster than that, and therefore never have a greater impact than that.
So, to give the myth the best chance of working, the team will be comparing a 600 feet fall onto pavement and water.
Come on, let's go! Get to the chopper!
But how exactly will they compare the two?
All right, so we maxed out our accelerometers, but we still need to figure out a way to measure the impact when falling on pavement and on water. So we can't use a human because obviously that's gonna kill somebody. So we've decided to go with the pig.
To collect comparative data, we're going to x-ray the pigs, then we're gonna have an orthopedic surgeon analyze those x-rays, see how many bones are broken and what kind of damage happened when it hit the pavement. And we'll find out if water is as hard as pavement and what I had for lunch.
It's gruesome. But with no way of measuring the force of the fall electronically, a comparison of the physical damage incurred will perfectly illustrate the difference between water and pavement.
Okay, I think he's ready. Let's get the bag.
But the squeamish amongst you can rest assured the pigs will always be concealed in sealed bags, even when it comes time to assess the damage, because that will be done with a portable X-ray.
Oh, this X-ray is cool technology. How fast does it work?
Well, for the moment we push the button to the moment we're seeing the X-ray is about 5 seconds.
So, is this the weirdest thing you've ever done with it?
It's like a pig sleeping bag.
I'd have to say it is.
All right, bag that pig.
Nice. So we're using this specially designed military-grade plastic bag with welded seams. It's designed so that when you suck the air out, it will minimize the possibility of rupturing the bag, thus preventing further gruesomeness.
Essential to the validity of the result is the requirement that both pigs fall at the same speed. Cue a cute little stabilizing chute.
So now that we have our 2 identical pigs in 2 identical bags, one for pavement and one for water, it's time to attach the chute. Now, why do we need a chute? Well, terminal velocity depends on the orientation that the object falls. Since we want to keep our pig in belly flop position, we're attaching this stabilization chute, which will provide just enough drag to keep it like this without affecting terminal velocity. First up, pavement.
Pig doesn't want to fly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you were going to push me out of a helicopter, I wouldn't cooperate either.
All right, so the pig is in the helicopter. Operation Pork Drop is ready to commence.
Oh, God, I'm not looking forward to this.
Okay, we'll be on the ground. Good luck.
Heads up.
I know what to call it.
What?
A pork chopper.
Oh!
Operation Pork Drop is all set to commence. At the target altitude of 600 feet, Tori will help our porcine fall guy into free fall by kicking him out of the chopper.
You guys ready?
Just so you know, if that bag breaks, I'm going to vomit all over you.
Oh, that sucks. This is my weekend shirt. Okay, Tori, we are in position and we are ready.
All right, here we go.
Now, on one hand, we've got our ideal number. Based on our human reaction time tests and our bullet flight time tests, we know that the minimum theoretical distance you could dodge a bullet from is 400 yards.
Okay.
On the other hand, we've got our maximum distance you can actually see the sniper's rifle being fired, which is only 200 yards away.
So at our theoretical minimum, you never see the cue to jump out of the way.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the myth.
But we still got to try it.
Absolutely. I mean, who knows, at 200 yards staring down the barrel of a sniper's rifle, perhaps your adrenaline whoosh, kicks in and you become super fast. It's worth a shot.
But you do realize we can't actually shoot each other with real bullets.
Aha, I've got a plan for that. Check it out. Here is our sniper, and here is our target. The sniper fires a blank round, and when he pulls his trigger, he clicks a switch. That switch sets a timer timing for the precise length of time that bullet would fly through the air.
Yeah.
At the exact millisecond it's supposed to hit the target, the timer signals a paintball gun to fire a paintball at you. It's an ouch, but it's not deadly.
So from 200 yards, the flight time we're looking at is 231 milliseconds.
Exactly.
With death off the menu, the guys run away to the runway, where Jamie starts setting up with the gun. And 200 yards downrange, Adam gets to work on the target.
There it is. X marks the spot.
Then comes the complicated bit. Timers, wires,
Nice.
paintball guns,
Isn't that cool?
and remote triggers.
Beauty.
Now, since we can't use real bullets for this test, but we've gathered the information that tells us the exact bullet flight time for any distance we choose,
Perfect.
we are going to imitate the bullet's flight electronically. Here's how.
When this gun fires a blank, a wire I've mounted on the trigger is going to close a circuit.
Which starts this timer timing. It will count down for the precise length of time the bullet should be flying through the air, and at the instant it is supposed to hit its target, it will tell this paintball gun to fire a round directly into Jamie's chest. Now, will he be able to get out in time?
I think I might.
No, not yet. That's what we're about to find out.
But first, there's the obligatory costume change. Jamie into something that will clearly show the paintball, and Adam into something of his own choosing.
Where is that guy? Adam! Adam!
Here I am.
Are you done screwing around? Let's get to work.
Okay.
Jamie might be able to dodge a bullet, but can he dance like this?
In their respective outfits, the guys assume their positions 200 yards apart. And remember, 200 yards was the maximum distance from which the guys could see a genuine muzzle flash. The question is, does that leave the caffeine-fueled Hyneman enough time to dodge out of the way?
All right, Jamie. This one's from 200 yards. You ready?
Okay, fire will.
All right.
Jamie, poised to dodge, waits for Adam to fire the muzzle flash blank. That will in turn trigger the paintball gun the required 230 milliseconds later. But when that will be, only Adam knows.
Did I get ya?
Got me. Give me a second.
Although Jamie clearly saw the muzzle flash, he had barely moved before the time was up and the paintball was fired into his chest. Undeterred, Jamie tries a couple more times. But to no avail.
Damn. At 200 yards, I could see the flash. I reacted to it and started moving out of its way, but I just couldn't do it fast enough.
Given that their quickest human reaction result was 490 milliseconds, trying to dodge a 200-yard round in 230 milliseconds was always looking like a superhuman feat.
This myth is looking totally busted, but we've come too far to give up. We're going to switch to a Hollywood muzzle flash. I totally saw that.
I did. I saw it.
Push the gun back to 400 yards, which gives us 500 milliseconds to get out of the way and see if it's theoretically possible to dodge a bullet. The distance I'll be shooting at Jamie from, I love that sentence, is 400 yards. This is the minimum amount of time Jamie and his quick reflexes need to get out of the way in time. To give him the best chance, I'll be using a full flash Hollywood blank, which is far brighter than the actual sniper round.
I'm set and ready.
Okay, fire Will.
Copy that.
You got me.
It's not the start Jamie wanted, but he's not going to give up without a fight.
Okay, Adam, fire Will. Oh, you got me again.
A very long fight. With each shot, Jamie is making progress as he hones his technique.
That was close.
But he never quite hones it enough. So, can Adam do any better?
You want to try?
You bet I do.
Adam, poised like a panther, gives Jamie the signal and then gets shot in the chest. Again, and again, and again.
Well, that was interesting. At 400 yards, we've got 500 milliseconds to react and get out of the way, which ought to be enough time, but there's a difference between the shop test and the real world test. In the shop, we had this super bright flash right in our face. In the real world, we've got a tiny dot 1,200 feet away. It's a lot harder to see. So now, we're gonna move that dot to 500 yards, give Jamie even more time to react, and see if he can deliver the goods.
It really is now or never.
There we go.
With 500 yards and 600 milliseconds to react to the Hollywood blank, it's time to step up or get the hell out of Dodge.
It's time to call into play those cat-like Hoosier reflexes.
Fire Will. I dodged it.
At last, at 500 yards, the Hyneman does his best matrix sway, and the paintball sails clean past. But given the status of the myth, he's not that impressed.
This test showed that I would have been able to dodge a bullet. But here's the thing, we were using Hollywood blanks, and if we were using real bullets, I wouldn't have been able to see a thing, and I would have been dead.
Jamie's right. You may be able to dodge an unrealistically bright Hollywood round, but in the real world, well, there's only one conclusion.
So what's the verdict?
The verdict is, it's busted. There is no way you can dodge a sniper's bullet. Everything about all their equipment, including their bullets, is designed for concealment. There's just no way you could see one fire from far enough away to give you a remote chance of dodging that thing. It's busted.
I agree. It's busted.
Let's go.
So you mind pointing that thing the other way?
To find out if water is as hard as pavement, Carrie, Grant, and Tori have commenced Operation Pork Drop.
Okay, so here's the plan. We've already done drops at 25 and 50 feet. In the feet first position, the G-load was very far apart, but in the belly flop position, they were much closer. But just to cover all of our bases, we're gonna go up to 600 feet, which will ensure that our pig reaches terminal velocity. So he's gonna get in the helicopter. When he gets to 600 feet, he's gonna kick the pig out of the door, and then we scoop it up and count the broken bones.
Okay, so we're at our target altitude of 600 feet. We're hovering directly above the landing zone. Are you guys ready?
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, here we go. Operation Pork Drop onto pavement in 3, 2, 1.
Despite a terminal velocity of 120 miles per hour and an incredible estimated G-load of 5,000 plus, the bag remained intact, and Operation Pork Drop was a success.
Now, dropping a pig out of a helicopter seems pretty straightforward. That is, unless you have an uncooperative pig. But once I got him out of the helicopter, the drag chute opened up, he got into the belly flop position, and most importantly, he was traveling at terminal velocity. And the best part is, we hit the pavement. This was a perfect test.
Oh, dude, that was crazy.
Did you hear that splash?
Yeah, and we got a belly flop.
And now to get the thankfully sealed contents of the bag.
That looked like it hurt.
Over to the X-ray station,
We need to get this pig into X-ray stat.
where the technicians take the shots they need. But before we assess and compare the injuries, it's go for the H2O.
Get in there, pig.
Okay, for this water test, we're going to use a pig of the same weight. We're going to go to the same height with the helicopter and drop it to get the same terminal velocity.
God, it's never easy loading a pig into a helicopter.
We're going to smack down on the water in a belly flop position and find out if water is as hard as pavement.
It's Operation Pork Drop Phase 2. Porcalypse now.
So, we are set. We have our pig in the helicopter. We're gonna take it up to 600 feet, push it out of the helicopter onto water. Now, so far, we have not seen water behave like pavement, but we have never dropped anything from this height. We might see a similarity here, but we won't know for sure until we pull the pig out of the water, do an X-ray, and compare the two pigs.
We're all set, you guys ready?
Okay, Tori, we are good to go.
Pork drop number 2, onto water, at terminal velocity.
Okay, stabilizing chute deployed. Looking good, looking good.
Belly flop, and...
Splashdown. And once again, the stabilizing chute worked, serving up the perfect pork belly flop.
So it didn't sink.
Now to bring home the bacon and put this myth to bed.
We thought the pig was going to sink, so we got a special rescue crew to go out and dive to get him.
How's the passenger?
But he's actually floating on the water. Personally, I don't think they're gonna bring in a pig that's quite as damaged as that pavement drop. So it looked like a really hard hit.
But there's only one way to tell for sure, and that's a professional medical assessment of the X-rays with orthopedic surgeon Dr. Halbrecht.
So, did he make it?
How did our pig do on pavement?
Well, the pig on the pavement did really disastrously. 17 fractures.
Wow.
Here's a femur fracture dislocation of the spine, and to top it all off, a decapitation.
Oh! You got a dislocated head.
So when we dropped the pig on the concrete, it made us sound like a giant popping balloon. Now, we didn't open the bag, but we did x-ray it, and what we found inside were many, many broken bones, and a pelvis that was so shattered it was unrecognizable, not to mention decapitation.
It's an unsurprising litany of lethal injuries, 17 clear and catastrophic fractures. But the key to this myth is the comparison.
All right, so how did it compare to the water drop?
The water drop pig did much better, although it's still 7 fractures compared to 17. 6 rib fractures, and also a neck fracture, but not as bad as the decapitation.
It couldn't be clearer. 2 pigs of identical weight falling at the same speed, landing in the same orientation, have significantly varied injury diagnoses. Both the quantity and quality of the bone breaks means there can only be one result. But that's not the only reason Carrie's so happy.
Now, having the clear-cut results that the pig landing on the pavement, bam, was actually a lot harder than falling on water was great. But what was even better? Those bags didn't bust open, and I didn't throw up.
So it turns out pigs don't fly, but they do fall, and they land hard. However, as far as this myth is concerned, if you're hitting the water at any height, it's not going to be as hard as if you're hitting pavement. So this myth is busted.
Myth is busted.
I think we're gonna have to call this one busted.
How come we don't have a helicopter to fly home after every myth?
this episode of Mythbusters.
Wow! Oh, the current is really strong.
It's bubble, bubble, toil, and trouble.
Wow! It's like riding a fucking bronco.
As the guys test the fizzy fable that it's impossible to stay afloat in bubbly water.
You're just not trying hard enough. That's more like it. Yeah, baby.
But will it be a case of sink or swim?
Swim harder.
Meantime, Carrie, Tori, and Grant take aim at a myth that's got them quivering with anticipation.
Okay, it's lit.
Can an exploding arrow cleave a mighty pine tree in two? With precision explosives and the mother of all pine trees, it's time to split.
I'm so ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
That's the spirit, soldiers!
And Jamie Hyneman.
I'll be darned.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Carrie Byron.
That is messed up!
Grant Imahara.
Start the car!
And Tori Belleci.
Let's chop this car up!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Hangover?
No, I'm setting up a demo for our next story.
Which is?
Well, there's a myth going around that it is impossible to swim in bubbly water, whether it's in acid tablets or carbonated. As long as there's bubbles in the water, you won't be able to swim.
Really?
Yeah, the conventional wisdom is that the bubbles make the water overall less dense, and so while you'd float in non-bubbly water, when you get to the bubble part, you'd sink like a stone.
Sounds like we're going for a swim.
I think so.
According to the myth, when water is filled with fizz, you supposedly sink without trace. But does the density difference of bubbly water really mean that swimming in it is impossible?
Well, since we used up all our antacid breaking out of jail, let's say we start with something small, like a fish tank, and make a bunch of bubbles in it and see what happens.
Sounds good. Let's do it. So the myth is that it is impossible to swim in bubbly water because the aerated water is supposed to be less dense than regular water. Are you ready for some experimenting?
I don't think so.
So I'm about to conduct some scale experiments to see if there is a change in density of water when I run a crap load of bubbles through it. All right, let's try that again.
It's a great place to start. Adam and his 2D mini-me will test the science at the heart of this myth. Do bubbles make a difference to the density of water?
What I've made here is a crude hydrometer. It's actually floating at a very specific depth, depending on the density of the water. If I increase the density of this fish tank with, say, salt, he would float a little higher. If I decrease the density with, let's say, air bubbles, he'd float a little lower. Now, if this myth is true and I put a whole bunch of air bubbles underneath this guy, little Adam there is going to drown.
So now that 2D mini-me is neutrally buoyant, it's time to see if he'll sink like the myth suggests.
3, 2, 1.
Someone's happy, but aside from putting a smile on Adam's dial, what are the results?
I'm seeing almost no change at all in the hydrometer's level. If anything, it's actually rising a little bit. And I must admit, I had a little bias going into this. I thought that as soon as I turned on the bubbles, that hydrometer was going to whoop, drop below the surface. I'm fully in the camp of the bubbles lower the density, but there's something else going on here. At any rate, in this small-scale test, it's not looking very good for this myth.
A conviction only confirmed after Jamie gets a demo.
So I see you're fixing to dump water all over my floor.
No, I'm containing it in this lovely tank. So what do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to sink.
Check this out.
It's not sinking.
Not at all, not even a little bit. If anything, it rises up a fraction of an inch.
You would think that the increased amount of air in the water would make it less dense, so it would sink, but that seems to be counteracted and then some by the upwelling current of that movement of those bubbles.
It's not looking very good for the story at this point.
No.
Far from sinking, the hydrometer rose slightly, But it's too early to call this myth yet. After all, you can't test a swimming saga without getting wet. Next up, a myth that's going to blow you away.
All right, so this myth comes from a viewer. A guy in Iowa wrote in and said that his uncle used to take a bow and arrow, strap a stick of dynamite to it, light it, fire it into a tree, and when it would explode, it would split the tree up the middle.
Okay, are you sure this is a viewer myth and not like a Tori Belleci family history?
No, I'm serious. He wrote it in.
All right, well, I'm willing to try it. Sounds like we need a stick of dynamite, an arrow, and a tree.
As any William Tell fan will tell you, the trick of splitting an apple with an arrow is a blast. But according to this myth, an arrow coupled with dynamite can split a much bigger apple. But is this fan-fabled bow baloney?
Okay, for this experiment, I think we need to just go for it. Get the biggest log we can find and just anchor it to the ground at the bomb range.
But remember, we're trying to split this tree down the middle with explosives. We don't want to just blow it into pieces.
Right. Full-scale testing means finding the right tree.
We're here at the bomb range to find out if our dynamite arrows can split a tree. These are our trees. They are pine trees from a recycler. Now they're 20 feet long and almost 6,000 pounds. So the first step, dig a hole.
The pine trees tech specs match the viewer myth almost to the letter.
All right, how's about right here?
While Carrie gets on with step one,
So much better than a shovel.
getting to grips with the pine's parameters is Grant.
And we've chosen the pine tree because it's one of the most common trees in America. In fact, there are over 35 varieties in North America alone. But there are two reasons that might make it easier to split down the middle. One, they have vascular bundles that run the entire length of the tree, and these are tiny tubes that carry water and nutrients to the top. And two, it's got a spiral grain, which goes parallel to the axis of the tree. Those things together might just help us get a split.
That's the theory. And with the target tree now standing tall,
Now that's what I call a real stick in the mud.
the guys turn their attention to the weapon, setting up a remote bow and arrow firing mechanism.
So we need to fire a lit stick of dynamite from a bow and arrow into a tree. Now, that is way too dangerous for us to do. So we brought out our remote arrow firing mechanism. This way we can shoot from a distance and we'll be safe. Plus, we're gonna be using a compound bow. That way we get the maximum amount of energy with the least amount of effort.
With the bow ready to go, that just leaves the payload.
We're not going to use dynamite because actually it's a fairly unstable substance. Instead, our experts Frank Doyle and J.D. Nelson have given us this. It's a binary explosive. It's a lot more stable, which means it'll go off when and where we want it to. And it has exactly the same amount of energy as a stick of dynamite.
After a quick test fire to make sure their remote bow and arrow is on the money, it's time to take aim at this myth.
It's time to load up our arrow firing machine, shoot it into the tree, and see if we can split it down the middle.
Do I think that's gonna happen? Sure, absolutely.
If we lived in a cartoon.
Wile E. Coyote Carrie has her doubts, but there's only one way to find out.
All right, so the dynamite's lit. Let's see if we can cleave this tree.
Okay, this is dynamite arrow. Take it.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
The arrow gets triggered, the fuse burns through, and then...
And the tree still stands.
That was a
Tree
good
just laughing at us.
It sure was a hefty blast. But when the smoke clears, it's clear it wasn't hefty enough. The tree appears to be pretty well undamaged.
All right, well, the tree is still in one piece.
Yeah, I don't even see a crack.
Well, maybe we need more explosives. Maybe this was more than just like a stick of dynamite. Maybe it was extra powerful dynamite.
That is a great idea.
After a surprisingly feeble first test, the myth is already on thin ice. So it's time to up the ante.
We're gonna double the amount of explosive that we're attaching to the tip of the arrow. Same as before, we're gonna light the fuse, remote fire it into the tree, and see what happens.
I don't know, man. It's not looking very good for this story. Our hydrometer didn't just not sink in the water, it rose.
Well, you know, sometimes things as basic as air and water just doesn't scale that well. Let's say we bump it up a notch and go larger.
All right. Hey, you know that irrigation tank we use for Whirlpool of Death? What say we fill that full of water and put a bubbler at the bottom of it?
I think we've still got it.
I think we do. Let's do it.
Yep, the small scale wasn't particularly promising.
It's not sinking.
But the myth hasn't sunk just yet. And as Adam won't fit in that tank, the team is upsizing everything, starting with the bubble maker.
So this assembly of aquarium bubblers worked pretty well for this test, but if we're going to do this in a larger scale, I don't want to have to do all the plumbing and you can buy 1,000 of these little aquarium thingies. I need to figure out some more efficient way of creating lots of little bubbles.
And the method is typically Jamie-esque in its practical simplicity. Compressed air pumped into a canvas pillowcase, forcing thousands of tiny bubbles through the fabric.
Oh, that is very cool.
Very cool indeed. With the proof of concept pillowcase bubbling away, Adam's on to the next task.
Well, let's start figuring out how to go full scale with this, because I'm dying to get in the water with this.
If the myth is true, dying could be right. But Jamie doesn't seem too bothered by the prospect.
It's going to be fun.
But before the fun begins, Jamie has to upscale his prototype into a heavy-duty working model.
So all we've done here is welded together a couple of heavy steel frames, and we've sandwiched inside the frames a pillowcase. We're pumping air into that pillowcase, and as it pressurizes, it comes through the weave of the fabric.
That's great.
It makes little bubbles.
But not in the shop, it won't. For that, they're heading for some familiar, queasy scenery.
Brings back memories, don't it?
Not very pleasant ones.
Yep, the last time Adam took a dip in the irrigation tank,
oh, that's great.
Things did not go quite to plan.
I'm done with science for today.
We've done our small-scale tests, and we've learned a thing or two. But if we're going to find out if it's possible to swim in fizzy water, we're going to have to swim in fizzy water. So we've come back out here to Alameda to this 10,000-gallon tank that we installed a few years ago, and we're going to put a larger bubbler in it, and Adam's going to go for a swim. Or not.
Now comes the tricky bit, getting the giant bubbler up and in.
All right, take it on up. So our bubbler is just about ready to be put in place. That's a tight fit. Okay, stop. What happens next is that we hook up the air supply.
Okay, go ahead and give us some air.
Nice. And then we slowly lower it the 20 feet to the bottom of this tank, which is full of reasonably clear but quite cold water. Then I will put on some scuba gear, and then we're pretty much ready to do this test, which I hope happens quickly because this water right now is about 50, 51 degrees.
As plans go, it's pretty straightforward.
I'm above ground, and yet I'm going scuba diving.
Bon voyage.
All right, here we go.
How's the water?
The water is so cold, I got an instant headache. But you know what's really cool in here?
What?
Looking out the portholes.
But before Adam can unhook the bubbler, it needs to be in the right position.
Is that good enough?
I think so. Will you start to lower it very slowly?
Will do.
The aim is to get the bubbler perfectly level, to have an even spread of bubbles at the surface.
Fire up the generator, please. Slowly bring it up to the mark.
As the rig roars into life, a perfect hubbub of bubbles bursts forth.
It's a gorgeous stream of bubbles. Can't wait to get into it.
Okay, well, I'll pull the chain out.
With their fully functioning rig in the right position, what's next?
This test is pretty much the same as our small-scale experiments, except this time we're going to have a human hydrometer, namely Adam. Now, we're going to try and weight him so he's neutrally buoyant, and just his head is floating above the water. And when we turn the air on, if he goes up or down, that'll tell us what's really happening.
It's time to sink or swim. Carrie, Tori, and Grant are testing the myth that a dynamite arrow can split a tree down the middle. But so far, it's got the team well and truly stumped.
Well, the tree is still in one piece.
Yeah, I don't even see a crack.
Today's solution? double the dynamite.
So this is 2 times the explosives that we used on the first test. Let's see if this is enough to split the tree down the middle.
All right, we're lit.
All right, Granty, call it.
Okay, so this is splitting a tree with dynamite, double the explosives. In 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
Wow. Yeah.
That was a good blast.
Well, I'd say this is looking pretty bad for the myth.
Yeah, I mean, we used twice the amount of explosives as the myth calls for, and still, we did not get any cleaving whatsoever.
Even with 2 sticks of modern dynamite, the tree was left with hardly a scratch, let alone a cleave. And Grant thinks he knows why.
Now, my theory is that the dynamite is outside, and when you explode it, all that energy just gets dissipated away from the tree and not where we actually need it to be focused, which is right on the trunk in order to split it.
And without that focus, the myth, unlike the tree, is looking busted. So what's next?
Well, any more explosives strapped to that arrow, it's gonna mess with the aerodynamics. There's no way it's gonna fly. So why don't we just push an arrow into the tree, put as many explosives on it as JD will allow, and just see if we can get anything.
Now you're talking.
For round 3, the Mythbusters are going gangbusters, strapping an arrow with as much dynamite as can be crammed on, but too much for it to actually fly. So how much is too much?
JD says the amount we can use out here is 6 sticks of dynamite. Is that gonna split the tree down the middle? I don't know, but we're gonna get a big bang. I like big bangs.
6 drops of essence of terror, 5 drops of sinister sauce.
With the mother of all explosive arrows prepped and embedded in the tree,
Mega arrow is in place.
the team is taking no chances. They'll hunker in the bunker because this is going to be big.
Fire the hole! Fire the hole! Fire the hole!
This is splitting the tree with dynamite, 6 sticks.
In 3, 2, 1.
That was a good explosion. Let's go see if we split the tree.
I don't think so, man.
But we rattled the bunker.
There's just no timber on the timber. Even with 6 sticks of dynamite, the shockwave barely scratches the surface, let alone causes a cleave. So it's back to the drawing board.
So right now, this myth is looking busted. We used 1 stick of dynamite, 2 sticks of dynamite, finally 6 sticks of dynamite. It was not enough to split a tree up the middle like the myth talks about. But this is Mythbusters. We're gonna go deeper and not stop here, and we're gonna figure out, is there a way to use nothing but explosives to split that tree?
In Bubble Trouble, Adam is about to find out if decreasing the density of water with air means you'll sink without a trace. And to do that, Adam's ditched the scuba tank and turned himself into a neutrally buoyant human hydrometer.
My wetsuit makes me quite flotacious. I'm overly buoyant, so I'm putting weights around my waist so that I will be neutrally buoyant, ideally floating right around here. Then we'll be able to see the best effect that the bubbles might have on me. All right, let's try it. I think that's perfect.
It's a simple test.
Let's fire up the compressor.
When Jamie turns on the bubbler, if Adam sinks, the myth is looking good.
Okay, open the valve to the mark, please.
Oh, here they come.
With the bubbles on, Adam does go under, but not quite as planned. He first gets pushed to the side, and only then does he sink.
I'll tell you, it's not making me sink like a stone, but it is creating this really strong current that's throwing me to the side, and I feel like dragging me down a little bit.
You don't seem to be able to stay right there.
No, I definitely can't stay on top of this. It's it's a super strong push, and if I...
Get pushed to the side, I get dragged under, is what he was going to say. It seems Adam is being lifted up and away from the central column of bubbles. And then, just like a convection current, there's a downward drag at the outer edge.
Where to from here?
Well, I think if we're seeing this kind of effect where it's an upwelling that drags me down on the outside, let's turn it up and see if the effect gets more pronounced.
Smart kind of thinking.
Of course, it's the one instruction that fits all myth-busting occasions. Ramp it up.
Whoa! We're trying to stay on top of it. Whoa! You wouldn't believe how gentle it looks at the bottom. The bubbles are so small, it's like smoke rising from this gentle platform. And up here, all hell is breaking loose.
Wow.
That's significant.
Significant. And as they turn it up again,
let's move it up another notch.
It only becomes more so. The bigger current pushes Adam to the side faster and then pulls him under further.
You know, when the water was calm, we were like a foot below the surface. Now, it's like 6 inches below the surface. So we have, in fact, increased the volume of the water, which means we've decreased its density. And yet on the bubble stream, I'm not sinking.
That's amazing.
Yep, the increased volume is confirmation the density has decreased, which, according to the myth, should result in Adam sinking.
I'm on top of the bubbles now!
In fact, the upwelling of water associated with the rising bubbles
Whoa! Oh, the current is really strong.
is pushing him upwards until he reaches the sides, leaving just one further test.
We need more power, Scotty.
Jamie just made a Star Trek reference. Awesome!
And with the compressor giving us all she's got,
It's like riding a fucking Bronco.
Jamie and Adam are ready to wrap it up.
Well, I don't feel like we can call it on the basis of this tank. I think it's actually too small. This current being everything, it sort of overwhelms the original story, which is about bubbles. So I feel like we need to create more bubbles in a much bigger space. The myth is that you can't swim in bubbles. There's no swimming going on in there. It's treading. We need to go someplace we can do some swimming.
The close proximity of the tank's walls has rendered the results unreliable. To truly test the myth, they'll need somewhere with much more room to make a splash in.
This was a great test. It was also an excellent proof of concept for my prototype bubble maker. It put things in a human scale and showed us a lot about bubbles and how they interact with water. But given that this myth is about swimming in bubbles, to test it properly, we're going to have to go up yet more in scale.
Now, when you're getting out of a tank this big, the dismount is really important to do it safely. Watch this. Any questions?
After 3 big booms, the myth of a dynamite axe is, well,
100% bust. You're not gonna split a tree using 1 stick of dynamite, let alone 6 sticks of dynamite.
Yeah, all the energy is going outward. It's completely external. I think to actually cleave the tree, you need something inside.
All right, well, what if we tried reconfiguring the explosives? Get it closer to the core. Maybe that will split the tree up the middle.
Yeah, let's go to a smaller scale so we can experiment with different kinds of explosives.
Great idea.
with the myth busted, the team is going to try to replicate the results. And they're starting by shrinking things down with sapling trees, hoping to get that mythical split.
So we're back at the bomb range with more trees. And this time what we're gonna do is experiment with different types of explosives and different techniques for getting those explosives into the trees. And hopefully, we'll get a split.
Much as they love blowing things up, this myth is about dividing the tree, not destroying it.
That's a fine-looking tree. It's a shame we have to blow it up.
So in small scale, the guys are going to start by putting 2 explosives head to head.
The first type is TNT, or trinitrotoluene. Now, this is a faster-moving, more tearing explosive. The other kind of explosive we're going to be using is AMPHO. That is a slower-moving explosive, but it has more pushing power. We're going to see if either of those is able to split our tree up the middle, just like the myth.
But switching the explosives and using tiny quantities aren't the only changes they're drilling down for this test.
So what we've done here is solve what I think is the biggest problem of our previous test, which is getting the explosive to where it needs to be, which is the strength of the tree, the core, the heartwood.
But will this internal placement cause the cleave the dynamite arrow couldn't? Well, to find out, they're starting by embedding explosive 1, the TNT.
Smoke. We're good.
All right, this is TNT in the little pine tree.
Woohoo!
Let's do it.
It's a tense wait for the fuse to burn down until... It might have had the boom, but did it give the team the kind of break they need?
I see some cracking going on, but not what I would call a split.
Yeah, it seems like it's shredding more than anything.
Tori's on the money. Traveling at more than 21,000 feet per second, the shockwave from the TNT simply ripped the tree to pieces. Will their low-velocity explosive do any better?
This is ANFO, which stands for ammonium nitrate fuel oil. It's a lower velocity explosive than TNT, which means it has a higher likelihood of actually splitting the tree without shredding it.
Where the TNT ripped and tore, the ANFO should push and split.
Get in there.
And to try and avoid destroying the tree, they're using the smallest amount of explosive that will detonate.
All right, you ready to light the candle?
Ready.
Let's do it.
We've got smoke.
Okay, let's get out. Okay, it's lit.
Cool.
Note to self, when you see a smoking tree, run.
Especially around the Mythbusters.
And a burning fuse means you can't know when it's going to blow. Even with just a cupful of ANFO, the tree toppled. But in the midst of all that carnage, the team can see signs of success from this test.
So what we're seeing with the ANFO is larger splinters, which is more like what we want. But just to remind you here, the idea is to assist the splitting with the explosives, not to annihilate the tree. So I think rather than directing all the energy at a single point at the base, what we need to do is distribute it up along the length of the tree so that when you go boom, it goes like that.
In other words, the team thinks Test 2's explosives were right, but the placement was wrong. So next, they're sticking with ANFO.
If you ever have a chance to cut down a tree with high explosives, I highly recommend it.
But cutting some zipper-like grooves in tree 3.
What I've just done is cut some vertical grooves in the bark of the tree. That way we can lay up our explosives along the grain, the vascular bundles of the tree. Because what's happening right now is we have an explosive at the base and it's cross-cutting. What we want is a vertical split. So this way we put the explosives up the line of the tree and that force punches through and hopefully we get that vertical split that we're looking for. All right, the grooves are loaded. We're going hot. All right, we're lit. You know, JD?
Yes?
I heard cool guys don't look at explosions. They turn around and then they walk away.
Okay, so this is cutting a tree in half with explosives, zipper technique.
It didn't go completely to plan, but at least the team gets slightly more than a toppled trunk. It's kind of a split in the right direction.
Wow, that is definitely a better technique.
Finally, we got a split.
Of sorts. It's still not the clean cleave they wanted, but promising enough to warrant one more go at a mighty grand finale.
What did we do right? Well, on this test, we got our explosive in a line that's parallel to the grain of the tree. Instead of focusing on one spot, we went all the way up the tree, and I think that is what made the difference. Now, this is a small tree, but that's fine. We proved the concept here. Now it's time for us to go into a big tree and try it full scale.
That is awesome. But I mean, this myth is still busted, but I mean, with a little engineering, we got the results we were looking for, a split tree.
Well, I think this is enough for us to find a big tree and move on to full scale.
Oh, wow, this is gonna be crazy.
So far, Bubble Trouble is looking like a bust.
Wow, I feel it totally lifting me.
But Adam and Jamie aren't done yet.
Ow! I took a pin in the leg.
To put this myth to bed, they're going to sink or swim in a full-sized pool with a super-sized bubbler, one that's 4 feet wide and 16 feet long. And to get the job done in double time, Jamie welds the massive steel frame while Adam sews the giant canvas bubbler bag.
Well, based on what we saw at the big tank, this new bladder ought to be perfect for the swimming pool. You know what it looks like?
It looks like the world's largest whoopee cushion.
With both bubbler components ready to roll, the truck gets loaded and locked. And it's off to our familiar location.
Please don't start talking like a pirate again.
Okay.
Adam may be able to resist.
Are you excited? Yeah. Got a strong silent type he is.
But we can't.
So the myth is that it is impossible to swim in bubbly water. And so far we've tested that in small scale in a fish tank.
It's not sinking.
And in a 10,000-gallon irrigation tank in what is now only medium scale.
I'm on top of the bubble, Scott!
In both cases, we found evidence of upwelling and currents that really make us feel like we haven't fully answered this question. So now it's time for Mondo scale, full-size swimming pool.
Yeah, that's it.
We've built a bubbler that will give us a swath of bubbles 4 feet wide and 16 feet long. I'm gonna get in it and see if I can swim. Yeah, we recognize that you have a choice of myths, and we thank you for flying Mythbusters.
That's nice and stable.
Remember those little fish tank bubblers and then that little bag that I tested out in the shop?
That's not bad.
Well, this is the final result of all that testing, the granddaddy bubbler. We've got I-beams on it to hold it down against the flotation. We've got a massive steel frame, the big bladder, and not one, but 2 air pumps to supply all the air we need. We drop it in the pool, and you got yourself a big-ass bubbler.
It's big, but will it be big enough to eliminate those supposed edge effects? Well, to find out, Adam, designated to do the wet work, goes under to guide it into position and make sure it's level.
It's within 1 or 2 degrees of level, and I'm inclined to start up the pump and see what it looks like.
I'm on it.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and let some air in.
With the air pump on, things seem to be proceeding smoothly until...
Cut the air.
Luckily, Adam was clear of the rig when it made an unexpected and dangerous break for the surface. And make no mistake, despite the muffled noise and sub-aqua slow motion, that was 1,600 pounds of Runaway Rogue steel.
Not enough weight?
Not enough weight. The whole thing started to float.
Well, that's a
bummer.
But the solution is simple.
It could simply be a matter of just placing the barbell weights in the corners.
Well, that's why we brought the barbells. I'll start to break them out.
With an additional 100 pounds on each corner, totaling 2,000 pounds, surely they've got this covered. Cue test number 2.
I see little bubbles starting to come up.
And at first, it all seems to be working beautifully. But once again, the astonishing force exerted by the buoyancy of the trapped air is evident.
Stop, cut the air.
And that's another
bummer.
Yeah.
It was looking so good.
It was looking so good, but now the whole rig and
yeah.
So far, the team has selected option F for failure. But it takes more than 2,000 pounds of Runaway steel to throw the Mythbusters off their game.
This is just a minor setback. All we need are heavier I-beams or bars of steel of some sort to put on this thing. We'll be able to weight it down. We'll fix it.
Look, when you want to rescue big things from the bottom of a body of water, you use what are called lift bags, these airtight canvas bags you fill with air, and the air lifts stuff off the bottom. What we've essentially made here is a captured air bladder. And we're trying to keep it on the bottom, which is proving more of a challenge than we surmised.
That's a workout, huh?
oh, this is where things get dangerous late in the day. Let's test them out.
Yeah. Right in place?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay far away from this rig while you pressurize it.
Their first unsuccessful test of the rig weighed in at 1,600 pounds. This time, they've got 4,200. But will this be enough?
There they come. Yeah, baby. So that may have been about halfway.
That's perfect. Nothing's budging. It looks gorgeous.
Excellent. So we had a few bugs to work out. So sue me. We added more weight. It took care of the buoyancy problem, and we're all tested, good to go. I think we're ready for tomorrow.
Now, we've already busted the myth that you can use a dynamite arrow to split a tree in two, but we wanted to find out if you can use explosives to create that perfect cleave. So we did a few experiments. We tried TNT, we tried ANFO. As you can see, it didn't quite work from a singular point. So we went and took it one step further. We made sort of a zipper by perforating the tree with little slots and filling them with ANFO. And we did get a split. So now it's time to take it to full scale. We've come out to the forest to make a tree split Mythbusters style.
Doing it Mythbusters style means driving to an isolated tree farm
Man, this is way out there, isn't it?
and blowing the biggest tree they can see with the technique they sort of perfected in small scale.
It's like a winter wonderland out here.
You can't see the trees for the forest.
Here's the tree.
Wow, that is one big tree.
Definitely. This is a 100-foot tall ponderosa pine. Now, you might be a little freaked out that we're using a perfectly good tree in our experiment, but it's already been earmarked for lumber. And it will be recycled at the end of the experiment. Depending on how successful we are, it'll either be lumber, or if we manage to split it, firewood.
Given their earlier results, splitting this tall tree seems like an even taller order. But Tori, for one, is confident.
Now, we learned from our small scale that ANFO was the best type of explosive. It was slower moving, more pushing. And what we also learned is cutting grooves along the vertical of the tree will give us a better chance of splitting the tree. So we're gonna do just that. We're gonna cut a bunch of grooves up the length of the tree so that way the force of the explosion is vertical and hopefully we can replicate the results.
In other words, going big means thinking small, cutting lots of vertical slots near the core to house small bags of boom. But Tori and heights have never been the best of friends.
Oh, I love heights. Remember last time I was up this high and I fell?
Don't let go.
Oh. Let's hope nothing like that happens.
Add a chainsaw to the mix, and it seems like a recipe for disaster.
Ah! We're gonna die! Here we go.
Fortunately, he stays focused enough to cut the zipper-like grooves from top to bottom that may yield the perfect cleave.
All right, so we finished cutting 15 slots up the length of the tree. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna fill those slots with ANFO, ignite them, and see if we can split this tree up the middle.
But first, they need to do a serious calculation of just how much bang they need for their buck.
Okay, now when you usually see explosives enter the Mythbusters scene, you're used to seeing mass quantities, like the 850 pounds we used in the cement truck. Now for this experiment, we actually want a pushing rather than a huge destruction. So we're only gonna use about 25 pounds of ANFO in small bags strung evenly up the side of the tree. That way, hopefully we get a nice clean cleave.
It's a delicate operation. Too much ANFO and the tree will be blown apart. Too little and the explosive may not even detonate.
All right, so 1 pound bags.
1 pound bags. Luckily, bomb expert Frank is on hand to take charge of the charge.
Okay.
What do you think, Frank? Am I gonna be able to join the bomb squad after this?
Hey, we're signing you up right now.
All right, ready to decorate the tree?
Ready to wire in. ANFO.
There you go.
Working somewhat gingerly, Carrie and Grant carefully place the 25 1-pound bags along the entire trunk.
Oh, you know what? The sap is a natural adhesive to holding the bags in. So add wiring explosives at heights to my resume.
All right, you done?
I'm done.
And as the saying goes,
let's make like a tree and leave.
Going down on this level, we have explosives, timber, and ladies' lingerie. Okay, this is the very last bag of explosives going in the tree. We've wired them all the way up. I think we might actually have a shot at this one. I mean, we've given it all the advantage we possibly could. Using this nice low-velocity explosive, we've given it a perforation so that it could go really, really well. I think we might get a nice clean split.
but the guys, on the other hand, aren't so sure.
So do I think the tree's gonna split? There's a lot of factors that go into it. Too much explosive, too little, the weight of the branches. Given all that, I think we are gonna get a split. Maybe not super clean, but it's gonna split.
Looking at all this ammo in this tree, I have a feeling we're just gonna blow this tree in a bunch of pieces. Yeah, this looks safe enough here.
All right, I guess we're all set. You guys ready?
Oh, I'm so ready. Okay, so this is splitting a tree with ANFO. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
After double trouble with the bubbler,
cut the air.
Adam and Jamie are ready to test the myth that it's impossible to swim in bubbly water.
Our first test is the control. Without turning the bubbler on, I'm going to swim from here across the pool and back.
And I'll take a reading on the stopwatch.
Once we've got that timing, we're going to turn the bubbler on. I'm going to do the same thing again and see if there's any difference.
And if there's anything to this myth, it should take Adam longer to swim through the bubbles.
Woo! Woo! Have I mentioned this pool is not heated? All right, I'm ready.
Okay, swimming without bubbles. In 3, 2, 1, go.
The neutrally buoyant Frisco Torpedo is off to lay down a marker. The theory being that a comparison of lap times in bubbly and non-bubbly water will tell us if there's anything to the myth at all. It may not be impossible, but it could be more difficult.
Stop! Woo!
I got 29.84 seconds. Let's call it an even 30 seconds.
Which means it's time to fire up the generator, blow some bubbles, and see if the torpedo is affected by those millions of tiny pockets of air.
Okay, swimming with bubbles. In 3, 2, 1, go.
On the first lap, displaying all of his exemplary style and technique, Adam powers through the bubbles. But on the way back, it's not so easy. Just like the small-scale tests, the upwelling current pushes him to the side and outweighs any effect the lower density may have.
Okay.
32.5 seconds.
That's a lot. That's like 8%.
So where does that leave us?
At this stage, it seems that the myth that it's impossible to swim in bubbly water is pretty much busted. It does, however, seem to be more difficult to swim in bubbly water, and the timings we've been taking from my testing seem to bear that out. So given that there might be a grain of truth to this story, that it might be more difficult but not impossible to swim in bubbly water, we're going to ramp it up as far as we can go and see if we can't make that artifact more pronounced.
We've done our testing at 1/4 compressor capacity, and the results were interesting, but perhaps not conclusive. So I think now it's time to ramp it up. That's more like it. And that means we're gonna go full power with those compressors. We'll see what happens.
Wow. That's a lot of bubbles.
You ready?
Ready.
All right, full scale bubble test. In 3, 2, 1, go.
With the dial turned to 11, the forces Adam has to deal with are clearly evident. Despite looking quite serene below, it's a broiling, frothing volcano at the surface, and the current is just too strong to swim across.
Ah! Swim harder!
Meaning in this case, it is impossible to swim in.
Like any good myth, this one has a grain of truth at its heart. And that is that when you mix air with water, it is going to make that water less dense. The thing is that by taking it to ridiculous extremes like we have, you're just not trying hard enough. Stop screwing around. That decrease in density relative to its surroundings causes an upwelling and a very vigorous current, in fact. And that current is so vigorous that it makes it virtually impossible to swim through it.
I swallowed some water.
After small scale, medium scale, and full scale, it wasn't until super full scale that they got the result they were looking for. And Adam, for one, is buoyant.
This myth is a letter-perfect case for why I love doing this show. We started out with a myth about it being impossible to swim in bubbly water, the conventional wisdom being that bubbles make the water less dense and thus you would sink, when in fact it turns out that
The bubbles create this churning upwelling of current as they rise to the surface, and it is the current and not the bubbles that makes it, in fact, impossible to swim in bubbly water. I love being surprised by results like that.
Well, that's pretty neat. We had a build that was more difficult than we thought, a surprise ending, and a myth that is, I gotta say, plausible, but not for the reasons we originally thought.
And bubbly water is kind of festive, isn't it?
Yes, yes it is.
Busting the myth of the explosive tree split has been a bit of a misfire. From big-scale failure
The tree is still in one piece.
to some small-scale success.
Wow, that is definitely a better technique.
But now, the moment of truth.
Here we go.
To replicate the results of this myth, it all comes down to this one-shot wonder. One monster pine tree filled with 25 bags of explosives. They're using the smallest amount of ANFO that will still detonate. But will it be small enough?
In 3, 2, 1.
Fire!
That was a good one! Well, the tree's down. Let's go see if it's split.
If there's anything left of it.
Wow!
Well, what's clear is the ANFO detonated. But what is not clear is what happened to the tree.
Wow, there are bits of tree everywhere.
With the smoke gone, it's bad news for the myth. Instead of a split, the tree's been diced into a nice pile of kindling for Bear Grylls.
The result that we were looking for this experiment was 2 pieces. One left, one right, split right down the middle. What we got was 200 pieces. The tree shattered all over the forest. There's bits everywhere. It turns out the ANFO was just too much. Even at the minimum amount to detonate to sustain that crack all the way to the top.
And that's the key. They really did use the smallest amount of low explosives that would detonate, and yet it was still too much for the tree.
Now, if you look at the trunk, it did actually split it. However, it did not split the entire length of the tree like in the myth. Even with giving it the best possible chances by cutting in little grooves and filling it with the ANFO, it still did not split down the middle. Getting it to do that with explosives is very, very difficult.
And that leaves only one conclusion.
All right, no matter how you look at this myth, this one is busted.
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 But at least we have all this firewood and kindling now.
This isn't a split. This is a shatter.
The tree and the myth are both shattered. And let's face it, if this method didn't work, then a dynamite arrow is not even a long shot.
All right, I got some seedlings.
Okay.
The myth might be busted,
Let's do our part.
but at least the team has given something back to the forest.
Sort of the strange Mythbusters circle of life.
That is strange.
I think it's a good deal for the forest. I mean, 3 for 1.
On this episode of Mythbusters, buckle up for thrills, spills,
Oh, crap.
and chills.
I can't feel my fingers.
First, Adam and Jamie go all out for some spy car combat,
Oh, I got you. Oh, yeah. You want some of this?
testing whether wheels of misfortune
Not enough here.
and hood-mounted machine guns really work.
Swerve all you want, man. I can follow you.
Meanwhile, Carrie, Grant, and Tori get in a spin
Mythbusters on ice.
as they find out if a bullet fired into a frozen lake can really spin like a top.
Now see, there's no string here.
It's a story that starts in San Francisco.
I don't see any spinning bullets.
But ends in a bitter battle as the Mythbusters take on Mother Nature.
The next myth is in the Bahamas, right?
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
Wow!
And Jamie Hyneman.
All right, it's party time.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Grant Imahara.
For science.
Carrie Byron.
Right tool for the job.
And Tori Belleci. They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. First up, buckle up for some spy car carnage.
Spy car revenge.
Spy car revenge?
Yeah, the original spy car was all about defensive weapons a spy might have in his car that could foil someone who's chasing him. Spy car revenge is about offensive weapons a chaser would have to disable a car he's chasing.
What'd you have in mind?
I've got two things. The first one, spiky things that come out of the hubs of their wheels and tear up their opponent's cars while they're driving next to them.
Nice. What's the other one?
Guns mounted on the hood of the spy's car.
That's very cool. Let's start with the spikes first.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm all oiled up and ready to go.
In Spy Car Round 1, the guys evaluated evasion antics with mixed success. But this time, it's out with escape and in with attack. But can hood-mounted guns and hub-mounted wheel spikes really work first time, every time?
So, wheel spikes. There are tons of movies that have used that trick. We can't do all of them.
No, we can't. I think we should boil it down and pick two.
Well, there's a classic in Goldfinger. It's really simple. We've got to do that one.
And there's a really pretty nicely complex one in the Green Hornet I'd like to try out.
Sounds like we've got a plan.
I think we do.
And it's a plan that starts with a delivery for Mythbusters' very own Q.
This car is going to be our chase car. When I'm done with it, it's going to be a vicious and aggressive car. In fact, I think I'm going to call it Slash, because that's what it's going to do.
With Slash sitting pretty, Jamie begins by building the first of the two wheel spikes, the deadly device from Goldfinger.
It's pretty simple, really. All it has is a blender-style blade, like this one that I cut out on the plasma cutter, attached to the end of a post. So I'll weld this on here like so, weld on the hub piece, and then sharpen the blades.
As slashers go, it's certainly simple.
Looks about right to me.
But will the chromoly steel be strong enough to not buckle under pressure?
Ouch!
Meanwhile, Tire Slasher 2 is anything but basic.
The Green Hornet device is a little more complicated. It has a bunch of spiky finger-like things that are welded to a central hub like so. Now, I've mocked all this up in wood so that I can get the geometry right. And then all I have to do is cut a bunch of steel pieces out like this, weld them all together, and I'm done.
In that case, let's cut to the chase, literally.
You ready to do this?
Are you ready to get slashed up?
You just try and catch me.
Enjoy it while it lasts, buddy.
While Adam spins out for no reason other than because he can, Jamie gets on with the odd job in hand, attaching the Goldfinger Slinger.
This blade looks pretty nasty, and I'm positive it'll take out Adam's tire. But when it comes to meeting something stronger, like his wheel or steel parts of the body, I'm not so sure, because this is a pretty long lever, and that means it could get bent. Now, with that in mind, I did make this out of chromoly steel, which is very, very strong, but what it actually does, we're just going to have to try it to find out.
And to do just that, the guys are establishing some very precise rules of engagement.
This story is all about how much damage Jamie's spikes will do to my car. I'm not going to avoid him. I'm going to drive at a constant speed while he pulls up and does as much damage as he can.
So, from the green flag, the two cars will accelerate to 40 miles an hour.
When they hit the red flag, Jamie will engage the weapon into the driver's side of my car. He'll have 500 yards to inflict as much damage as he can.
My prediction? I don't think this Goldfinger spike is gonna do much more than carve up the side of my car. I don't think it's gonna take me out. Dude, nice Goldfinger spike.
Pretty nasty, huh?
Totally.
Are you ready for it?
Absolutely.
With the first spike locked and loaded, let's get the show on the road.
Okay, Goldfinger spike in 3, 2, 1.
Both cars accelerate towards the red flag of the engagement zone. And once there, the carnage can begin. Jamie's first bump tears through the car door. The second shreds the tire like the proverbial knife through butter. And that loss of traction brings Adam's car to a slow stop.
You all right there, little buddy? You totally disabled me.
Meaning that for the James Bond simple spike, it's pretty much mission accomplished.
Wow, dude, that is beautiful. That was crazy effective.
Yeah, it sliced right through the rear of the car and went into the tire, no problem.
That was a hell of an adrenaline rush. I have never been in a purposeful accident. Especially not one where the person I was driving next to wanted to cause damage to me. Oh, that's really scary. My leg is right on the other side of this. Check that out. And it took out this tire magnificently. I had no idea that this method would be this effective.
Test 1's low-tech specs were a steely success. But can its more elaborate counterpart do any better?
Given the success of the Bond spike, you'd think that this monster would be a shoo-in, but I'm not so sure. It's much more complicated. There's more stuff to go wrong. Sometimes size isn't everything.
But will this be one of those times?
Right.
Now let's roll test 2.
Dude, from here, those spikes look sick.
Well, are you ready to feel the touch?
I'm ready, let's do it.
Okay, Green Hornet in 3, 2, 1.
Like last time, the guys carefully accelerate. Because they want to know if the weapon works, not how easy it is to deploy.
All right, I'm at cruise control, going at 40. Here he comes. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, no.
Oh, no is right. Any hope that this weapon's sting would be harmless is immediately abandoned.
Crap. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, let's have some more. Come on.
Despite Adam's fighting talk, one bump later, and his journey's brought to a premature end.
What did you do to me? Another successful destruction. Insane.
I think I'm getting a little better at this as I practice.
Yeah, you took that tire out pretty handily.
Yeah, I went in right about here and then started to go back until I hit the tire. I heard the bang.
Awesome.
The Green Hornet spike made mincemeat of Adam's car, opening it up like a sardine can and shredding the tire to pieces.
Oh, no!
But Jamie's not convinced.
Personally, I think this one is more show than anything else. I mean, it did take out the tire and it messed up the side of the car, but it really didn't do any more damage than the Bond one did.
Jamie's got a point, because both wheel spikes did more or less the same damage.
That felt like I got hit by a power tool.
And both brought Adam to a complete stop.
Oh, I lost all power.
But Jamie thinks there is room for improvement.
Both of our movie spikes work pretty well. The thing is, they're really pretty much just fancy tire poppers, because who cares if you put scratches or holes in the sheet metal? It's not really going to stop the car. Makes me wonder, though, what would?
And that's a thought that should have Adam very, very afraid. Next up, it's time to spin out.
Okay, so our next myth is based on a video clip that was sent in by a viewer, and it's kind of weird.
Ooh, do you still have the video? I want to see it.
Okay, not like that. There's a guy on a frozen lake bed with a bunch of his buddies shooting a 9mm into the ice, and somehow they get their bullets to just spin like a top.
Now that sounds like a myth.
And that's exactly why we're testing it.
It's no myth that a bullet fired from a handgun spins at over 80,000 RPM. But can a bullet fired into a frozen lake really spin like a top?
Now see, there's no string here.
In other words, is this video the real deal, or is this myth on thin ice?
Look, I gotta say, I got my doubts about this one.
Yeah, I know. This looks pretty bizarre, but I think it's worth testing.
I agree, but where are we gonna find a frozen lake bed? It's the middle of summer.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, and I think we've got to build our own frozen lake.
We've done crazier.
Yeah, and we should definitely try 2 different shots. Maybe we'll shoot one directly into the ice and then one as a ricochet and see if one of those gives us a spinning bullet.
Okay, let's do it.
But before anyone spins out, Tori's getting to grips with a gun grip or ransom rest, because for this myth, geometry is key.
Now, if this myth is true, the key element here is finding at which angle to fire the gun into the ice. So, I have my gun, I have my ransom rest. Now what I need to do is build a holder that is adjustable so we can fire at the ice at different angles.
Finding the right angle is vital. Too straight and the bullet will deform and not spin. Too shallow and the slug will skip off the ice and be lost forever.
Now, found out a little bit more about the shooter in the myth. Now, he's about 6 feet tall and shot about 6 feet in front of him. So, since Tori's 6 feet tall, I'm gonna have him stand in for the shooter. Okay, Tori, put your feet right at the line. I'm gonna have him hold the gun and aim at 6 feet. Here's a laser pointer to help you find the 6-foot mark. Then I'm going to check the angle of the gun and the distance it is from the ground. Okay, that is about 42 degrees. And let's see what the height is. About 44.5 inches. With that information, we can put our ransom rest in the right place to get the results we're looking for.
Now we know where to set the ransom rest.
Well, at least where to start.
Yeah.
Knowing where to start is a start. And with the shooting rig ready to fire, they're off to take aim at this myth.
We're on the rifle range at the Chabot Gun Club, so we can recreate the circumstances of the spinning ice bullet.
In the myth, this event takes place on a frozen pond in the middle of winter. But because it's the middle of summer and we're in Northern California, frozen ponds are not in plentiful supply.
All right, bring in the ice!
But what we're gonna do is create our own using 9 40-inch by 24-inch by 10-inch thick solid ice blocks.
Okay, there we go.
Mythbusters on ice.
All right, maybe not.
Putting those all together, and hopefully that amount of mass will be enough to create a spin.
It's certainly a large slice of ice, and the next best thing to a frozen lake.
Is it bad if you can't feel your fingertips?
They said this would be a cool myth. I didn't believe them.
Look at that, instant frozen lake.
I wouldn't say instant.
Good point.
So you'll notice that we've set up a frozen lake with a smaller ice cube in front of it. Now that's because if you watch the video, it's hard to tell if the bullet spins in a direct hit on the ice or via a ricochet. In other words, does it hit and spin, or does it hit, bounce, land somewhere else, and then spin?
Well, in search of said spin, the team's first going for the direct hit approach, firing straight into the ice cube with this.
What I have here is a Glock 9mm. Now this is the gun apparently used in the myth. We're about to fire a bullet into the ice to see if it will actually spin like a top. I can't wait to see what happens.
The Glock is positioned in Tori's angle finder to 42 degrees, and then it's go time.
Okay, so we're gonna fire and then look and listen for any sort of spinning bullet.
All right, this is spinning bullet at 42 degrees.
In 3, 2, 1.
The gun fires, the ice shatters, but what happens to the bullet?
Well, we hit the ice, but no spinning bullet.
Yeah, look how much it fractured.
I bet it's right in there.
Carrie's spot on. The bullet hit the ice and simply embedded itself deep inside, where a spin is out of the question. But undeterred, the Mythbusters decide to try again.
All right, gun is loaded, we're hot.
Let's do this.
Round 2. 3, 2, 1.
It's another 42-degree hit, but with the same result.
I don't see any spinning bullets.
But all is not lost.
Okay, we're 0 for 2, but you know what? That's fine, because it doesn't always work in the viral video. Not every shot yields a spin, so we can't call it just yet.
In 3, 2, 1.
Test 3 also has nothing akin to a spin. But when they recover the round, there is cause for cautious optimism.
Oh my gosh, but look at this. The bullet has not deformed, which means there might be some truth to this myth. That could potentially spin.
But with test 4,
where is the elusive spinning bullet?
5,
it's not here.
6, and 7 also failing to spin out, that optimism soon melts away.
Sun's coming out, the lake's melting, still no spinning bullets.
Meaning it's time for a plan B.
So the direct hit experiment isn't really giving us anything. So we're gonna change our firing angle and try for the ricochet. We're going to fire into the ice block and hope to catch the spinning bullet on the larger frozen lake. This is not gonna be easy.
So far in the spy spike department, we have tested the Goldfinger spike, which did this kind of damage. We have also tested the Green Hornet spike. Oh crap, oh no! Which did this kind of damage. Oh, that's great! Now apparently, Jamie's rigged up some kind of special Hyneman sauce to come at me with one last time.
Even though Adam was psyched by the spikes,
I'm going home.
Jamie saw room for improvement.
I don't think he's going to make it very far.
So he slipped back to the shop to conjure up a wheel of misfortune straight from the Hyneman House of Horrors.
I think that'd hurt another car if you drove into it.
And back at the runway, with nuts tightened, it's time to put it to the test.
This design is about the worst thing I could come up with. What's different about it is that the other designs all had relatively long, skinny shafts with a cutting blade on the tip. And those shafts could bend. The little blades that were on the tip could also bend or dull relatively easily, and they did. Whereas this has this massive base that's very strong. So I reckon this will go right into the car and just keep on cutting without damaging itself.
You are one sick puppy.
Ruff.
That is messed up. How damaging do I think Jamie's slasher is going to be to my car? Well, let me put it this way. We've bolted it to the side of Jamie's car that will affect the non-driver side of my car. That's how afraid we are of its destructive power.
Are you ready?
I am.
Okay, the slasher. In 3, 2, 1.
For the final time, the Mythbusters motor down the runway. Until the red flag signals the bullish Jamie to charge. Straight away, he takes out Adam's rear tire. Then he slices and dices along the whole side.
Oh! Come on, Jamie, I can take more.
With Adam at his mercy, Jamie goes in for the kill. And rips the entire front tire clean off.
Not enough?
Leaving only one possible outcome.
That was too much fun!
Woo! That fulfills like a deep childhood fantasy. I want another car. I want to do this again.
It was a heavy metal massacre in the truest sense of the word.
I gotta see this.
I think I messed your car up a little bit. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I was thinking.
That is a horror. Where's my tire? My tire is not there. That was like the amusement park ride from hell. First, he takes out this tire. Forget about what he does to my door. I saw glass like fly up, like popcorn. Then he removes my entire front tire. I wouldn't have said that was possible. If you told us we had to do that, we would have said, it's really unlikely. And his spike still looks perfect.
I'd say my spike was pretty effective. I mean, there's not a whole lot more that you could do to the side of a car. Not only did I pop the tires, but I completely removed them. The car can't move at all now because the chassis is sitting on the ground, in fact. It worked a little better than I thought it would.
Final analysis of wheel spikes as a viable method of taking out an opponent while driving. Everything we tried worked better than we thought it would.
That means it's confirmed.
Totally confirmed. Let's get out of here.
With Spy Myth 1 a slashing success, it's time to bring out the big guns. Is this firearms film the real deal, or just bullet baloney? Can a slug really spin like a frozen top?
3, 2, 1.
Well, the Mythbusters' direct hit approach was shot down.
I don't see any spinning bullets.
So it's time to modify the method.
So far, the direct shot did not work. So we're gonna move on to the ricochet, which brings into play our larger frozen lake bed. What we're gonna do is lower the angle of the shot, hopefully allowing the bullet to skip off the ice onto our frozen lake bed, and we'll see if we can get that bullet spinning. Sounds easy? It won't be.
So it may sound to you like we're trying to find the equivalent of a needle in a haystack, but we actually have information from the guy who supposedly did this. And what he told us is that every time he tried it, the bullet landed between 2 and 8 feet from the point of impact with the ice. We have a 10-foot slab of ice out there. Surely that's gonna be enough to find that bullet somewhere in there.
Well, to find out, they're starting by using a ricochet-friendly angle of 30 degrees.
Hoping this works. In 3, 2, 1.
It's a clean hit, but the bullet's gone AWOL. It's not on the pond, nor in the cube.
Wait a minute, that's good news, because the bullet isn't in there. It did ricochet, I don't know where it went, but at least it popped out.
Right.
The high speed confirms that on the one hand, they did get a ricochet. But on the other, the bouncing bullet did not land on their leg. So they reset for try 2.
All right, let's go before spring comes.
But again, the bullet disappears.
The good news is we got a ricochet. The bad news, we can't find the bullet anywhere. It's nowhere on the lake bed. So that's why we have this. This backboard with the white paper is gonna tell us. If the bullet hits this, we'll know exactly where it goes. All right, we're hot.
That's the theory.
Is this the magic formula?
But in practice,
1.
even the ricochet catcher doesn't catch the ricochet.
So it must be firing way over our backboard.
So next, the team wrangles the angle. But whether it be high,
All right, we are loaded 45 degrees.
1.
low,
31 degrees.
or somewhere in between,
All right, we are locked and loaded at a 38-degree angle.
the ricocheting round never lands on the lake.
And I don't see a spinning bullet.
I don't see the ricochet at all.
Anything?
Backboard's clean.
You know, we can be here all day.
We have been here all day.
And what a frustrating day it's been. But without finding a single ricochet, it's just not possible to call the myth one way or the other.
We've been experimenting all day to find the perfect conditions to create the mythical spinning bullet. Now we have the right temperature of ice, the right hardness. Unfortunately, we have an extremely unpredictable ricochet. We can't find where the bullet lands. Now, we've created the biggest frozen pond that we possibly could in summer with all of the available ice that we could source. We need to go bigger. We need something a little more naturally huge and frozen.
In Spy Car: The Revenge, wheel spikes were a rip-roaring success.
Not enough yet.
So now it's on to Secret Agent Anecdote number 2.
car-mounted guns.
Yes, I've been saying this for years, that car-mounted guns for a spy car don't make any sense to me. They're fixed. You cannot aim them except by driving. That's got to be a huge inefficiency for a machine gun.
Well, I have seen some that are remote controlled and aimable, though.
Those are in the minority, but I have seen them, so I think we should build a rig that gives us both. I chase you with fixed guns on my hood, and then we can do a second one where I chase you with a remote control aimable gun mounted to the hood of my car.
Sold.
The hood-mounted gun is a staple for any spy car, but is it a viable weapon? Can such a device, fixed or movable, really guarantee an accurate aim? Well, to find out, Adam's already selected his wheels and his weapon.
This is a former police car, and this is a super high-end 10-round-per-second paintball gun. I'm gonna join these two things together to make two great tastes in one candy bar.
Fabricating the fixed firearm will be a weld in the park. But the remote-controlled firer is a much tougher task.
So for the aimable gun, I need to first build a mount that will let the gun move in 3 dimensions so I can fire at Jamie's car wherever it might be.
There's the basics right there. Up, down, side to side.
Then I'm gonna add a joystick system so that I can control the gun's aim from inside the car while driving.
That's XY control.
Next comes the all-important trigger, so I'll be able to shoot up to 600 rounds per minute.
I press this, it ought to fire. That's remote firing.
Finally, I'm going to add a camera onto the mount and a monitor onto the dashboard so I can see exactly where I'm aiming.
This camera is what turns this from something cool into something awesome. Jamie, come here, check it out.
Wow.
Push, 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 push. In your face!
That looks great. Actually, I should say, it looks like crap, but it works great.
And with those words of encouragement, Adam gets on with the final part of his firearm. A frame that should feed a plethora of paintballs into the gun. It's not pretty, but will it work?
Oh, I got you! I got you! Oh, yeah! You want some of this? You want a little piece of this? You want some more? Hey, do you want some? Do you want some? You so wish you were me right now.
All right, so where do we stand?
Well, we've got 2 issues. 1, we can't get a spin from a direct hit, and 2, we can't find a ricochet.
Not only that, this is supposed to be easy. I mean, in the video, the guy shoots, he gets spinning. That's not what we found at all.
Not so fast. Check this out. You're not gonna believe what we found. Now, the cameraman was going through some of the footage. Now listen, can you hear that? I don't know what that is, but it could potentially be a spinning bullet. I mean, we can't see it, but we can definitely hear something.
Okay, well, that brings this myth back from the dead. I think we should definitely stick to our plan.
And the plan being, we wait until winter and try this again on an actual frozen lake where we might have a chance of this working.
All right, let's reconvene in 6 months.
So after a summer spent crashing, smashing,
Well, that didn't suck.
and splashing, the team is back for Spinning Ice Round 2. And this time, they're augmenting the audio.
Hearing is going to be key to finding the spinning bullet. So I want to come up with a low-tech way to amplify my hearing. So I'm going to make cones that are going to be able to muffle out all the peripheral audio and directionally be able to give me that little buzzing sound of the spinning bullet.
You know what else we could use it for?
What?
Aw. Go sit in the corner.
So while Carrie's going old school, I like to bet on the tech. This device right here is a parabolic reflector. It captures the sound waves and focuses them on a microphone in the center, which is then amplified. Surely, this will be able to hear a spinning bullet from across a frozen lake.
While Grant and Carrie get their ears to the ground,
Did you say kumquat?
That's awesome!
Watermelon, this definitely works.
Tori's been busy with the science of the spin.
Now, if these bullets are actually spinning on ice, and it's not just a hoax, one of the reasons why this might be happening is it's acting like an ice skate. When the blade hits the ice, it melts the ice, creating a water barrier to allow the skate to move across the ice. This might be happening with the bullet. The bullet hits the ice, the heat from the bullet is melting the ice, creating a vapor barrier, and the spinning is coming from the rifling of the gun. So when it hits the ice, it spins just like a top. And that's why this myth might have some merit.
That's the theory, and once the ear devices sound ready,
Hippopotamus!
it's time to put it to the test. From the San Franciscan sun to a blizzard in the Sierra Nevada, this winter the team is going that extra mile.
Save yourselves!
Rumor has it there's a lake out here.
I think it's over there.
Well, this looked a little more picturesque in the brochures. All right, so what I have behind me is a frozen lake. I know it doesn't really look like it. It looks more like a snowfield. We're at 7,900 feet. The temperature is 10 degrees. This is exactly what we need to test this myth. The only problem is we're in the middle of a snowstorm. I'm freezing my off.
Our next myth is in the Bahamas, right?
Yeah.
Despite Tori's optimism, the temperature of his nether regions is certainly not the only problem.
Look, so building our own frozen lake was problematic, but compared to this, it was child's play. Here is what we're up against. Our blast shields, which we left out overnight, are now buried under 6 feet of snow. Our paramedic can't get here because the road's closed, but worst of all, the lake is buried under 3 feet of snow, which means before we do any shooting, we've got to dig to get down to the ice.
And as the weather goes from bad to worse,
I've already dug 2 feet. I haven't even seen ice yet.
that digging gets harder and harder.
It's like we keep digging it out, and Mother Nature just keeps filling it back in.
So Carrie brings in reinforcements.
Since we're digging at high altitude and fighting 40-mile-an-hour gusty winds, we've decided to bring in a few helpers, like the sheriff who lives up here, and maybe a few others.
With all hands on deck, the team exposes enough ice before anyone gets exposure.
All right, so the good news is, if you can call anything good news in these kinds of conditions, we found the ice. So now we're ready to start testing. Now remember, this myth is about shooting a 9mm into a frozen lake bed and finding the bullet spinning like a top. Seems kind of counterintuitive to fire into the ice that you're standing on, but I mean, this isn't Logic Busters.
We've gone to great efforts to make this myth work, including getting high-tech hearing devices, low-tech ear trumpets. But as you can see by the horizontal snow zooming past the camera, there is a huge amount of wind, and that is all we're going to hear in those hearing devices. So, we're going old-fashioned. We're running, we're listening.
But will that technique be good enough to locate the mythical spin?
All right, this is Spinning Ice Bullet in 3, 2, 1.
At an abandoned military base, Adam and Jamie are about to unleash the beast.
It is a perfect day for chasing.
And shooting.
Indeed.
As they test whether a spy car's hood-mounted howitzer can ever be accurate.
Oh, yeah! Great big!
But first up, like all good spy scientists, they're starting with a control.
As long as we're shooting between cars, we thought it would be a good idea to start with a baseline, the most common way you see people shoot between cars in the movie, in which during a car chase, the driver of the chasing car will start firing at the person that he's chasing. In this case, I will be that driver, and this will be my handy service revolver, and Mr. Hyneman, well, he'll be my grizzled partner.
And last but not least, police driver Brian Fraser will play the target in a car that has been specially modified for the role.
Unfortunately, we can't use real bullets for these tests. So with that in mind, we've removed the rear windshield because those paintballs will be able to pass clean through just like a bullet would. And if they hit, then they'll show up like so on the helmet. We've also painted the rest of the car a light gray so that we can see that same orange paint, and we've covered the wheel wells so that, well, the paint won't sling off the tires.
With everything primed, it's time to lay down a benchmark of point and shoot that the spy gun can then aim to beat.
Okay, this is shooting the gun out the window. Brian, you may escape when ready.
It's on! Oh, okay.
Adam will have 1 clip or 14 bullets to take down the target.
It's hard to drive one-handed, I'll tell you that.
As Brian dodges and weaves, Jamie keeps a tally of how many rounds Adam's let rip.
4.
And how many have hit their target.
Come on, 12. You haven't even hit the car yet.
It's fair to say that this is a lot harder than it looks. Can Jamie do any better?
Well, you want to go?
Yeah.
All right, we got 14 shots. All right, now I'm gonna get on it.
Let's see what I got.
If you're talking shooting handguns out of a car, obviously the driver could do it.
You're gonna let him get away? Come on!
But he's got other things to worry about, like driving the car.
That's 4 shots.
So for my money, I think the passenger is going to have better luck at it.
7, 8, 9.
It's a logical idea in theory.
11.
But in practice, Jamie is also finding it devilishly difficult.
13. Okay, one more shot. We make this count.
With only 1 shot left, Adam gets closer than ever.
I'm gaining on him. Here we go.
Jamie focuses. But all he hits is the bumper.
14, dude. That's your whole magazine. That's it.
We're done.
Ah.
Firing the handheld gun out of the car proved to be far from ideal. It was more difficult than you would think. Now, not to say that it couldn't be done, but we were not able to stop the car or kill the driver.
Which begs the question, can the spy-inspired front-facing machine gun do any better?
This test is with the machine gun in a fixed position. What do I think is going to happen? Well, I've actually been saying this for years, and it's the reason I always wanted to do this test. I don't think I'm going to be able to be very effective at hitting Jamie. I've always thought that fixed machine guns on the hood of a car was a stupid idea.
Stupid, because as Target Jamie explains, they only fire straight ahead.
Now, Adam's goal is to take me out, and that means that he has to hit me in the head or he has to hit the tire of the car. Now, given that he's got no subtle control, it's only done by aiming the car, I think it's going to be almost impossible.
All right, Mr. Hyneman. You may start whenever you think you're ready.
Okay, fixed gun.
In 3, 2, 1.
Like the last test, this trial will also end when the gun runs out of ammo.
Whoa! Yeah, come to Papa.
But unlike the last test, this time Adam's got 400 paintballs to fire.
Here we go. See what you got.
At first, things pan out just as expected, as Adam fires miss after miss. Yet, slowly but surely, he starts to get his eye in it.
I might have got hit, I'm not sure.
And pretty soon, the occasional hit turns into a relentless barrage of bullets.
There's bullets all over the windshield right near me, so I'm feeling pretty shot up, actually.
No matter what moves Jamie makes, Adam nails him every time. Until he's out of ammo.
Wow. What a horror show.
I think I achieved my 00 status on this run. Agent Hyneman has successfully been neutralized. Not only have I taken out the mud flap, not only have I taken out the trunk,
I'm feeling the spray.
With extreme prejudice, I've also got a clean hit to the back of his seat, a clean hit to his helmet.
I might have got hit, I'm not sure.
And I've destroyed his windshield and several of his side windows.
That one hit the windshield.
So given that the gun itself couldn't move, how did Adam end up doing so well?
For the first third of the test, as I catch up to Jamie and he's swerving, it always seems that my bullet's going over his car. And I have this epiphany. If I smack on the brakes, the front of the car goes down and I can actually aim that way. And it turns out I can aim plus or minus like 10 degrees that way. It was fantastic. I coupled that with swerving back and forth, and somewhere around halfway through this test, I found my level and just started laying paintballs into the driver's cabin of Jamie's car. It worked far better than I imagined it possibly could without having physically tried it.
So it turns out that the non-aimable gun can aim very well, provided you drive like a super spy.
So where do we go from here? Well, I have to admit something.
I went into this test with some bias in my mind. I thought that the fixed machine gun was just not gonna work. I've said it my whole life. Fixed machine guns are stupid. They can't possibly work. And that's why I made this thing fully remote control, because I figured the test would go. We tried the fixed machine gun and it wouldn't work. Then we tried the moving one and it would work. I expected that result, but the fixed one worked. We were able to make it work and I was able to kill Jamie. So do we end it here? No! This puppy moves. We're gonna move it. I'm gonna try killing Jamie again. Just for fun.
Here we are on the Capo frozen lake with winds up to 25 miles an hour straight in your face. We got temperature lows about -30. And let me tell you, it does not look like it's gonna let up.
All of which is making for some seriously challenging testing.
So given the terrible conditions, here is our plan. We've positioned our gun at the 42-degree angle. We are triggering it with a string pull, and then we're gonna rush in to see if we can find the bullet. And given the whiteout, I think we're also gonna montage the results.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, this is spinning ice bullet in 3, 2, 1.
Run like the wind!
But unfortunately, it's another montage of failure.
Oh, here's the bullet.
But it's not spinning.
Not at all.
As hit after hit
I don't see any spinning bullets.
misses out on the spin.
I can't feel my fingers, and I can't see any bullets.
As the temperature dips to 5 degrees Fahrenheit, morale is just as low.
This myth sucks.
But Tori wants to try one more thing.
Now, there's a couple of things that we think are happening. One is maybe the bullets are hitting the ice and skipping off into the snow, or maybe the bullets are hitting the ice and actually bouncing back into the snow. So what we're gonna do is change the target area closer to the center of our ice patch, take a shot and see if we can find a bullet and see exactly what is happening to these things.
With hypothermia a very real possibility, it really is now or never. Will giving the bullet room to ricochet backwards rather than forwards finally spin out?
Okay, this is spinning ice bullet with room to bounce backwards. In 3, 2, 1.
Come on! I'm in it! It's spinning!
It's spinning!
Look at that!
We got a spinning bullet!
Holy crap, it worked!
It's the shot that brought this myth back from the cold.
I can't believe it worked! I can't believe we got a spinning bullet.
At last, after countless attempts, they got the spin they were after. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Well, if we can get one spinning bullet, that was successful. Let's do it again. In 3, 2, 1.
It's spinning! Woo! That's the second one in a row!
And when it's 3 for 3,
It is spinning!
That is continued success. We have gotten one after the other to spin.
you might say they're on a roll.
So we had to make a few adjustments on the fly. We had to play with the angle, and we pulled the gun back away from the ice. And what we think this does is lowers the velocity of the round when it hits the ice, so that you get more of a ricochet spinning and less of a glancing going off into nowhere.
It's spinning again!
We've done this over and over. This myth is confirmed.
Confirmed! I cannot believe how well this is working.
We tried creating an ice lake bed that we could shoot into back at home, but it really did take this sort of extreme weather for us to get a spinning bullet. It was all worth it. The 70-mile-an-hour winds, the 10 degrees, the frozen toes, and the Grant sickle.
And with that, it's time to get warmed up.
Where's that rescue party?
We are the rescue party.
At Spy Car Mission Control,
Come to Papa.
the forward-facing firearm just took out its target and then some.
Well, that worked beyond my wildest dream.
So what's next?
Now it's time to unlock what I thought was going to be the secret potential power of this rig, which is from inside the car, I can control an XY axis wherever this gun fires. I can put paintballs where I want to put them.
Adam did pretty well with the fixed gun, and it makes sense that he should be able to do even better with an aimable gun. But the thing is, this adds a little bit of multitasking that he has to do, so it might actually have the opposite effect.
In the locked-off test, when all Adam had to do was drive and pull a trigger, he nailed it. But in the control, where multitasking was more of an issue,
It's hard to drive one-handed, I'll tell you that.
Adam failed to fire, which doesn't bode well.
You haven't even hit star yet.
What do I think is going to happen on this test? I felt like this was going to be a better test than the previous one before we started this whole business, but now I've been so wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if we found out it was harder.
Okay, aimable gun in 3, 2, 1.
For the final time, the guys put their pedals to the metal.
Oh, the game is afoot. Here we go.
Do your best, buddy.
Come on, Hyneman. You are mine.
Rather than unleashing bullets from the get-go, on this run, Adam bides his time,
Oh, me some Hyneman.
lining up the target thanks to his gun's camera and the dashboard's monitor.
Oh, I'm so on you.
And only when Jamie weaves into the crosshairs
Swerve all you want, man. I can follow you.
does Adam unleash hell.
Oh, the aiming is awesome. Oh, I totally got you. Look at that, I took out two wheels.
With radar-like precision, the bullets are propelled to do maximum damage.
I'm ahead.
So much so that this time, Jamie gives up the ghost,
Oh, yeah.
with Adam having fired off just 60 rounds.
Woo! That was awesome. I got you.
I don't know, did you? Is it marked on my head?
It's perfect. It's not quite a bullseye, but I got 3 beautiful shots in the back of your head. So is making my hood-mounted machine gun aimable more effective? I think the entire story is told from right where I'm standing. If you look at this car after this test and compare it to what this car looked like after my fixed machine gun test when it was riddled with paint, you can just see that this is a far more surgical and effective way to take somebody out.
Ain't that the truth? Using fewer bullets to chalk up more kill shots, the aimable gun is the winner of this Cold War.
Well, I think from all this testing, we can conclude that a machine gun on the hood of your car equals good. As a secret agent weapon, even the stationary machine gun was far more effective than I thought it would be.
Yeah, but their effectiveness seems to be largely due to the sheer volume of bullets they're able to spew out. I mean, sooner or later, they're gonna hit something.
Okay, but isn't that always the point of a machine gun?
Indeed it is, mon frere.
On this epic episode of Mythbusters,
Go, baby!
Adam and Jamie go Newton cradle crazy
Even these 2.5-inch balls are making me giggle.
as they find out if this viral video is wrecking ball baloney. From big beginnings to a colossal conclusion.
Looks beautiful.
But will their mother of all Newton's cradles really work?
World's largest Newton cradle. And 3, 2, 1.
Also toying with big machines are Carrie, Grant, and Tori as they test a cliffhanger of a myth.
I've had nightmares like this.
If your car is teetering over a gorge,
With even a breeze, that car's gonna go over.
can a bird landing on the hood really cause you to totter over the edge?
Don't make any sudden move.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage.
It's a delicious memory.
And Jamie Hyneman.
When in doubt, C4.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Together with Tori Belleci.
Well, the name is science.
Grant Imahara.
Nothing to touch me!
And Carrie Byron.
This should be fun.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
What are you doing?
An equation.
Go on.
Does one of these plus one of these equal this?
It's a simple equation taken from this viral video. Take 5 cranes and 5 wrecking balls, and you've got a desktop toy taken to the max. But is it really possible to supersize a Newton's cradle?
A wrecking ball sized Newton cradle. That is fantastic.
Ain't it sweet? It's my favorite.
How do you want to proceed?
Well, we all know where this is going to end up, and it's going to be with full-sized wrecking balls.
And that is going to be a huge build.
Well, since this is all about scaling the Newton's cradle effect, there's no need to go stampeding towards the full-on wrecking balls. Why don't we do it gradually?
You mean incrementally bumping up the size of our Newton cradles?
Exactly, and see if we can tease out any kind of problems dealing with the increase in scale.
That sounds perfect. Let's do it.
Okay.
So after the first of many cheap gags,
You need to stop playing with your balls and get back to work.
Adam set sail on small scale.
Now, the Newton cradle is effectively an instant lesson in energy transfer. And energy transfer is the soul of this story, for when we bring this up to full-scale wrecking balls, the biggest problem we could encounter is that the energy transfer doesn't work, that when we lift ball 1 of the wrecking balls, it does not send ball 5 like you'd expect a Newton cradle to work. So how are we gonna know how we're doing as we scale this up incrementally? This is how. I will pull ball 1 up to this block, which is the exact same distance from ball 1 as this block is from ball 5. I release ball 1, it sends ball 5 a certain distance that I can measure and compare against our subsequent Newton cradles.
It's a simple but short-lived setup.
All right.
So let's see it again. In slow motion, Adam releases ball 1, and in a clear demonstration of this cradle's efficiency, ball 5 almost kisses the blue block.
What'd you get?
The energy transfer was surprisingly clean. Ball 5 traveled 98% the distance that ball 1 did.
Wow, only 2% loss after 1 hit.
Yeah.
Why don't we take it up a notch, next size up?
Absolutely, let's do it.
At 98%, the office toy is impressively efficient. But can a bigger cradle beat this benchmark?
Now I've got to make one of these with 5 of these. Now clearly all I have to do is attach some string to this, but that's no mean feat. I don't know if you've ever tried to drill into a chrome steel bearing, but I have, and it sucks. So I'm going to have to machine a solution to solidly hold on to these and turn them into a Newton cradle.
Using 2.5-inch ball bearings is no walk in the park. But hats off to Adam, because he's got a solution.
Last one. Now this little aluminum hat here is how I'm going to hold on to this steel ball, but how, you ask? They don't seem to match up very well. Well, I'm going to cut a concavity into this aluminum hat that matches the sphericity of this ball. With what? With a tool I haven't actually used in about 15 years. It's called a radius cutter. And what it does is you set it up to cut an exact curve, and it will cut into my little hats a perfect 2.5-inch diameter curve that'll allow me to glue these hats to these balls with a tremendous amount of surface area.
And with that complete, a quick montage later, and Newton 2.5 is ready to roll. And roll it does.
It's not easy being me sometimes.
But after a quick restring,
shall we try it out?
It's got Adam dancing with excitement.
Oh, that's cool.
And while both he and Jamie get particularly pleased at something a little low-key...
Isn't that nice?
Uh-huh.
It's definitely a build to be proud of.
It's funny, even these 2.5-inch balls are making me giggle. I love it. But in my mind's eye, I'm already seeing the larger and larger ones that we're going to be building, and it's going to be hilarious.
But before that hilarity, it's time for scale test 2.
2.5-inch ball Newton cradle in 3, 2, 1. Let's check it out on high speed.
Like last time, Adam releases ball 1 before measuring where ball 5 maxes out. And the results are very encouraging.
Come on, come on, come on, come on,
It looks
come on,
like
come
it's
on.
going to touch.
It's 3/8 away, which is 3%, which means it's pretty freaking efficient. The desktop model, the ball went 98% of the original distance. This is 97% of the original distance. It's scaling beautifully.
In our first test, ball 5 moved 98% as far as ball 1 did. That's a 2% loss in that exchange. When we moved up to 2.5-inch balls, we had a 3% loss. That's only 1% of difference. But here's the thing. The 2.5-inch balls are about 3 times the diameter of the 1-inch balls, but they're 23 times the mass. So a 1% difference, it's not very much.
And what that means is that going ludicrously large, like the Myth, may just yet work. Next up, a cliffhanger of a myth.
All right, so I have a classic physics meets Hollywood myth.
All right, let's hear it.
So a car goes skidding off the road and is about to go over a cliff when it's saved by stopping precariously at the edge. It's perfectly balanced, but a little bird comes and lands on the hood, dink, and the whole car goes crashing off the cliff.
A little bird causing the car to go over the cliff? Look, I'm skeptical, but you know what? Sounds like a good test.
It's a favorite in many a scriptwriter's handbook. But if a car comes to a standstill on the very edge of a cliff, can an inquisitive bird be enough to tip the balance?
All right, so obviously we're gonna have to balance a car on the edge of a cliff.
Why don't we build our own cliff? That way we know it can hold the weight of a car, and if we go over, we won't get killed.
Good idea.
And then for the fun part, getting a bird to land on the hood. I don't think that's gonna be as easy as we think.
No, I think balancing the car is gonna be the easy part.
So with tipping over a real cliff ruled out for obvious reasons, at the bomb range, the Mythbusters are going to build their own.
I think we mean business.
We got a lot of work.
Luckily, we have the big tools today.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's move some earth. What we got here is a front loader. Big toys for big boys. This thing is very powerful. It's got to move a lot of weight. Let's see what I can break with this. Which we are going to be doing. We're going to be moving a lot of earth to get our slope up to our cliff. Not better than playing with big machinery.
Although it may look a little bit precarious,
No!
the goal here is to build a solid cliff edge courtesy of a shipping container,
Enter one portable cliff.
which a car can then be balanced on.
It's taking a while.
Well, it took Mother Nature like hundreds of thousands of years, so really, we're right on schedule.
Beyond the cliff edge, they're making a sloping escape ramp, which should make a survivable descent when the car tips over a little more likely.
It may look like we've been out here all day playing. I mean, I've been up and down this ramp probably about 100 times, but there's a very good reason. And that reason is we're gonna be in the car that goes off this container and down that ramp. So we want this thing to be perfect.
And Grant better hope 100 times was enough, because with the cliff car delivered and pimped,
Just in case there was any confusion, who was pushing a car off a cliff out in the middle of the bomb range?
it's all systems go for the pre-bird testing. Finding out the precise balance point of the car.
We built our cliff with a container and a ramp.
Oh, what could possibly go wrong?
We put our car on top that's incremented by 6 inches so we can see just where the teetering point is.
Well, the car could crash. It could maybe catch on fire.
We're gonna inch forward, get it just that balance point,
I didn't really want the answer to that.
and then they're gonna lean forward and go down the hill. Hopefully successfully. But if not, God, I wonder what Jet Li and Johnny Depp are doing.
Really?
Okay, you guys ready?
No.
Finding the tipping point in 3, 2, 1.
Guess you're just gonna ease forward, right? Oh, man.
Tori's first task is to carefully drop the front wheels over the edge.
Okay, slow, you're about to get the tire off.
You can make it. I've had nightmares like this. Ugh.
And once there, the balance point test can begin. But it's a delicate operation.
Okay, slowly, slowly.
Ah!
Little less on the accelerator.
Too little throttle, and they won't budge.
Okay, we're not tipping yet.
Too much, and they'll flip over the cliff without finding the tipping point.
We got no more traction on the back wheels.
And that was too much.
Holy crap, that was scary. It was like 1 second we were on the edge, and then boom, we were off. I think we need to do that again.
I think so.
Good news and bad news. Our safety ramp worked. We were able to get the car to go off the cliff and land safely, and we didn't die. Bad news is, though, I hit the gas too hard, and instead of finding that teetering point, we just went off the cliff. So we don't know exactly where that tipping point is yet. We're gonna do the test again to find that. This is gonna be fun.
Is this crazy construction site's viral video really real? Or is this myth headed to the wrecking yard? Well, so far, it's so good.
I love it.
Because scaling up the Newton cradle with bigger ball bearings appears to be working.
It's scaling beautifully.
But now it's time to go bigger again.
Next up, we're going to go to a 6-inch diameter ball bearing. And this is 33 pounds, and that means that it's 323 times as massive as these little ones.
Like the 2.5-inch version, it's Adam who's in charge of the build.
Another day, another Newton cradle stand.
From the stand, that this time is more heavily reinforced,
Nice rack!
to the ball securing system.
Oh, yes! Wow, that's heavy.
It's an intricate fabrication that is soon ready for a trial run. First impressions are good.
This is 160 pounds of Newton cradle right here.
The ball bounce back seems solid.
Oh my God, the energy is just massive.
And Jamie's giggling with excitement.
I've been obsessing about this story ever since I first came across it. But now that it's here, I'm finding it difficult to describe how much fun it is. So the only thing I could come up with was to just show you. The little balls, bigger balls, and really big balls. Need I say anything more?
Actually, yes, Jamie. How about you give us a countdown to the efficiency test?
3, 2, 1.
Nice. That was a good clean one. Shall we check out the high speed?
Yep.
All right, Jamie. Ball 5 went to 94.1% of the distance of ball 1.
Yeah, that's an additional 3% loss.
I'm still feeling pretty good about this thing.
Yeah, still working. So is increasing the mass causing us a problem? Well, we are seeing an increase in losses the more we scale these balls up. But here's the thing, it's not proportionate. These balls are over 200 times the mass of the original small balls on the toy, and yet we're only seeing a total of about a 6% loss. It's not very much.
Although there is drop-off with increasing size, it's so slight that the bigger cradles still work as hoped. And that means that full scale may not be so far-fetched. Provided, of course, that real wrecking balls perform the same as ball bearings.
I watch this thing go and I have one thought. Our full-scale wrecking ball Newton cradle, it's gotta work. Dude, this thing's great. What do we do next?
I think it's time for us to go check out a full-size wrecking ball.
Awesome! I was hoping you'd say that.
To find out if a bird can tip a car over a cliff, the Mythbusters first need to find their car's balance point, which is proving harder than expected.
Hey, you guys thumb on Louise, so we have to put you back up there.
All right.
I didn't think you'd disagree.
Yeah.
After a somewhat epic but really fun failure, we decided to change our methods. We actually put the car back into place, and now we're going to inch that car forward.
So with the car engine off,
Okay, we're ready.
All right, begin the tipping point test.
the forklift will instead gently ease it forwards.
Okay, stop.
But will it have the required control?
Right about 5.5 feet. How's it feel?
There's no tipping.
Okay, give him just another tiny little nudge.
Well, so much for Plan B, because like Plan A, the cars tipped too soon. And without finding that tipping point, they can't bring on the birds.
All right, Plan C. We're actually gonna use a strap this time so that if we go too far off the edge, we can pull the car back to the tipping point. Hope this one works.
With resets taking too long,
Can't tell you how many times I get myself into these situations.
the guys are hoping that the strap system will let them find the balance point a little more quickly.
Get a little bump. Give me your angry inch.
But as it turns out, it still takes an entire afternoon of pushing and shoving
All right, now pull it back to 5.5. I'll tell you when to stop.
before they think they've cracked it.
Grant, we are at the point of no return.
After a lot of tinkering and a lot of trial and error, we have found the exact tipping point.
I feel like we're gonna go at any second.
I think at this point, with even a breeze, that car's gonna go over.
Don't make any sudden moves.
So now when the guys start to sway and move their weight, I think they're gonna go over the edge.
Ready? Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3.
Finally, they've hit pay dirt.
Okay, I think we found our teetering point.
Wobbling at the 6.5-foot mark, the car was so finely balanced that a slight lean from Grant and Tori was enough to send it over the edge. But could a landing bird also tip that balance?
Now, it took us a long time to get our car to that perfect balance point, but after seeing how easy the car went over the edge, I think if a bird were to land on the front end of a car, we're definitely going over.
Well, in that case, let's unleash the beasts. In Wrecking Ball Baloney,
I'm confused.
Adam and Jamie's shop tests using giant ball bearings have been a hit.
I don't get tired of that sound. This is what everyone will be wanting for Christmas this year.
Which means it's time to go full scale. Where the first thing on their shopping list is 5 identical wrecking balls, which, somewhat unexpectedly, turns out to be impossible. But all is not lost.
There is nobody who has 5 identical wrecking balls.
Well, you know what that means.
I think I do.
We're gonna have to build our own.
How do you want to do it?
Big steel balls filled with concrete?
That could work. Shall we try it in scale first?
Sure.
All right. So our full-size wrecking balls need to be identical for 2 reasons. First, it's because that's what you see in the video. But second, and more importantly, their mass needs to be identical because that gives us the best energy transfer possible. Not only their mass, but also their surfaces have to be as round as we can get them. So we've got to make our own, and we're going to use the building blocks of real wrecking balls, steel and concrete. Before we go to full scale, we're going to try a scale experiment with the simplest arrangement of this possible, a steel sphere filled with concrete. So I have sourced some 6-inch hollow steel balls. I'm going to drill a hole in them and fill them with ceramically hard plaster that matches the compressive strength of concrete. I'm going to build a Newton cradle out of that, and that really ought to give us a good guide as to the viability of our concept for the large-scale one.
And once the filling's hardened, everything's set to see if they work.
Here we go. Uh-oh. Hey, Jamie, you better come take a look at this.
What's up?
Check this out.
Doesn't last very long.
Clearly, we're going to have to come up with something other than just filling our wrecking balls with concrete.
Yeah, that's kind of dead. This is just what I was afraid of. These mild steel balls are filled with an ultra-hard gypsum-based product, but they're still not passing enough energy through to do the job we want. They're absorbing it somehow. So what we need to do now is find out how much.
6-inch composite-filled balls in 3, 2, 1. And that's just a sad noise. Well, let's check it out.
Remember, the 6-inch ball bearings were 94% efficient. How will these compare?
63%. We went from 98, 97, 94 to 63.
That's a big drop-off.
It's not only a big drop-off, it doesn't last. It's not a Newton cradle.
Nope.
Personally, I'm bummed. Now I know that when you look at the high-speed shot here, it looks like the energy transfer you expect from a Newton cradle is actually happening. Ball 1 goes down, ball 5 comes up. But here's the thing that makes a Newton cradle awesome. The energy transfer continues. Tick, tick, tick. What I'm getting from this isn't tick, tick, tick. It's tick, tick. And everyone seems to want to go home. I don't know what we're going to do.
With real wrecking balls unavailable and the most simple do-it-yourself design falling flat, what this myth needs is a brainstorm.
So, giant Newton cradle. How do you want to do it?
Well, we've got this problem, right? This is going to be probably 20 feet high. I mean, we can't forge these solid steel.
Yeah.
There's just no way we can,
And yet we can't have just a big sphere that we fill with something like concrete.
It's a slow start, so let's speed things up. Their goal is to design a wrecking ball stand-in that transfers energy better than their earlier effort. But after an hour, all they've come up with is the shape.
I think something round, something that looks like the quintessential wrecking ball that you expect to see.
They really are going round in circles.
You can't just take something and fill it with sand or anything. We need the energy transfer across the center.
Until Jamie gets a bolt from the blue.
Oh, I know. All you need is a plate to go right through the middle. And then we get some metal spheres and weld them top and bottom, then fill the rest with rebar and concrete.
Don't they make buoys that are made of steel?
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Then we get one of those, we put the plate in the middle, we end up with something where it's a solid steel transfer from ball to ball, but no one could look at them and say, that's not a wrecking ball.
Like that.
That is perfect.
I think we've got a plan.
Let's do it.
Eureka! They've cracked it. But for the rest of us, here's a graphic. They're going to take a 28-inch naval buoy and cut it in half. Across the center, they'll weld a 3-inch thick hardened steel plate that should be able to transfer the energy of the swing. Inside the buoy, they'll add rebar and concrete, just like some old-fashioned wrecking balls. That leaves 2 questions. With 5 in a row, will it work? And can they build them? Well, with the delivery of buoys, the guys get that ball rolling.
These things are going to get cut in half, and then we're going to weld the plates right down the middle. This thing's going to be the center of our wrecking balls. It's a 3-inch thick piece of specially hardened steel that we've chosen because it's going to be the contact point from ball to ball. And because it's really hard, hopefully it's going to transfer the energy just like the Newton's cradle does. We're also going to weld structural stuff that we need onto it, like a bunch of reinforcing bars, and the rest of this space will be filled with concrete.
It's definitely an all-hands-on-deck type build, even if a couple of those hands get distracted. But once Adam and Jamie chime back in, their fearsome spheres, a kind of hybrid of real wrecking balls and giant ball bearings, take shape fast.
And off we go.
And while the concrete fill starts chaotically,
Slow down. Stop.
it's not long before the team
Don, I need you to get the vibrator ready.
has this part of the build in the can.
Oh, messier than I thought.
Isn't that the title of your autobiography? Lovely. Look at that.
And after 2 weeks to cure, plus a quick paint job, they're all set. But will they actually work?
After a couple of weeks' work, this is either 10,000 pounds of awesome
or 10,000 pounds of failure.
A precariously balanced car is no laughing matter. But can a landing bird really send you over the edge?
So we're back at the bomb range. Now, it took a really long time to get our car perfectly balanced on our cliff. But now that we've done it, it's time to bring in some birds. We have our expert Jim coming in to use progressively bigger and bigger birds. Should be really interesting today.
Wrangler Jim Tigan, last seen trying to beat the speed camera, has come equipped with a whole bounty of birds.
Really? Right there?
But will any of them cause their perfectly poised car to plummet?
So essentially, this myth is all about leverage. Now, imagine that this block is the cliff, and this break is the car, and this rock is the bird. Because of leverage, out here at the edge, a small bird can land there and cause the giant car to go over just like this.
That's the theory. But will Bird 1, a classic yet humble pigeon, provide enough leverage?
My prediction, I just don't think that's going to be enough to send the car over. I know you're cute, but I don't think you're going to do it.
All right, so now we're gonna start testing with the birds, but we're gonna test it a little bit differently this time. We're still gonna put the car on the edge of the cliff, right where it's bouncing, just ready to fall over.
Should have paid more attention to the signs. Cliff ahead.
But this time we're gonna tether the car, so that way if it does go off the cliff by the weight of the bird, it doesn't go down the hill. Because let's face it, we don't wanna hurt these birds. We don't care about ourselves, we just don't wanna hurt the bird.
With Grant and Tori sitting anxiously in the hot seats of their balancing car,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay. Come on, wrangle them birds.
Jim flips the birds. And
Okay, the birds are in place.
Yep, and we haven't gone over the edge.
there's not a hint of tippage. But to be sure, the guys shoo the birds down the hood.
Go away, go away. Shoo, shoo, go. Get out of here, go. Don't you have a park to poop on?
Because the further they are from the fulcrum, the greater the chance of a tip.
2 pigeons, not happening.
Nope, we are not going over the edge.
Ain't that the truth? The 2 pounds of pigeon is just not enough to cause their balanced car to tilt up and over, which means
Think it's time for a bigger bird.
cue bird number 2, a male Harris hawk called Murray. And it's no surprise that the man who is scared of fish isn't a big fan of the falcon.
Stand up. Relax.
Oh. I'm relaxed.
doing this migration.
I'm totally relaxed, man.
You don't have to worry too much about the beak. It's really the talons. And those talons will go right through an organ like the heart or the lung or the spleen. Grip in, hold super tight, and the animal will bleed out and perish.
After a pep talk like that, it's no wonder that Grant retreats to the safety of a car balanced on a cliff edge.
We are right on the edge.
Meanwhile, Carrie's not confident.
Okay, so we didn't get any tipping from the pigeons, so we're gonna move on to hawks. Now, not only are we gonna get the extra weight, but also the momentum of the hawk's landing. I still don't think it's gonna be quite enough to tip the car. You guys ready for the birds?
It's time to let the hawks go.
All right, hawk number 1, ready to deploy.
Murray lands in a hurry, but there's no wobble to their wheels.
That didn't send us over the edge.
All right.
All right, bring out another hawk.
Doubling the mass to almost 5 pounds does seem to make a difference.
I can see the hood kind of bobbling there.
But it is still not enough.
All right, that's 2 hawks at the end of the car, and we have not gone over the edge.
You're not going over.
We did not fall over.
And when 2 hawks fail,
You got some work to do. Are you ready?
it's time to bring in the big guns, the giant eagle owl.
You know, in many cultures, the owl is the harbinger of death.
Thanks a lot.
Death?
Hey, thanks for the encouragement, Jim.
And with those wise words, it's go time.
All right, let's see if this owl will send us over the cliff.
He's big. He's really big.
We survived.
We did!
He's at the edge of the car, and we did not go over the cliff.
Yep, once again, the car's balance is unaffected. even with this 7-pounder right at the front of the hood.
Well, if the owl's not gonna do it, I don't know what is.
Grant, for one, is not that surprised.
Okay, so why don't I think this works? Well, imagine that you're at a playground and you have a perfect seesaw. Theoretically, if you have a mass, which is the bird, landing far enough away from the pivot, it should be able to move the seesaw no problem. The only problem here is that this seesaw weighs 3,000 pounds and it's on a metal pivot. And the bird isn't heavy enough and it's not landing with enough force to cause it to move.
In other words, it's going to take an even bigger bird to tip this car. And for that, it's back to the shop.
Do you hear that? That's the call of the wild.
Caw-caw! Caw-caw!
Adam and Jamie's wrecking balls are ready.
Let's move them out.
All right.
Now they just need to be strung up into the world's largest Newton's cradle.
This is our location. It's a dry dock in Vallejo, California, and we've used it a number of times before for experiments. Check this out. I don't mind saying I'm hyperventilating. So why this location? Well, for the wrecking ball scale version of the Newton's cradle, we need to be able to suspend the balls at quite a height. Now, we could do it on top of a large building, or we could do it by suspending them over a big hole, like this one.
As well as the big hole, the dry dock also comes complete with its own cranes. But unlike the video, the guys won't be swinging their balls from them.
Now in the clip, our wrecking ball Newton cradle is actually suspended from 5 adjacent tower cranes next to each other. And there's 2 problems with this picture. One is they don't use tower cranes to swing wrecking balls. And 2, we were never ever going to find 5 tower cranes that we could park right next to each other. So this I-beam and 4 others quite similar to it are going to be a figure-8 structure which we are going to hang our wrecking ball Newton cradle from. Just about to weld it in place. That's it.
That was fast.
Let's get it in the air.
Yeah.
With the frame secured so that it juts out over the dry dock, the guys then need to attach their wrecking balls to it.
I'm gonna go over here.
Which, given their combined weight of over 5 tons,
aren't they pretty?
Is something which is easier said than done.
Given that each of these balls weighs about a ton, it's going to be quite a process to hoist them and maneuver them into place. So I'm going to be on the ground with the forklift, and I'm carefully going to cradle them and pick them up and put them in place.
Okay. How's it look up there?
Looks beautiful.
While Adam is overhead on a boom lift, arranging the slings and the cables. And we'll carefully scooch them all in so they precisely fit, because if this thing's going to work, that's the way it's going to have to be.
All right, let's give that a shot.
I don't know. I'm getting the impression we need maybe another ½ inch.
Copy that, no problem.
Making sure that the central steel plates line up perfectly is what may make or break this myth.
You know, they're all kind of dropping a little bit because of the additional weight to the cable overhead.
So getting that spot on is crucial.
I think it's good.
It looks perfect.
And once that's sorted, the guys get on with the finishing touches.
Does that add something to them?
Totally.
Yeah, it makes them pop a little bit, huh?
But some viewers may be wondering why there's not 2 strings attached.
Why, oh why, you might be asking, are we hanging these wrecking balls from single cables when every Newton cradle we've thus far built in this episode hangs from 2 cables in a V formation? That's because this is the arrangement that we see in the clip. We're testing the circumstances of the clip first, and only if that doesn't work do we go to 2 cables.
With the string theory sorted, everything's finally ready for a test.
Now, in order for us to call this a bona fide Newton cradle, I think we need to see 2 things. One, of course, that when ball 1 hits ball 2, we see ball 5 go up. And I pretty much expect that we're going to see that. But the second part, the part that makes me nervous, is that ball 5 needs to come back down, hit ball 4, and send ball 1 back up. We need to see not only a tick-tick, but a tick-tick-tick-tick-tick for this to be a real Newton cradle.
Remember, the internal steel plates, theoretically capable of transferring the energy of the swing, should give this myth a helping hand. Consequently, expectations are high.
We're ready to go. All right, you ready?
I've been waiting for this, you
I
know?
know, me too. The world's largest Newton cradle. Test number 1 and 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We had a little rig settling there.
Yeah, it wasn't very exciting, though.
No, it wasn't. It was one hit. A one-hit wonder.
A one-hit wonder indeed. And not a good one at that. But all is not lost.
I don't need this high-speed camera to tell me that that one was, shall we say, lackluster. Where did the energy go? The middle of every one of these balls is a big hardened steel plate. Well, some of the energy was absorbed by the balls, but some of it was absorbed by our framework actually moving. The amount of force from ball 1 hitting ball 2 moved our entire multi-thousand-pound framework. So we've secured it, and we're gonna go again.
With the framework secured to within an inch of its life, it's onwards and upwards, because this time,
I think that's good.
they're pulling ball 1 back as high as it will go to try to maximize the energy of the swing.
Single string, maximum pullback in 3, 2, 1. That was a hell of a hit.
That was a hell of a hit and a very sad, sad story.
They're all just sort of swinging together. That's kind of a letdown.
That is a real letdown.
Yep, despite ball 1 hitting ball 2 with an impact in excess of 150,000 PSI, there's still no ka-ching to the swing.
Hear that? That is the sound of failure. This thing is so awesome. I wish you could see it. Unfortunately, all we've got to show for it is some swinging shiny balls. They're not ticking like the Newton cradle of our dreams. Sorry.
No need to be sorry, Adam, because this myth's grand finale is still to come. A pigeon cannot cause a precariously balanced car to tip over the edge, but could a much, much bigger bird.
All right, despite what they say about working with animals, those birds were really cooperative. But since we don't have access to any bigger flying birds, I think we need to come up with another plan.
Yeah, and it's starting to get a little dangerous for these birds. What if we went with a model helicopter? We get one that's the same weight as the biggest flying bird and have it land on the front of the car.
That's a great idea. Not only can we match the mass of the bird, but we also get the downforce from the rotors, just like the bird flapping its wings.
Awesome.
Weighing over 20 pounds, the California Condor is majestic, a far cry from the Mythbusters helicopter stand-in. But while it won't win any prizes for elegance, what's key is that the Condor copter weighs the same as the real deal.
So I slightly altered an RC helicopter to emulate the heaviest flying bird in North America. It should not only be the same weight, but also it should represent its flight path when it lands on top of the car.
And that flight path's something that's been studied by Grant.
Now I found something very interesting about the way large birds land. Check out this video of our giant owl. See how he swoops down right before he lands? He rears up and then lands very softly. He's minimizing his landing speed, minimizing that momentum that he imparts on the target zone, and that's exactly what we're gonna want our helicopter to do on the hood of the car.
So now that we've moved on to the helicopter, this thing weighs more than 3 times as much as our biggest bird, the eagle owl. I have a feeling that extra weight, Grant and I might be going for a ride.
Well, with the boys all buckled up,
All right, time to go to work.
and expert pilot Wolf Witt chomping at the bit, it's time for this myth to lift off.
That bird is just trying to psych us out right now. I know, here it comes.
The very precise landing route that the heli must adhere to is making life very difficult for pilot Wolf.
Get away, you stupid condor.
And when the wind kicks up, things get harder still.
Oh, he's playing games with us.
But eventually,
Eagle has landed.
He did it! He did it! And we didn't go over!
Yes!
We survived!
Still there! 20 pounds, just like the Condor, the biggest flying bird in North America, still didn't tip the car.
so to get that elusive drop-off, the team's finishing up with some poultry in motion.
We want to see birdwise what it takes to get that car to tip off the cliff. So, I spent all morning training 80 of my best hens to land gently on the hood of that car. They're going to single file line up at the front and work their way back until it finally goes off. Okay, you guys ready?
Are we ready?
No laughing.
Each hen weighs 1.5 pounds.
They just sit and play dead. It's incredible.
So by keeping tally of the number on the hood...
How many you got on there?
5.
Sled. Oh, bird down.
The guys will know how much weight it would take
22.
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
to unbalance the car.
60. Can you believe this? 60 game hens.
That's 90 pounds, man.
90 pounds, and still we are hanging on to the cliff.
Yet, incredibly, even with all 80 hens on there,
That's like a small person standing on the hood.
the car still doesn't go.
I know, this is getting stupid.
That's totally stupid.
But Tori came prepared for this eventuality.
Oh my God, that's crazy!
And brought a 20-pound robotic turkey, which dances and jigs until...
Oh!
Oh my God, that was crazy.
I wish you could see the trail of bird destruction behind you. You have to make that stop. It's so creepy.
All right, it is not looking good for this myth.
I know that movie version where a tiny little bird just kind of dink, lands at the end and the whole thing goes. Looking a little busted to me.
The good news is we got birds to get the car to go off the cliff. The bad news is it took over 80 birds, 140 pounds to be exact. And the only way that would happen is if a pterodactyl were to land on the front of your car. And we all know that that's not gonna happen.
And what that means is this myth is busted.
At least now we know why the chicken crossed the road. To get out of the way of the falling car.
The Mythbusters' giant Newton's cradle started with a song.
5 homemade wrecking balls, 1 huge steel frame, huge empty dry dock, and a wrecking ball Newton cradle.
But ended with a dong.
That was a hell of a hit.
And a very sad, sad story.
But there may be light at the end of the tunnel.
So check this out. Even though this is hardened steel, the areas where the balls are impacting have become flattened from the impacts. And it's not just here, it's throughout all of the balls, which means that they're all kind of squashing like hamburger patties. The amount of force here is something on the order of 500,000 times as much as what's happening with those little balls on the desktop toy. So clearly, lack of energy is not our problem.
Which means the problem may be the single cable system causing the balls to lose focus.
That's kind of a letdown.
So, having restrung the balls with an extra cable, things are looking up.
So with some preliminary playing with the 5 wrecking balls on the 2 lines, Jamie and I are actually seeing somewhat of a radical improvement in their behavior. Oh. That's a little more positive. We're actually not just seeing a tick and then a boom. We're actually seeing a tick, which is, it makes me cautiously optimistic about this next test.
So why would 2 strings per ball work better than a single string? Well, the Newton's cradle is all about efficient energy transfer. So if any one of these balls is a little out of line, that's going to mess up the efficiency. The 2 strings will help keep these all lined up perfectly, and hopefully that'll improve what we're seeing from this device.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Wrecking ball size Newton cradle V formation cabling in 3, 2, 1, go baby! Yes, 1.
3-ish, 4.
It's another disappointing result, but at least there was some improvement.
That was a little bit better. While our single string gave us a 30% throwout on ball 5, our double string version gave us a 45% throwout on the same ball. Now, that's nowhere near the desktop version, which gave us 98%, and it's nothing like the clip.
But before this balls up gets concluded, there's one last thing to try. Ball 1 pulled back to the max.
2 strings, max pullback. In 3, 2, 1.
It really is now or never, and it's never.
That went quite a ways.
And now it's all done.
So cue one of the Mythbusters mottos. Failure is always an option.
There goes one of our cameras.
As far as we're aware, this is the largest Newton's cradle that's ever been built. And it is a Newton's cradle because it's demonstrating exactly the same physical properties that the small one does. But as we get larger and larger, it becomes harder and harder to rein in the physical losses of energy in the system, from the balls to the cables to the overhead structure. While it is a Newton's cradle, it's just never going to be as perfect as the little ones are. So where do we stand?
We set out to replicate what we saw in that clip, and nobody can say that we didn't give a wrecking ball-sized Newton cradle the best possible chance of succeeding.
But it didn't look anything like the clip.
Nah, this one is totally busted.
Yeah, it's busted.
And it's busted not just because their best-case scenario balls failed to fire, but also because the viral video was nothing but CGI.
Hey, you know, we ought to start our own demolition company. We got wrecking balls, we got explosives.
Absolutely.
Whatever you want.